Prologue. All students report to the auditorium. I repeat, all students. The school announcement blared through the speakers as the students scrambled their way through the halls, heading towards the gymnasium, which the school used as their auditorium. Lillian, come on. We have to go there now, I giggled as she made a face at me, tugging me back towards her. No, Eliana. It's a trap. They're going to suck out our brains and steal our knowledge. Lillian cried in fake worry as she hugged my arm and leaned into me. Knowledge? That's a pretty big word for you, isn't it, Lillian? I teased as she rolled her eyes and started walking with me down the hall. Sorry, not everyone can be a whiz at maths, she mumbled as I nudged her arm. Hey, werewolves are supposed to get numbers. It just comes naturally. After giving me one last look, Lillian and I giggled as we walked up to the main doors of the gymnasium. Just as I was going to reach out to pull the door, to our utter shock, it swung open and revealed a very angry-looking Ms. Marvel. Oh, what a surprise, Eliana and Lillian. And why are you two young ladies wandering around the halls when you should be in there? She said, gesturing towards the room that the now open double doors displayed. Her eyes were narrowed, and her white, messy hair was more disheveled than ever as various strands escaped her tight bun. Ms. Marvel, Lillian said, smiling widely, you see, I seem to have the stomach bug, and Eliana over here was simply helping me return from the nurse's office. Lillian lied smoothly as she gave me a grateful smile and softly patted my head to add to her little act of innocence. However, Ms. Marvel didn't believe a word Lillian was saying as she stared at her with a blank look. Werewolves don't get the stomach bug, Lillian, the old woman deadpanned as she began to tap her foot onto the floor repeatedly in impatience. What? Werewolf? I asked in astonishment. Who said anything about Lillian being a werewolf? No, she's related to someone mischievous, and something went wrong with her birth. You see, her mum was half fertile, so she's not exactly a werewolf. I paused, my lips in a thin line as I looked up at Ms. Marvel, who was looking back at me with wide eyes. So like I was saying, I've got the stomach bug, Lillian finished unfazed. Ms. Marvel seemed to freeze for a second. She carefully and cautiously eyed Lillian before her eyes slowly trailed back to mine. I don't have time for this, she suddenly said, just get in there. No, Ms. Marvel said, raising her voice. Once she spun around and her back was successfully facing us, I turned my head towards Lillian and shared a smirk with her that said, yes, no detention. We quietly made our way inside and stood behind the mob of students who jumped up and down in excitement. It was clear that everyone in here wanted to be chosen. Too bad the school would only pick one student who'd be sent to the official werewolf committee. Rarely does anyone get to meet or even see the high-class society of wolves if you're born in a family of wealth or lucky enough to be chosen to go on a scholarship to graduate in your last year. It's like their own parliament. We all know why we are gathered here today. The principal spoke into the microphone, adjusting his tie and clearing his throat. The student we have chosen this year has all the qualities the werewolf committee is looking for. Confidence, he said, looking around as the crowd fiddled nervously with their fingers while Lillian and I snickered at them. Academic, he said, glancing down at the notes in his hands. Athletic. Who do you think it'll be? Lillian whispered as she kept her eyes glued to the principal to avoid making it obvious she was whispering to me. I'm thinking Ashley, I said, looking at Ashley, who stood up straight as she played with her blonde hair, looking as confident as ever. Ambitious. And last, but not least, compassionate. Once the principal finished listing this year's qualities, the crowd's buzz awoke and everyone rubbed their hands together in anticipation as they gave each other wistful looks. And the person who will be leaving tonight as Constant High's scholarship graduate is, he paused, looking around the crowd. His eyes suddenly found mine, and he held eye contact. My eyebrows immediately raised. Eliana Weitzel. Everyone, you may leave. Eliana, please stay back. I watched in amazement as everyone broke out into whispers. Various people openly stared at me, and I overheard a few wondering who I even was. Soon enough, they hurried out of the gym. Some people gave me smiles on the way, while others glared and stomped away. He said Harry Potter, right? I asked Lillian, who was jumping up and down while holding onto my arm. Eliana. It's you. They chose you. Oh my, you're going to meet the High Wolves. She squealed as she pushed me towards where the principal and teachers stood. I stumbled forward and caught my balance before turning my head around and sending Lillian a glare. However, she gave me a huge smile and motioned for me to proceed. Ms. Weitzel. I presume your bags will be ready for tonight, the principal suddenly said, appearing in front of me. Wait, you mean Scotty from Prank Patrol isn't going to jump out from behind the curtains? I said as I looked around for hidden cameras while the principal chuckled, but I was dead serious. No, Ms. Weitzel. You are indeed chosen. You have all the qualities the Werewolf Committee needs, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. I looked down at the hand he placed on my shoulder and then back up at his face. I shrugged his hand off while sidestepping away from him. But you say I'm so clumsy. Sure, I get good grades, but the Werewolf Committee? That's huge, I said, putting my hands up in the air to prove my point. You'll do great. With that, my principal gave me one last smile before turning his back on me. I watched him walk away as I stood there with my hands limply down my sides. What happened? There were lots of hand gestures, Lillian said, grinning as she now stood in front of me. Well, I began. He didn't say Harry Potter. That's for sure, I said grimly. Being chosen for a scholarship to the Werewolf Committee was indeed great. I should be jumping for joy and celebrating. However, I didn't want to leave my current life behind. Would I see Lillian again? Would I study there and then, when the years are up, leave? Or would I live amongst the High Wolf Society? Lillian and I walked arm in arm down the empty halls to the dorm we shared. Once we entered, I took out my suitcase from underneath my single bed. Do you think it's true? Lillian asked as she watched me pack on my bed, lying on her stomach with her elbows propped up while her head rested in her palms. Do I think what's true? I asked, raising an eyebrow as I glanced up at her while folding my favorite sweater. You know, she paused, rolling her eyes, that you get to shift whenever you want, she asked curiously, looking at me for an answer. Maybe, I responded, shrugging my shoulders. If so they must have a lot. I paused, grabbing my shoes, a lot of land. Shifting here was strictly granted. It wasn't something we'd do on a daily basis. The land wasn't much, and after an incident a few decades ago, it wasn't allowed as much. Someone lost themselves to their wolf and was beyond dangerous. They had to be put down. It was like an old folk tale parents would tell to discipline or scare their children. All right, I'm done, I said, looking around to see if I missed anything. I'm going to tell Principal Rufford I'm ready. I tried not to give away anything. I was feeling pretty down and didn't want to leave Lillian behind. But sure enough, she noticed something was wrong. Eliana, you don't look happy. What's wrong? Did Hockley steal your cookie again? She asked with a disapproving tone as she shook her head. Arg, don't remind me. That kid is a little devil. That cookie cost me $1, I replied sadly. I waited in line to get that cookie. Put Hockley aside. Now, what's really wrong? She asked as she stood up in front of me. When will I see you again? The bus trip's 3 hours away and dash, I choked out and stopped talking before a sob could make its way through. Eliana, I will see you again, I promise. They'll let you visit, she said reassuringly as she leaned in and gave me a tight hug. All right, if you say so. I'll see you soon, I said, concealing my tears with a smile, walking to the door. Goodbye. Bye. I wheeled my suitcase behind me as I made my way to the principal's office. I looked up at the tall wooden doors that greeted me when I arrived. I lifted my hands up to knock, but froze when I heard a voice from inside. Yes, Adrian, she'll be there by tomorrow, said the muffled voice. Indeed. She'll be the perfect distraction. Confused and not wanting to eavesdrop, I knocked on the wooden door that echoed loudly. I've got to go, and with that, the double doors swung open and Principal Rufford looked at me with a big smile. Ms. Weitzel, what a lovely surprise. I'm guessing you're ready to leave, he asked, looking at my packed suitcase that stood beside me. Yes, I am, I replied, giving him a small smile in return. Well, let's get you on the train then, he said, ushering me out. I quietly trailed behind him as he led me out. We exited the building and walked out into the cool night air. There was a train stop right in front of the front gates, and just on time, the train pulled up. Here's your student pass, and here's some money. Get off the last stop and tell them your name and that I sent you, Principal Rufford informed me as he helped me load my suitcase onto the train. I pushed my dark brown hair away from my eyes that the wind blew out of my face and looked at him. I saw my reflection in his glassy eyes, and my green eyes were wide and confused. I'm going there by myself? I asked, glancing at the crowded train. Well, Eliana, if we can't afford land, what makes you think we can afford private transport? He said, a little upset, while he hopped off the train after helping me. Where do I sit? I whispered, looking at all the full seats. You can sit, he said, searching for an empty seat. Right there, he said, finding a seat as he pointed towards the back. I looked at where he was pointing and felt the color drain from my face. The man sitting there was huge. I didn't want to be rude, however, he was enormous and didn't look very kind. He had numerous piercings and tattoos that made me slightly uneasy. No way. Are you kidding me? He'll crush me. I yelled, not caring that everyone was looking at me and getting annoyed. Goodbye, Ms. Weitzel. The door shut and the train began to move. I slightly stumbled and, before I fell face first, grabbed onto the nearest person. Standing upright once again, I quickly retrieved my hand from the woman. Taking a deep breath, I walked over to the vacant seat and stiffly sat down. Don't worry, little girl. The man next to me spoke in a low voice, and I froze. I don't bite. Hard. I knew he was trying to scare me, and knowing that, I calmed myself down. Oh yeah, I say, not looking at him. I suggest you try a diet. After seeing his mouth drop open from the corner of my eye, I got comfortable and prepared myself for the long journey, hoping I would make it alive. Chapter 1. Excuse me, miss? A voice said something, and something shook my shoulder, which made me jolt awake and look around for any danger. Where's the fire? I yelled, while the man who had woken me up chuckled at me. There's no fire, the old man said, who looked at me with a kind smile. Then why, I say, looking at my watch, am I being woken up at 7 in the morning? I ask, frowning as I look around the train to see it almost empty. This is the last stop. You need to hop off, he said, pointing to the display lights in the bus that clearly read last stop. Thanks. I grabbed my suitcase and went over to the already open doors and stepped out. However, what I didn't expect was for my feet to sink into the snow. What in the world? I grumbled as I tried to walk forward, but my legs wouldn't allow it. Groaning, I slumped down and sat on my suitcase as I tried to think of something to do. Looking around, I caught a street sign that read North, the element of water, Wolf Committee. And indeed, were they right? The whole place was covered in wet snow. Sighing, I lifted my hand to touch the pure white snow. However, the snow from beneath my hand lifted up with it. Snatching my hand back, I looked around to see if anyone saw, while I had a look of shock on my face. What was that? I whispered as I slowly lifted my hand up. 100 thoughts raced through my mind, but nothing happened this time. I could have sworn it was me, but then again, it could have been the wind. Or something else, right? Forgetting my crazy thoughts, I caught a figure from the corner of my eye and saw a boy with a sleigh. Hey! I yelled at him. The boy looked left and right for the source of my voice, and once he spotted me, he took cautious steps towards me. After what felt like forever, he stood in front of me. His light blonde hair was tucked in a brown beanie, while a few of the strands stuck out. He wore a large hunting jacket with long matching boots. Can I help you? He asked in a voice still cautious, as he looked at me and back at my suitcase. I need to get to the Werewolf Committee. Do you know where it is? I asked, tucking my hair behind my ear as it flew widely in the wind. The Wolf Committee? He asked, and I nodded. Why do you need to go there? He asked, squinting his eyes as he looked at me suspiciously. I lifted my hands up in mock surrender as I took steps back. Down, boy. I was chosen for a scholarship and got shipped here, I said, looking down at the snow and pointing at it with my hands. I'm heading there now, he said, a little less cautious. Want a ride? He asked, pointing at his sleigh that stood a few feet away. Yes, please, I answered with a grateful smile. Sure. He was a stranger, but I wasn't going to pass up an offer like that. Plus, he was more cautious of me than I was of him. We walked over to the sledge, ever so slowly, and he sat at the front while I sat behind him with a suitcase in hand. We started going downhill at a slow pace since the hill wasn't steeply inclined. Why didn't you trust me? I asked him curiously. Didn't? Who says I do now? He said rudely, and I shut my mouth, looking ahead. Sighing, he says, sorry. It's just that we've had so many other wolves attack that we don't know who to trust. He says quietly, and I nod my head in understanding, even though he couldn't see. Wait, you live there? I ask him, and he nods. Yeah, I go to school there, and my family lives there, he says, and continues controlling the sleigh. I didn't get your name, he says as the sleigh starts to speed up. It's Eliana. Yours. Tom, he says. And just like that, the sleigh goes down at incredible speed. I yelp in surprise and clutch onto Tom's shoulders tightly while he laughs at my reaction. Once it's over, he gets off the sleigh and helps me off. The snow here is only a few centimeters high and I can walk again. I'm never doing that again. Regaining myself after that startling situation, I finally had the decency to look up, and that sight that was upon me left me speechless. I was officially standing in front of the Werewolf Committee, and it wasn't just any ordinary building. No, it was huge, like a massive castle with people buzzing around. It went up very high, maybe 100 meters up into the sky, and it was made out of what looked like some pavement. It had beautiful designs and foreign words written around it. Can you say wow? I say, my mouth gaping open like a fish. Tom looked at me weirdly and back at the building. It's nothing fancy. Kind of boring if you ask me, he says, shrugging his shoulders as he starts walking up the many stairs. It's nothing fancy? Are you crazy? Look at this place. I said, running up the stairs, past him and tilting my head up to see the endless height of the tall double doors. He just watched me with a smile as he shook his head and opened those tall doors. We entered inside, and all I saw was white. Pure shiny white. Exactly in contrast with the snow outside. It was beautiful. I'll take you to one of the alphas, come, he said, gesturing me forward. An alpha? An actual alpha. Oh my, if only Lillian was here. I gushed, but Tom wasn't paying attention to my rant as he led me through many halls. Go on in. I'll take your things, he said, pointing to the door and walking away. I looked at his now empty spot with my mouth open wide. This is the second time today someone just dumped me somewhere with no idea of what to do. Taking a deep breath, I took small steps towards the door and balled my hand into a fist before knocking on the door. Come in. Chapter 2. Come in. I stood up straight as soon as I heard the voice. I started to feel nervous at the fact that I, ordinary girl Eliana, was meeting an alpha. I curled my fingers around the wooden knob and pushed the door open to reveal a man sitting behind a wooden desk with papers scattered on top. Are you one of the alphas? I asked cautiously as I slowly walked into the huge office. I quickly examined the room and was more than impressed. There were bookshelves, tons of them, that lined up every single wall. The ceiling seemed to go on forever and was made of glass, allowing me to see the clouds moving past. No, I am his beta. He's not here right now. Can I help you? The man snapped, his eyes narrowing as his light brown hair covering his forehead fell down in soft curls. I just arrived on a scholarship and I trailed off and scratched the back of my neck, surprised he was being so rude. Weren't they supposed to know why I was here? Who entered their territory and, most importantly, who was I? Scholarship? I thought that wasn't until December. He said, his eyebrows scrunched as he looked at me for an answer, but I just stared at him blankly. I took that moment to examine him. From the stories I've heard, alphas and betas were perceived as mean and scary, but most importantly, as powerful. So far, I've just been getting a mean vibe. Right then. Just take a seat. I'll call the alpha. Don't touch anything, he growled, the last part as he got up to walk out. I wasn't planning on to, I mumbled roughly as I sat on one of the black leather sofas. Excuse me, the beta growled as he turned around to face me. I looked at him confused. Were betas meant to be like this? What was up with his temper? You're excused, I said, giving him a weird look as I played with my fingers. In a flash, he was in front of me, backing me against the nearest wall. I yelped in surprise as his hands braced the wall on either side of my head, trapping me. You may be new here, but around here, we betas and alphas are respected, he spat, his eyes darkening while I held my breath. Yeah, I said, and the beta leaned in a bit to hear what I had to say. Well, where I come from, men treat a lady with respect. I spat back as I kicked him in the shin. He hissed and stumbled back. I was surprised it even hurt him. It wasn't easy to hurt a beta, and I didn't usually use any physical strength on people. I slid to the floor, shaken from the confrontation, and he was in front of me in a second, eyes blazing as fury radiated off him. He roared in frustration as he made a move to grab me. Dunley? A voice questioned, and it froze me. Alpha Tade, the beta said, turning around quickly and bowing his head in respect. What's a girl doing on the floor in my office? The voice, which I now knew was the alpha, asked, and I felt a strange pull towards him. I had an urge to look at him, but the beta, Dunley, blocked my view. She's here on a scholarship. She was being disrespectful, and I was teaching her a lesson, Dunley said darkly as he turned around to glare at me. I slowly got up and looked at him with my eyebrows raised. That's not what the mark on your leg says, I said smugly as Dunley took a threatening step forward, but the man, Alpha Tade, placed a hand on his arm. I looked up and was met with a pair of mesmerizing hazel eyes. The smug smile on my lips vanished, and my eyes were locked with the hazel ones staring back at me. Look, you little brat, Dunley began to snarl, but Alpha Tade pushed him back. Leave Dunley, Alpha Tade commanded, but his eyes never left mine, and a strange energy filled the room. I will, Alpha. Just let me deal with this one and dash. Are you defying me, Beta, Dunley? The Alpha said, his eyes finally leaving mine as he snapped his head towards Dunley. What? No, it's just that dash. He stumbled on his words as the Alpha narrowed his eyes at Dunley, making him take steps back, his head down in submission. Leave now. With that, Dunley bowed one last time before leaving the room in a rush as the door slammed behind him. I let out a shaky breath and was greeted by a sense of calm as Alpha Tade appeared in front of me and looked at me in awe. Mate. I looked at him as well, and my breath caught. His presence was overwhelming, and I couldn't find it in me to talk. Just stare. What's your name? He asked, his voice softer now. Eliana Weitzel, I said, staring at him in shock. This Alpha was my mate? Mine? His expression shifted as I spoke, and he took a half step closer, a look of profound recognition on his face. The intensity suddenly vanished, and my eyes snapped open entirely only to find him on the other side of the room, looking overwhelmed. You're my mate. He mumbled to himself, but you're so young, he said, looking at me. I couldn't. He stated, turning away. What? Why? I'll be 18 in a week. I exclaimed, suddenly sounding desperate. What was this feeling inside of me? This emotion I felt towards him? You're not even an adult, he said, raising his voice as he ran a hand through his hair. I looked at him and tried to estimate his age. I was thinking 22 at most. That wasn't much of a difference, right? You should leave, Alpha Tade suddenly said, turning around, his expression hard. I just nodded slightly and looked down, feeling tears pool in my eyes. I was confused. No one ever had that effect on me. Look, I just need some time to think things through. Okay, he asked, appearing in front of me and lifting my chin so my eyes met his. I gave him a soft smile and nodded. He held my gaze for a moment longer, a storm of emotions in his eyes, before he stepped away. I quickly shuffled past him and led myself out, taking a deep breath, my heart beating fast. Eliana, there you are. I'll show you your room. I looked up to see a smiling Tom who held my suitcase and led me to my new room. A million thoughts raced through my mind, and I felt a headache, knowing I had to rest. Not even bothering to admire my plush room, I ran to the bed and sank into the soft sheets. Even though it was technically morning, I was exhausted. Closing my eyes, I saw hazel ones staring back at me. Either way, sleep found me immediately. Chapter 3. Waking up to the light in my eyes, I groggily sat up and groaned. I looked over to the curtains that were drawn open, and my face scrunched in confusion. I didn't remember opening them. Placing my feet onto the wooden floor, I hoisted myself up and stretched my limbs as I stared out the window where little flecks of snow gently fell from the sky. Smiling slightly, I walked to the window where the light came in from to see a yellow sticky note. Picking it up, I squinted to read the small, messy writing. Your lesson for the day begins at 2 in the training field. Slowly turning my head to look at the clock, I saw that it was nearly 3. A few seconds pass. A minute, then 2. Oh no! With that out of my system, I long for my suitcase and throw it open. Knowing that someone came into my room while I was asleep made me feel uncomfortable, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. Digging through my belongings, I pull out leggings and a big jumper that has been washed way too many times. The color blue was dull as ever. Putting on my clothes, I pulled out my runners, which were a little ripped and old, but very comfortable, and slipped them on. Once I freshened up, I headed out of my room while pulling my hair into a ponytail. I didn't have time for breakfast, and that sucked because I was getting hungry. Heading to the training field, I had no problem finding it because it was outside, and that's the only place I knew how to get to. I found it awesome that here at Werewolf Committee, the students only had one lesson for a whole day. And the best part is, only for a couple of hours. Arriving outside, I immediately felt silly. Forgetting that snow replaced grass here, I hadn't bothered to wear boots. Stepping onto the snow, expecting my feet to sink in it, they didn't. I walked on the snow with ease as I made my way over to the group of people tackling each other with a partner. The scene of snow made my senses come to ease, and the watery scenery seemed to bring me comfort. A flash of the memory of yesterday, when the snow moved with my hand, came to my mind, and I shook my head. Hey, I'm here for the lesson? I would rather ask the man who stood with his arms crossed, staring ahead at the students' training. You're late, he stated in his rough tone, not making eye contact with me. Sorry, I'm new and got lost. The building is huge. I lied smoothly as I shook my head, exaggerating the huge. The man, who I might add is bald, turned to look at me. Looking me up and down, he smirked before looking back forward. You look like a strong wind could knock you over, he said smugly as he didn't spare me another glance. I just raised my eyebrows in amusement. Really? You look like the type who spends a little too much time at the gym, I said, crossing my arms as well as I looked up at him with a smile. He finally acknowledged me fully as he turned to face me completely, anger evident in his eyes. What was up with people and their temper? Listen here and listen real good. You don't have the kind of authority, he said, looking around, or any to speak to me like that girl, he said, growling as a few students glanced at us in curiosity. It's Eliana, big man. And I'm told that a lot. What is it with you guys and authority? I asked myself. After saying that, an image of Alpha Tade popped up in my mind, and I sighed, recalling my mate's handsome features. I was hoping to avoid the memory of him for a little longer. My wolf, who hasn't been let out for a while now, was longing for its other half, along with me, who wanted to be next to him. But that wasn't possible. He hasn't decided whether he even wants to be with me. Truth be told, I wasn't quite sure either. He was an alpha. And I was, well, me. Do you understand? Someone growled, and I looked up to see the trainer scowling at me. What? I asked, completely lost. Before he could explode because of my ignorance, someone else joined the conversation. Last time I checked, you didn't have any kind of authority either, the boy said to the trainer. I realized it was Tom. I hadn't seen him since the time when he left me in front of the Alpha's office. My mate's office. The beast inside of me reminded. Tommen. It isn't likely for you to show up to lessons. How's your brother doing? The man said with a fake smile, grinding his teeth together. The beta's fine. You want to train? Tom said, asking me the last part. I looked at him and just nodded my head. He led me behind all the other partners, and we positioned ourselves in defense mode. Beta Dunley's your brother? I asked curiously as we began to spar. You've met him? He asked with an eyebrow raised as he went to lunge at me, but I sidestepped away from him. Yeah, he's not exactly the biggest ray of sunshine, I mumbled as I tripped an advancing Tom, who fell onto the snow. That's right. Please work with me, Snow. I thought with a grin as he stood up in an instant. "That's my brother for you," he said with a small smile as he waited for me to attack. Tom and I trained for a few moments longer. We tackled and attacked. I've done this many times before, never in a real fight, but it felt like second nature. "You're good," Tom huffed as he and I both dusted the snow off us. "Thanks," I exclaimed, flashing him a smile. Walking back towards the building, I saw all the students and older people swarming around it. "The place seems more alive," I said, referring to the last time we were both here, and it was empty. "You should see it at night," he said, smiling with a glint in his eye. When we entered the building, I said goodbye to Tom and started walking towards my room in the far west wing of the house. The place wasn't as I imagined. It was normal, besides the temper of people. The alphas and betas had a powerful aura, but I didn't feel intimidated. "I've only met one of each, though." "You all right?" a voice said. Looking up, I was met with gray eyes. A man in his late 40s stood in front of me. "I'm great, yourself?" I asked, smiling at him when I noticed I was blocking the doorway. Surprise, surprise. I found myself standing in front of Alpha Tade's office. "I'll be just fine if I could get through the door," the man chuckled. I looked at him and back at the door. "Oh, right." He looked familiar, and he had a powerful aura. Was he an alpha too? "You know, most people would be shaking in their boots if they were blocking my way," he asked curiously, his slightly white hair tilting to the side along with his head. "Good thing I'm not wearing boots then," I said, smiling as the man smiled as he chuckled. "Father," the unmistakable voice of my mate said. I closed my eyes and silently sighed. "Wait, father?" My eyes snapped open as I looked at the two. They shared the same facial features except for their eyes and hair. Once my eyes fell on Alpha Tade's, they didn't leave him. I silently admired his dark, messy hair and hazel, glowing eyes. He was powerfully built, and I felt a strong, protective pull towards him. "Son, I was just coming to look for you," the man said warmly as he smiled at his son. My mate looked at his father and then looked at me. I couldn't read his expression, but his stare had me nervous, so I gave him a small smile. "Let's go in, shall we?" the man said as he opened the door. "I'm just going to go to my room now," I said quietly, ready to slip away. "No," Alpha Tade said a little too quickly. His voice gave me a comforting sense of familiarity, and butterflies fluttered in my stomach. "Please do come in, Eliana. We'll talk about your visit right after my father leaves," he said in his low, inviting voice. We all entered and took a seat. My mate sat behind his oak desk while his father and I sat across from him. The two talked about rogues and other things as I sat there, not listening, but simply watching my mate. His image and features were being etched into my memory as I oversaw him. "Thanks for filling me in, son. I've got to go, but don't forget Eddard will be here tomorrow morning," my mate's father said, standing up, which made me snap back to reality. "Yes, father." "How could I forget?" my mate replied, smiling as he shook his father's hand. "It was lovely meeting you, Eliana," his father said, turning to me, smiling warmly. "You too, mister." I trailed off. "Call me Rogan." I smiled and nodded at him while he gave one last nod to his son before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. My mate and I sat in silence for a few moments. "What brings you here?" he asked, finally breaking the silence. "I wanted to see you," I replied, looking down as my cheeks felt warm. When he didn't reply instantly, I looked up to see him looking at me, and my cheeks grew even warmer. Why does he have this effect on me? "Truth be told, I've been restless since our last encounter," he said, giving me a grin as he scratched the back of his neck. "How old are you anyway?" I asked the question that's been bothering me for a while now. 22 in a few months, he stated, overseeing me. 3 years? "That's not much. I don't see the problem," I asked, frowning. "It's just, you're not an adult yet. Though you say your birthday is in a week. I'll be ready to announce you as my mate when you're legally an adult," he said, crossing his fingers together, placing them on the table. "So you accept me?" I asked with a broad smile, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. "Rejection was never a choice," he answered, returning my smile. I got up from my seat and walked around his desk, stopping beside him. He stood up to face me, and I smiled up at him. Alpha Tade dash, I began to speak, but he gently shook his head. What's wrong? I asked, frowning. Tade. Call me Tade, he stated firmly, his expression softening. I just smiled and nodded. He was my mate, and I was his. There was no need for formalities. And I liked that. Chapter 4. The next day, I surprisingly woke up early. After spending most of my night with Tade, I just lay in bed staring at the ceiling with a huge goofy smile on my face. Every now and then, I'd squeal and replay the moment with him in my head. It was early in the morning, and the sun hadn't come out yet. Most people would be sleeping, and I would have been one of them if my body hadn't been wide awake and if my wolf hadn't been stirring. Sighing, I sluggishly moved to my closet. However, my body was wide awake, so the rest of the way I skipped over. Humming to myself, I got dressed in my sweatpants and a fitting tee on top. Putting on my runners, I all but ran out of the room. I headed outside and was greeted by snow that coated the grounds. Smiling, I walked out of the building and far into the snow. Behind a stone, I placed my clothes and got ready to shift. I hadn't shifted in months, and I was getting nervous. Come on, let the beast out. Shaking my shoulders, I leapt forward and transformed into my stale blue-looking wolf, and in seconds, I landed on the ground with paws. A light ache lingered in my shoulders, but I ignored it as I ran through the snow. There was snow everywhere. The land was huge, and that meant I could run up to such distances without being told off. The wind hit me, and my fur went wild in the breeze as I closed my eyes, relishing the feeling. My fur was gray, but had a bluish tint to it, not really giving it a labeled name. After running for what felt like hours, but only minutes, I went back to the large stone where I had left my clothes and shifted back quickly, getting dressed. Walking back to the building, it was still pretty early, and no one was around before I stepped out into the opening. I watched from afar as a young woman appeared holding a little boy's wrist, pulling him behind her. My curiosity got the best of me, and I jogged over to them while they were walking up the flight of stairs. Excuse me, do you need help with anything? I asked, and the woman turned around with a scowl on her face, but gave me a bright smile when she saw me. Oh, hey. I'm just here to drop off Edward. I'm his nanny, I guess. I take him to my place and personally teach him, she said, gazing down at him, placing a hand on his shoulder. I looked down at the little boy and immediately remembered that Tade and Rogan had been talking about Edward's arrival. The little boy looked around 6, but his height made him look 8. I wasn't too sure. He had light hazel eyes and dark hair, just like Tade. I could take him to an alpha for you, I suggested in a light tone as the boy suddenly snapped his head at me and nodded his head viciously. I watched her expression darken, but her smile never faltered. I noticed her nails press into Edward's skin as he winced and slightly flinched away. I frowned and looked at him in worry. It was very obvious she was hurting him, and I didn't understand why. There's no need. If you could just show me the way, she trailed off, looking at the building, her tight grip on Edward never loosening. I'm sorry, but not just anyone could enter the building. I'll take Edward here and you can leave, I said in a firm voice. I don't know what came over me. A sense of authority filled my voice, and it surprised me, but I didn't let that show. I had the sense that this woman wasn't a good person. Her eyes and posture gave her away. Edward was suffering under her grip, and I wanted to get the poor boy away from her, even though I had no say in this place. But you're the alpha's mate. My wolf whispered in my mind, making a shiver go down my spine at the mention of my mate. Look here, girl. I suggest you move or I'll do it for you, she suddenly growled. She was waiting for a reaction. That's what they all want. And like always, I don't give it to them. Oh, really? I wonder what the alphas would think if they found out that you were being disrespectful to their guests, I said, smirking as I crossed my arms around my chest. I don't take orders from you, girl. Move before I hurt you, she threatened, and her nails dug into Edward's shoulder tightly, and he yelped in pain and tried to push her away. Seeing that sight made me mad. I felt my eyes shift, and anger consumed me. It was very rare for me to get angry, but I had no control over my body whatsoever. In a flash, I shoved her away from Edward and grabbed her wrist, twisting it until she cried out and let him go. You dare lay a hand on this child ever again, and I'll make sure you can't, I growled in a low tone. The woman just hissed through her teeth and glared at me as she tried to fight me off. She managed to lash out with her free hand and scratch my face. I growled in anger, and fury consumed me. Suddenly, the ground began to shake ever so slightly. It wasn't that noticeable, but the three of us noticed, and both the woman and poor shocked Eddard stared at me while I looked at the ground, confused. "Let go of me, you freak." The woman now screamed. I pushed her away from me, and the snow from beneath her suddenly sank deep, causing her to land roughly, and she screamed from the hard impact. I stared in shock and looked at Eddard, whose mouth was wide open. "What is going on?" A voice boomed, and every one of us froze. Tade appeared looking as determined as ever, making his way towards us, his eyes serious as he approached us, Rogan, Dunley, and Tom trailing behind him. I turned around to explain the impossible. However, the woman just lay on the normal flat surface of snow, unconscious. "Dad!" Eddard yelled, speaking for the first time as he ran into the arms of Rogan, who caught him and lifted him up. "What happened here?" Tade whispered, his voice suddenly next to my ear, and I felt a warmth spread through me. I trailed, still shocked, as I looked around, confused. The snow, the ground, did I do that? I looked up to see Tade already looking at me worried, as he held my arm to hold me upright as I swayed slightly. Tade examined my face, and a low growl rumbled in his throat, making me jump. "Who did this?" he said in a low, dangerous voice, and I stared at him wide-eyed. Sniffing the air, his head snapped to his brother, Eddard, and another growl escaped him. "Your shoulder," he growled, looking at the marks carved into his skin as little droplets of blood appeared. "Tade, it was so cool," Eddard suddenly said with a huge smile lighting his face. He ran to Tade, who picked him up and rested Eddard on his hip. "Rosie was hurting me and made me bleed," he said excitedly, then pointed at me, and then she got really mad. "She grabbed Rosie's here," he said, grabbing his own wrist to show us all. "And then she twisted it. Rosie scratched her face, and then he stated glancing at me, saved me. She made Rosie look so weak. It was so cool," he said, out of breath, and took a massive gulp of air. "It was crazy. She made the ground dash." He suddenly paused, and his eyebrows scrunched in confusion as he looked at me for a while, before giving me a small smile while I stared back with pleading eyes not to tell the crazy things we witnessed. "It was so cool," he stated instead, and I sent a mental thanks, buddy. Tade, Rogan, Dunley, and Tom all listened and looked at each other silently as if they were talking. "Mind link," my wolf kindly reminded me, and I did a mental, "Oh. Are you all right?" Tade asked softly, placing Eddard down, who bounced in his spot. "I'm great. But you had to be there." "It was so cool," Eddard said, smiling softly as he repeated cool for the 100th time. "It was adorable. Everyone go inside. We will talk about this later. Dunley, Tommen, could you take Rosie to the cells? She will be held there for harming the Alpha's brother and the Luna," he said expressionlessly. Everyone gasped at his words, and I stared at him with wide eyes. "What?" "She's your mate," Dunley asked, and a look of guilt flashed past his eyes as he bowed his head and looked away. Tom looked at me with a smirk and approving nod, and I gave him a small smile. "Eliana Weitzel, my son's savior and my other son's mate. I think that can work," he said, grinning while I let out a laugh at that. Tade dismissed them, and once everyone left, it was the two of us standing there together as silence took over. "Thank you," he suddenly said. "We all suspected something was off about Rosie. But physically hurting others? That's not acceptable." I looked away, feeling conflicted. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause trouble, but when she was hurting Eddard and when she scratched me, I lost it," I said, throwing my hands in the air to prove my point. He appeared in front of me. So close our noses were that they were almost touching. "Does it hurt?" he said, his voice filled with worry as concern overtook his features. I shook my head no and shyly smiled at him. "She will answer for this," he suddenly grumbled, and my head snapped to him. "Answer for it?" I asked quietly. I didn't want to be responsible for someone getting seriously hurt. Tade placed his hands on both sides of my face and made me look at him. I felt a gentle warmth, and his hazel eyes stared into mine, making me forget our surroundings. "You did nothing wrong," he stated firmly. "I'm proud to call you my mate." And with that, he leaned in, and his lips gently met mine. My arms automatically went around his neck, and I leaned into him. A warmth spread through my body, and I closed my eyes as his arms wrapped around my waist. And that, without a doubt, was the best moment of my life. Chapter 5. Pulling away from the kiss, my fingers immediately reached up to my lips. I gasped and traced my bottom lip, looking at him in awe. He was breathless for a moment, his hazel orbs staring into mine. I smiled at him, shyly playing with my fingers while he returned my smile. I trailed off, not knowing what to say. "That was wonderful," he said quietly, and I felt my cheeks flush. Yeah, thanks. You too." "I mean, it was very nice," I said, mumbling like an idiot, and I quietly looked away from Tade, trying to hide my flaming cheeks. "You silly fool." I felt the gentle caress of his fingers touch my chin and make me look up to face him. "I appreciate the compliment," he said with a slight smirk. He slowly started leaning in for another kiss, and I did, too, start leaning into him. Growling, I jumped away in embarrassment, cheeks flushed as I looked down at my stomach. A deep laugh came from Tade, and even though the sound gave me butterflies, the embarrassment I was in didn't disappear in the slightest bit. "How could I have forgotten to feed my mate?" he said, his eyes amused, but seeming a little annoyed that he hadn't thought of it. "You know what? I'll get myself food. I'll see you later," I shouted, running for the door, wanting to get away from him in the meantime, to save myself from any further embarrassment. All I got to see was his amused, attractive face before the door swung shut. Cheeks flushed, I hurried away from the room and scowled at myself for being silly. I searched the building and looked for the kitchen. I walked on the shiny white tiles and finally entered a kitchen that looked pure and snow-white. Snatching the first thing I see, which happens to be a cheese sandwich, I bite into it and sigh in delight. "You're eating my sandwich," a small voice said from the entrance of the door. I turn around and see Eddard. Seeing him reminds me of my strange abilities, and I shake my head to clear my mind. "Sorry, kid." "Finders keepers," I said through a mouthful. I felt bad, but was way too hungry to care. I finished eating, and Eddard was sitting on the white stool next to me, watching me with a smile. I looked at him and back at the empty plate. I was such a rude person. "Oh, Eddard, was that your sandwich?" I was so hungry I scratched the back of my neck, my playful demeanor vanishing as I truly felt bad. "It's all right. I don't like cheese anyway," he said, making a funny face and sticking out his tongue. I laughed and ruffled his dark hair, which made him smile. "So you're the Luna," he suddenly said in awe as he studied me. I shrugged my shoulders, unsure, and got a little nervous. "Yeah, nervous that an 8-year-old would disapprove of you. A magic Luna." He gushed loudly this time, and my eyes went wide as I looked around to see if anyone heard. I brought my finger to my mouth, motioning for him to keep quiet. "That's so cool," he whisper-yelled, and I had to grin at that. "You find a lot of things cool, don't you, Eddard?" I said, smirking. Suddenly, a fun idea occurred to me. And knowing the history of following my fun ideas, I jumped up from my seat. "I know what we can do to make up for eating the sandwich." I beamed, making Eddard stand up. "My sandwich," he mumbled, giving me a disapproving look. "You know, you're quite a clever kid for an 8-year-old, I said, admiring him as we walked out of the kitchen. "Thanks," he said, puffing out his small chest. "I get that a lot." Making our way outside, I walked a few meters ahead of the building and into the snow, Eddard silently trailing behind. "What are we doing out here?" he asked, kicking the snow at his feet. "We're going to experiment," I said in a low, mysterious voice. Eddard straightened up at that, his eyes glowing as he ran over next to me. "You mean," he paused, looking around before dropping his tone into a whisper, "your magical powers?" he said, clapping his hands. I nodded, smiling. "Exactly." Both Eddard and I stood in front of a heap of snow, not sure what to do. Finally moving, I lifted my hand in an upward motion to make the snow move. However, the snow just lay there. Stubborn snow, I mumbled angrily. It was making me look bad in front of the kid. This time, I closed my eyes for a second before opening them and taking a deep breath. Slowly, I motioned my hands upwards, and the pile of snow slowly rose with the motion of my palm. I squealed in delight, and the snow jerked at the sudden lack of concentration, and it hit the floor. I spun around to see Eddard looking at the snow in awe. Did you see that? I gushed my eyes, not believing it. That is so cool, he said, clapping his hands. I was about to motion the snow again, but straining my hearing, I heard someone approaching and stopped. Eddard. Son, there you are, Rogan said, appearing in sight, his boots stomping on the snow. Dad, Eddard said in excitement as he launched himself into his father's arms, just as he had the last time. Rogan picked him up with ease and then looked at me, giving me a warm smile. Luna, he said, and I rolled my eyes. Please call me Eliana, Rogan, I said. Technically, I wasn't Luna yet, and the formalities were a little too extreme. Eliana, sure. I've got to take Eddard here inside to explain the past events. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, I said with a smile. They both walked away and entered the building while I stood there staring at the snow. White, fluffy snow. Picking up some snow in my hand, I used my palms to make a ball before throwing it at a tree, and I watched as it popped into little flakes. I giggled when it left a dent in the tree. Suddenly, warm arms wrapped around my waist, and I was pulled against a solid chest. Are you having fun? Tade's voice was warm next to my ear. Yeah, I said breathlessly, spinning around in his arms. You know, you have your daily lesson in a few minutes, he said, his arms tightening around my waist, pulling me closer. I know. I've got science, I said, smiling, and then realized what he said. Wait, a few minutes? I asked, my eyebrows scrunched as I took hold of Tade's wrist and looked at his watch, and sure enough, it was nearly noon. Oh, I have to go, I said, pulling away, but Tade grabbed my arm and pulled me back gently. Don't go, he whispered, his chin resting on my shoulder as my back was flush against his. I have to, I said in the same tone he used. He softly growled and, with one last comforting hug, he let me go. Go now. Before I convince you to skip your lesson, he said with a smile. I looked at him and tilted my head, confused for a second, then smiled. Right. Well, I should get going, I said, giving him a slight wave as he grunted and gave me a nod. I began my search for the science room. I was glad Tade told his father and the others not to let it slip that I'm his mate. He wanted to conduct the formal ceremony and introduce himself to me. Finding a room in the school part of the building, which clearly had science lab in big bold letters, I entered and slowly took in my surroundings. People were at desks with Bunsen burners, conical flasks, and tubes that held strange, colored liquid. Some people poured it into one tube, and it bubbled up, creating a mini reaction that made them giggle. I looked around and spotted a man with big glasses, whom I assumed was the teacher. Walking over to him, I lightly tapped his shoulder, and he turned around, looking at me confused. You're not in my class? He asked, standing up to his full height. He was tall and lanky. I am now. My name's Eliana Weitzel. I'm new, I said with a toothy smile. Weitzel? He questioned, and his eyes grew wide, and a strange-looking smile spread across his face. You're finally here. Come. I'll show you what we're doing, he said, grabbing onto my arm and walking me forward. I looked at him, confused, but nodded my head. You see these tubes? We're mixing chemicals together to create a reaction. After he informed me of what to do, I nodded my head and waited for him to leave. If there were two things I'm good at school, it was maths and science. I knew precisely what formulas to mix to create exactly what I wanted. I mixed the colorful tubes after putting on safety glasses. I was having a blast until someone bumped into me hard from behind. Tripping forward, I accidentally knocked over the various tubes that fell around the Bunsen burner. Everything happened so quickly. One moment, everything was fine, and the next, people were running around screaming. On my chosen desk, a huge flame erupted, and the whole desk was burning. I took a step back and watched in shock as it spread so quietly. Impossible. Those chemicals could never create such a fire hazard. I knew that for a fact. I looked around, and everyone was yelling and shouting, while the teacher remained calm, simply telling them to get out. They all exited the door that was left open. I ran for the door as the flames overtook nearly half the classroom and thick black smoke spread across the room. I coughed violently and made my way out, but stopped. I had to put out the fire. It was my mistake. I walked back into the classroom, carefully avoiding the flickers of the flames. I spotted a bucket with soil in it, and using my strength, emptied it to the floor and ran over to the taps, filling it up with water. Throwing the water onto the fire, nothing happened. The fire grew larger, and the roof began to crumble. Fire is no match for you. My wolf whispered in my mind. Just think. Just think. I repeated, and a crazy idea hit me. I had nothing to lose, so I went through with my idea as I always do. Turning the tap on full blast, I raised my palms and faced it to the water. Concentrating intensely, I slowly moved my hand and quickly lashed out at the fire. The water hit the fire, and it sizzled, dimming down a little. Satisfied, but not entirely done yet, I faced the tap again and focused my mind. I imagined the water coming in a significant amount and washing away the flames. I coughed again as the smoke entered my lungs and knew I had to do this quickly. This time, bringing up both my palms, I motioned the water up. The pipe in the sink popped, and suddenly a massive amount of water floated in the air at the mercy of my control. Motioning towards the fire, I hit it, and I covered my eyes as it sizzled, and the fire roared in defeat before all that was left was a half-crumpled roof and burned, black furniture as smoke coated the air. Wheezing for breath, I ran out of the room and fell to the ground. Taking a deep breath, I stood up and frantically searched for Tade's office, but stopped when I heard a voice. Yes, the fire's still going, the muffled voice said on the other side of the door. Soon, a quarter of the building should be burnt, and we can continue. That's right, Adrian. Phase 1 complete. I gasped in shock and jumped away from the door. Was that fire made deliberately? I heard the footsteps coming closer to the door, and I ran to hide behind the nearest corner. I had to suppress a gasp as the science teacher walked out, his phone clutched in his hand, his face smug. He walked down the hall and stopped when he saw the science lab wasn't on fire, but black smoke was coming from the door. I watched as his fists clenched in anger, his hands tightening around the phone. Impossible, he whispered, and slowly but surely walked back to his office and slammed his door shut. I watched with wide eyes, and then quickly got out of there, coughing and making my way to Tade's office. But the question that didn't leave my mind was, who was Adrian? Chapter 6. Running through the empty halls, I breathed heavily as I desperately made my way to Tade's office. Once his wooden oak doors came into view, I sighed in relief and ran a little faster, not bothering to knock as I barged in. Tade dash, I froze and blushed as a man sat across from Tade. Both of them wore serious faces. The two men stopped what they were talking about, and both their heads snapped in my direction. Eliana? Tade asked, standing up from his seat as he looked at me in concern. Who's this Tade? The man across from him asked, giving me a warm smile. I gave him a shy smile and looked down, my hair covering my face as it played as my protective layer. This is my mate, Eliana, he said, looking at me with concern. Luna. It's great to meet you, the man said, looking ecstatic, and I nodded my head in acknowledgement, blushing in the process. Tade, I said, clearing my throat. I really need to speak to you, I said, giving him a look, praying he'd understand it was urgent. Right. Well, Simon, if there's anything else you find out about this, I want you to come and find me right away, Tade said, not taking his eyes off me as the man, Simon, made his way out. What is it? Tade asked, appearing in front of me. He brought a hand up to my cheek, his thumb gently brushing away my frown. The science building, it was on fire. I said the first thing that came to my mind. I heard. Tommen mind-linked me when he heard it from a student. The fire was put out and now everything's under control. What's the problem? he asked, stepping closer to me, and he grabbed a piece of my hair, tucking it behind my ear. Yeah, 'cause I put it out. And dash. You what? Tade asked, his hands on my arms, his face serious. You were in there? He said in a low growl, his eyes turning a shade darker. Gulping, I brought my hand to his cheek, trying to calm him down. I'm fine. But you have to listen, Dash, I said, groaning as he wasn't listening. Did you get hurt? Why wasn't there anyone else to put it out? He said his chest was rumbling and my patience was running low. Grabbing his arm, I pulled him along with me, around the desk, and I pushed him into the leather seat, glaring at him even though his intense gaze was captivating. Tade sat down silently, looking at me with an eyebrow raised. I crossed my arms and stood in front of them, trying to keep up my hard expression. You better be listening, I warned, pointing a finger at him, and he smirked, also crossing his arms, leaning back in his seat. The fire, it wasn't an accident. It was all planned. I mean, from what I heard, someone's trying to destroy the place, or I don't know. Something's very wrong, I said, starting to pace back and forth. Tade stood up almost immediately, looking very angry. Who? Who did you hear it from? Tell me. He said, his jaw clenched and his eyes darkened. The science teacher, he was on the phone with someone named Adrian, I said, watching him as he ran his fingers through his hair. Wait a minute. I thought carefully. Adrian? Ruford was talking to an Adrian? Shaking my head, I dismissed that thought. He couldn't possibly be involved in this. Simon, one of my best warriors, came to inform me about rogues circling the borders, he said deep in thought. There could be a high chance someone's planning on an attack, he said in frustration and stayed silent for a moment. The doors behind me swung open, and I turned around to see Dunley, Tom, and Rogan coming in. What is it, son? Rogan asked, throwing me a smile which I gladly returned. We have some discussing to do, Tade said firmly, sparing me one last glance as he sat in his seat. Dunley, along with Rogan, sat in front of him. Tom stood silently next to me beside the door. Do you think someone's planning an attack? I asked in a whisper, my eyes not leaving Tade. Honestly? Yeah, Tom said, frowning. All these mini incidents? They're bound to add up to something, he stated as he leaned on the door frame, arms crossed. What would you like us to do, Alpha? Dunley, Tom's brother, asked Tade. There's not much we can do. Get more guards on duty. I want a guard on every second meter around the whole perimeter, Tade said, and the whole lot of us looked at him in shock. Every second meter? Dunley choked out. Yes, Beta. Every second meter. I'd like them out there as soon as possible, Tade stated and leaned back in his chair, sighing. His hazel eyes fell on mine, and he gave me a weak smile, which I returned. If you want guards that close together, to circle the whole border you're going to need a couple of hundreds, I said, leaning onto the door behind me. A couple of hundreds, you say? Dunley asked, glancing at me, and I had the urge to stick my tongue out at him, remembering our last encounter. That can be arranged, Rogan said, and Tade nodded. After they discussed a few other things, we walked out of the office and parted ways. Tade, however, remained behind with his father, and they debated further matters. Exhausted, I went in my room and had a long shower. The urge to jump into my bed and sleep was strong, but my stomach was hungry. And when my stomach told me it was hungry, it never stuttered. Walking to the pearly white kitchen, I had made a discovery. I was on the empty side of the building, meaning if the alphas, betas, and other royals stayed. Someone wants to keep a close eye on me, I thought grimly as I walked into the pearly white kitchen. I saw Eddard sitting on the same stool he sat on with me the last time we were together, and I smiled. However, it slightly dimmed in curiosity as I saw a man sitting beside him. Eliana! Eddard yelped as he caught sight of me from the corner of his eye. He hopped off his stool and ran to me, his skinny arms wrapping around my torso. Hey buddy, I whispered as I knelt to give him a proper hug. You must be the famous Luna, the man said, giving me a sideways glance. Famous, I said, tilting my head as I walked further into the kitchen, grabbing an apple off the fruit bowl. You're talked about quite a lot around the community, he said, amused, drinking his yellow-looking liquid. This is my uncle, Eddard whispered, pointing at the man who seemed to be in his early 30s. Well, it's nice to meet you, I said, awkwardly nodding my head. Cole, he said, simply sipping his drink, which had a strange, sharp smell. Eliana, I said, returning the gesture, but Cole just smirked. Oh, I know, he said, shaking his head, amused. Silence followed that, and all that could be heard was the awkward munching of my apple, which I so desperately tried to tune down. Did you hear? Cole suddenly said. Hear what? I asked, glancing over at him as he held an amused look, finishing his drink. The science teacher. The one you claim had something to in with the fire, he said with a grin. He can't be found anywhere, he said, bringing his cup to his mouth and tilting his head back. Realizing nothing's in there, he turned it upside down, frowning. Eddard snorted and then giggled at his uncle. He can't be found anywhere? I said, shocked. What do you mean? Where is he? I asked, frowning. Had he run away? Perhaps he left. Went on a vacation even. Cole beamed, or he ran away. Looks like it. He just packed up and left. Right after the fire. Ironic, isn't it? He said with a chuckle. Ironic, I mumbled. Ironic indeed, I said, walking out of the kitchen. Where are you going off to? The fun was only beginning, Cole said, leaning back in his stool, giving me a wide smile. Away from you. Perhaps I'll consider befriending you once I've met you when you're more clear-headed, I said, rolling my eyes, not turning back. Clear-headed? You'll be waiting a long time, I heard the distant voice as I made my way to my room. Once I got there, I went to my bed and ducked under the plush covers, sighing. After tossing and turning, sleep finally invaded my senses. Chapter 7. I talked with Tom as we did our stretches while the trainer stood with his sunglasses on, staring at us. He hadn't really taken a liking towards me since our last encounter, where he was put in his place by Tom. Training had become one of my favorite lessons because it meant I had someone to talk to, Tom. Alpha's getting really worked up, Tom said, shaking his head, frowning as he sat on the white snow to stretch his legs. I don't blame him, I said sadly, also joining Tom on the floor as I sighed, closing my eyes, tilting my head back. This mysterious Adrian needs to stop hiding behind others and show his face, I huffed, opening my eyes once more while crossing my arms. Tom glanced over at me and smiled. Don't you worry, Eliana. He'll have to show his face around soon, he said reassuringly. Everyone's been unhappy since the fire, and the warriors have been spread out all along the borderline. Everyone's pretty convinced someone's bound to attack soon. Yeah, and when he does show his face, and when I'm done with him, I said, smirking as I cracked my knuckles, you wouldn't recognize it as a face anymore. Tom chuckled at my statement and shook his head, once again staring at the snow. I never would have thought the High Wolves better yet. The Werewolf Committee would be ready for an attack. Who in their right mind would attack the High Wolves? To me, it sounded like a suicide mission. We sat there for a little while longer in a comfortable silence. The mystery about Adrian and the fire spread like a swarm of bees, and it was what everyone talked about. Some people were worried and concerned for their safety, while others were confident as ever. I mean, come on. Average wolves against the High Wolves? It was crazy. Can you hear that? Tom said, suddenly grinning with an amused look. Hear what? I asked, listening carefully but not hearing anything. Listen closer, he said in a whisper, bringing his finger up to his mouth. Closing my mouth and pressing my lips together, I strained my hearing further, and that's when I heard it. Howls. Howls of battle. I jumped to my feet and started running towards the sound. I heard Tom's footsteps closely behind me, and we both ran. Hearing more footsteps behind me, I slightly turned my head to see the warrior wolves right behind us. They must have heard the howls, too. As we went closer to the noise, the snow from beneath our feet became less and less, and we were finally on grass, and that's when we stopped. What the? Tom mumbled, looking around. I've called the Alpha, one of the warrior wolves said to no one in particular, and when no one replied, I turned my head around to give him a small smile. We all stood there waiting. For anything. Everyone strained their ears, and nothing was heard. Nada. Just as we were about to leave, a brown wolf leapt from the nearest corner and pounced on one of the men. I gasped as other brown wolves suddenly appeared and attacked the men. However, the warrior wolves had no trouble in fending them off and swiftly overpowering them, which made me look away. After a few more takedowns, the wolves stopped to see what the new rustling of trees was. "Stop defeating my men." A man appeared in front of the small crowd, glaring at us, his hands balled into fists. Before I could step up to the plate and give this man a piece of my mind, I was beaten to it by a new presence that sent a wave of relief through me. "Tell them to stop attacking, and I'll have my men retreat," said a new voice, and I turned to see Tade, his sudden appearance making me feel instantly safer as I silently watched him. "Tell them to stop attacking? No can do. I've been sent here to give you guys a little preview of what's to come," the man said with a smile as a few more brown wolves poured from the trees. Tade growled in anger and motioned his warrior wolves forward. They shifted in the air, transforming into their silver wolves, lunging for the brown ones. Tom grabbed hold of my arm and pushed me away from the scene. "What if they need help?" I said, panicking as I tried to push away from Tom, but his grip was like iron. "We'll handle it. Just stay here," he said firmly, pushing me backwards and running off to shift and help the others. I watched from behind a tree, biting my nails. I anxiously kept an eye out for Tade and was relieved to see he was handling the enemy just fine. More of the warriors arrived, and the brown wolves were outnumbered. "Where's your brother?" Tade asked Tom in a growl as he took down a wolf, staying in his human form. As if on cue, the beta arrived looking flushed. "Alpha, there's a few more wolves around the border. Would you like me to take care of it?" Dumbly asked, looking worried as he waited for Tade to reply. "Yes. Go. We'll be fine here." The warrior wolves, along with Tade and Tom, successfully defeated all of the brown wolves and now faced the same man from before, who wore a grin. "I'm impressed," he said, clapping his hands. "If I were you, I'd leave. You are outnumbered." "Leave now," Tade growled, his eyes shifting black while his body shook in anger. "But am I?" the man said in amusement, tilting his head to the side. In less than a second, his humor disappeared, and the man stood there with a hard expression. The warrior wolves started circling him, but the man suddenly raised his hand and, in a quick movement, motioned it towards the ground. In seconds, the ground erupted into flames, and fire engulfed the area. The fire circled him, keeping the wolves away from him. I gasped, my hands clasping over my mouth in shock. The wolves backed off, and Tade looked furious as he clenched his jaw, stepping forward. "What's wrong, Alpha? Cat got your tongue," the man said in a tone of mock as he clicked his tongue on the roof of his mouth. "He's an elemental," Tom said, his eyes wide as the man grinned in return. Growling loudly, Tade advanced and tried to walk through the flames, but hissed and stepped back, rubbing his arm. I gasped once more and ran towards him. I reached him and I snatched his arm. "Tade, are you crazy? You don't just walk through fire." "You aren't invincible," I hissed as I looked at his arm, which was angry and red. "Eliana, what are you doing here?" "It's dangerous," he growled, his arm already healing as he stepped in front of me, hiding me from view. "Cole, take her to the building," Tade ordered, and Cole appeared beside me, pushing me away. "No," I cried, trying to pull away from his arm. "Eliana, it's not safe. I can't have anything happening to you." "Please," he said, his eyes holding concern as the warrior wolves around him tried to extinguish the fire. Before I could complain any further, strong arms pulled me away from the scene and dragged me away. "Wait, Cole, I can help them," I said. My eyes were fixed on the nearby river. "How could you possibly help them? He's an elemental, Eliana. We need to get you to safety," he said in all seriousness, no traces of amusement like I've seen him before. "Was that Adrian?" I asked in a whisper, following him, not finding it in me to tell him I could do what the man could, except with water and snow. "No, one of his many minions. He has an elemental on his side. The next time he strikes with Adrian, that's when we should be worried," Cole said with a clenched jaw. My eyes watered up, wanting safety for my mate. I had to help the next time the man, whom they called an elemental, struck with Adrian. However, I was convinced we would strike twice as hard. The new question that circled my mind was I, too, an elemental? Chapter 8. Sitting in the black leather sofas, I tapped my foot onto the floor, impatiently waiting for Tade and the others to come back. Cole sat beside me, staring at the blank television, and it was driving me crazy. Are you going to just sit there? I asked, glaring at him while crossing my arms over my chest. Do you have any other ideas? He asked, glancing at me and back at the blank screen. Actually, I said, slapping my hands to my knees before standing up, I do. Let's go see what's going on. No, he said bluntly, not sparing me another glance. I wasn't asking for permission. You sit here and I'll be right back, I said, walking towards the door, only to be stopped by Cole, who appeared in front of me. What part of it's dangerous don't you understand? He hissed in anger, blocking my way from the door. Move, I hissed back, equally angry. No. Why are you trying to stop me? Just let me leave. I yelled in anger, pushing him away from me. Cole froze and his eyes widened. Cole? I asked awkwardly as he stood there rigid. With his head hung down, he breathed in a deep, shaky breath. That's what my wife said to me. Right before she died, he said in a low whisper. Now I froze. I mentally scolded myself for my stupidity. Surely there was a reason for his behavior. This was it. She didn't listen to me. She stepped out of the door and was killed, he said slowly, still not looking at me as his eyes were unfocused. Lost. As if he were recalling a long-lost memory. Before I could say anything or apologize, his head suddenly snapped to mine, and his eyes narrowed. So go ahead. Leave. See where it gets you. He hissed at me and disappeared. I stared at where he stood and felt my eyes water up. How could I have been so rude? Eliana. Turning my head, I saw Tade burst through the doors. He walked up to me in long strides and engulfed me in his arms, holding me close. I wrapped my arms around him, too, blinking the tears away. You shouldn't have been there, he said, pulling back his arms, lingering on my waist. Tade, I'm almost 18. Not 8, I said, and Tom chuckled from behind. Alpha, what do you plan on doing? Dunley asked, appearing through the door. What can I do beside have people on patrol, Dunley? Tade said in annoyance, his jaw clenching. Dunley just took in a deep breath, also clenching his jaw as he swiftly glanced at me. Where's Cole? Tade asked, and I looked away, shrugging. No way was I going to explain that little scene. We're going to have to be on the lookout. Day and night, for every hour of the day, Tade spoke, and everyone went silent. This guy Adrian has an elemental on his side. This whole thing just went to another level, Tade sighed, looking frustrated. We were playing with fire. Literally. Tade, it will be fine. I can help. I mean fire? That's dash. Dangerous. Tade finished off firmly. No, you don't understand, I said, trying to speak, but this time Dunley cleared his throat. We should notify everyone to keep an eye out, Dunley said. Eliana, we will talk about this later, all right? Tade said, looking exhausted. His hazel eyes were dull, and his dark mop of hair was all over the place. As handsome as he still looked, he didn't have the energy to process the information I was going to tell him. Okay, I said. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss on my forehead, making it tingle, before exiting the room with Dunley and Tom. Tom sent me a soft smile, which I returned with a smile. Once I was left alone in the room, I slumped onto the couch. Thoughts raced through my mind, and I groaned as my head throbbed. My eyes wandered around the room and stopped on the vase full of water with one red rose with a long green stem. Lifting my hand up, I pointed it in the direction of the vase, and I swirled my finger in circles, making the water in the vase bubble up. I grinned and sat up straight. Lifting my hand up higher, the water in the vase lifted up and splashed onto the floor. Oops. Giggling for a moment, I stopped when I heard the creaking of the floorboards. Snapping my head around, I looked around the perimeter but saw nothing. Shrugging it off, I stood up and left the room. I entered through the main doors of the building and followed the route to the kitchen. Walking to the door of the snow-white-looking kitchen, I spotted Cole's hunched figure sitting on the stool. Walking closer, I went next to him and sat on the stool. Cole, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I said softly. Cole took a gulp of his drink and looked at me, smiling. "It's fine, Eliana," he said, taking another gulp. "Everyone needs to let out their anger once in a while," he said, amused, his eyes glowing. Smiling, I nodded my head. Yeah, I guess they do. I sat there silently for a few moments, watching him drink. If that was how he coped, who was I to judge? I just hoped he could find some peace one day. Eliana. Turning around in my stool, I saw Tom standing in the doorway. "Can I speak to you for a minute?" he asked, motioning his head out towards the hall. I glanced at Cole and back at Tom before nodding. "I want you to follow me," he said, exiting the building and walking on the snow, his brown boots sinking into the floor. "Where are we going?" I asked cautiously, following him. When he didn't answer, curiosity got the best of me, and I simply followed. We appeared to be in the same place where the wolves attacked, and I started to get an uneasy feeling. He led me over to the lake and stopped. We both stood there in silence, and I was starting to think he was crazy. "Go on," he said, motioning towards the water. "What?" I said, confused, looking at him suspiciously. "You're an elemental, aren't you?" he said, rolling his eyes as if it were the most obvious thing. "How did you know?" I asked with my mouth wide open in surprise. "The first day we met, you made the snow move." I wasn't too sure, but when I came to talk with you, I saw the thing with the vase, he said casually, shrugging his shoulders. And I sort of told him, said a new voice, and little Eddard appeared, his cheeks red as he gave me a guilty smile. "Well, I guess it's good to not keep it to myself," I said with a smile. "It's so cool. You have to see it, Tommy," Eddard said, clapping his hands as he looked at me expectantly, along with Tom. Rolling my eyes, I turned towards the river and raised my hands upwards. The water also lifted upward, and I swirled my hand, causing the water to spin and float in the air. Turning my head, I laughed at both Eddie's and Tom's astonished faces. Chapter 9. "You have to tell Tade," Tom said, biting into his sandwich as we sat in the kitchen. "You have to tell him how cool it is," Eddard said, bouncing in his seat as a huge smile lit up his face. "I know, and I will dash," I began, but the two excited boys wouldn't let me. "Eliana, you do realize there are only 4 elementals in the entire world," Tom said, and my eyes widened. "Only 4 elementals? No wonder everyone's wary about this Adrian and his fire elemental." I mentally scoffed at that. Fire against water? I see myself winning there. "Only 4. I gave my full attention to Tom now. "Fire, water, earth and air," he said, lifting up one finger for each word. "It makes sense that we have a water elemental dash," he said, giving me a pointed look. "You. This place is all snow and water and dash." Before he could continue, I raised my hand to silence him, and his mouth shut tight. "So that's why they made us go into the forest area," I said, looking at Tom, who gave me a confused look while Eddard sat there silently. "The elemental can't use fire here. It'll just melt or get put out because of the snow," I said slowly. "Oh no," Tom suddenly said. "What?" I asked, immediately cautious as I looked around the room. "We have to go see the Alpha," he said, jumping out of his seat, while I just stood there, confused. "Now," he said more firmly, and I put my hands up in mock surrender as I trailed behind him, stopping next to Eddard. "You go play with your cars." "This is big people talk," I said with a smile, and Eddard rolled his eyes, but smiled either way as he made his way to his room. Tom and I walked down the many halls and made it in front of Tade's office. We stood in front of his door and came to a stop. We looked at each other expectantly, waiting for the other one to knock. "Go on. Knock," I said, sick of waiting as I motioned towards the door. "Me? You're his mate, you knock," he said, crossing his arms over his chest, shrugging his shoulders. "So what?" "You've been here longer than me," I said, sticking my tongue out at him. He raised his eyebrows in amusement as he said, "He likes you better than me." Sighing with an eye roll, I stepped forward and knocked on the door. "You're such a child," I said disapprovingly, shaking my head. "What? Me?" Tom said in disbelief while I smirked, opening the door and walking in. I walked in with Tom right behind me. Tade looked up at us with amusement as Tom and I sat in the seats across from him. "You know, either of you could have knocked." I don't bite, Tade said, leaning back in his chair. I looked at Tom and gave him a "I told you so" look while he did the same. My gaze fell back on Tade, and I felt my breath hitch when his gaze fell on mine as well. Alpha, I might know when Adrian and his elemental plan to attack, Tom said, and my gaze snapped to his, curious. As you know, we have 2 seasons. Winter's finishing and... Tom trailed off, looking at Tade, who put the pieces together. Summer's beginning. The snow starts melting, Tade paused today. We all looked at each other silently. This meant Adrian and his fire elemental would most likely attack within the week. Great. If I have no snow or water, then how could I possibly be any help? Tom seemed to know what I was thinking because he gave me a reassuring look and opened his mouth to speak. But we're not completely defenseless. The snow built over the river that circles the building, and once the snow melts, we will have plenty of water that we can use to our advantage, Tade finished off, nodding his head in thought. Tom, I'd like you to inform your brother to maintain the warrior wolves. As beta he should know, but please do remind him. Also let my father know about this, Tade said with a nod of his head. Tade, I said, a little breathlessly, taking in all the information, I need to tell you something. Alpha Luna. I'll go and notify the others now, Tom suddenly said, and I would have playfully strangled him right there if I were able to. How dare he leave me to explain by myself? Sending him a glare, I turned back around to face Tade, who noticed our exchange and tilted his head slightly. Eliana, what is it? Tade said, worry lacing his tone as he appeared in front of me, kneeling to my level since I was seated. I don't know how to tell you, I said in a low whisper. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. If I couldn't tell him, surely I could show him. Tade, is there water nearby? I beamed my eyes, lighting up in excitement. Why? Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? He said, standing up, and I quickly shook my head no. Just follow me. Grabbing his hand, I lead him outside. Once we were outside, I walked towards the river that Tom had led me to earlier. Tade intertwined our fingers together and walked closely by my side. The warmth of his presence beside me sent a comforting feeling through me. Looking up, I saw we had arrived at the river, and I cleared my throat, making Tade grin. What did you want to show me? He said in that low, masculine voice of his, and I had to stop myself from getting flustered. Well, I said, clapping my hands, here goes nothing. Turning towards the river, my back faced towards Tade. I slowly began to lift my hand, but stopped when I felt him move closer, his chest warm against my back. What is it? He whispered, his voice close to my ear as his hands rested on either side of my waist. Not answering him, I took in a deep breath and lifted up my hand. I watched as the water in the river rose. I twirled my hand around, and the water mimicked my motions. I couldn't see Tade's reaction, but I felt the grip on my hips tighten. Motioning my hands back down, the water went down, and I took in a shaky breath as I turned around ever so slowly. I held my breath as I waited for Tade to say something. My chest was flush against his, and he stared at the river while I looked into his hazel eyes. He sharply breathed out through his nose as his eyes found mine. You're an elemental? He said slowly, his words coming out as a question. Yeah, I guess I am, I said, tripping over my words. I just found out a few days ago, I said when he didn't say anything else, and I began to get nervous. I waited for him to say something, but he didn't. I can help. When Adrian and his elemental come, I can help, I said, and his eyes snapped to mine. I don't want you to help, he said, his jaw clenched and his arms wrapping around my waist even tighter. Why not? I asked, bewildered. He had a shot, an elemental on his side too. Now they were even. And he didn't want me to help? Gee, that made a lot of sense. And risk you getting hurt? He said in a growl, and it made a million butterflies erupt in my stomach. Tade. I trailed off. No. When the fight takes place, you won't be anywhere near it, he said firmly, and I rolled my eyes. Nothing will happen to me either way. But it might to you and the other wolves, I said, placing my hand on his chest, rubbing soothing circles. I mean, think about it. Fire against water? Surely water will extinguish it, right? I said, and he stared into my eyes, listening. Everything will be fine, I said, smiling. He didn't say anything, but but I didn't miss the slight nod of his head that made my smile widen. I kissed his cheek gently, and he gave me a breathtaking smile. Chapter 10. I don't want anyone else to know. This isn't something a lot of people should be aware of. It's dangerous, Tade said, eyeing Tom and Eddard, who sat down, looking up at Tade as they nodded their heads. Good, he said, smiling. After explaining to Tade about me being an elemental, he went on about how dangerous it might be. In all honesty, it was driving me crazy. How cool is this? My big brother's mate is an elemental. That's so cool. Eddard said with a wide smile, showing his teeth as he bounced in his spot slightly. Yes, Eddard, it's very cool, Tade said, sighing, shaking his head, and I could only imagine what he was thinking. What am I going to do with him? As a new figure walked in, we all turned our heads to see Dunley come in. Alpha, Luna, he said, smiling at us as he tilted his head slightly. Dunley, you can take some time off if you would like. You've been at the borders for hours, Tade said in concern as Dunley grinned, shaking his head. A few hours won't hurt, I'll survive, he said, grabbing a jug of water and pouring himself a cup. I should probably go and keep an eye out as well, Tom spoke, slapping his hands to his knees as he stood up. Get the warrior wolves something to eat, he said, messing up Eddard's hair before exiting the room. Dunley, I'd like you to inform Simon. Tade began to speak as he walked next to his beta after kissing my forehead. Ignoring their conversation, I stood up and walked over to sit next to Eddard. Hey buddy, I said, grinning as I also ruffled his hair, making him growl. People need to stop that, he said, puffing out his chest, trying to be a little man. I laughed at him as he rolled his eyes, giving me a disapproving look one would give their child. Alphas of the left wing and the north of building should have their wolves around that side, Dunley said as I glanced at them in curiosity. So it should be safe, he finished as Tade nodded his head while Dunley dismissed himself to go back on patrol. All this waiting, it's driving me insane, Tade said, rubbing his temples as Eddard gave his brother a small smile before walking out. They're waiting to attack, and they just won't do it, so we can finish this, he said, engulfing me in a hug as I rested my head on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. I know, I said in a low whisper. It's your birthday tomorrow, Tade whispered, and I looked at him with wide eyes. It is? Already? I asked, confused, and remembering the date he was right. He nodded his head and smiled silently. I smiled back and closed my eyes, head still on his chest. Do you want to go to the river? I asked with my eyes still closed, listening to his steady breaths. What for? He asked, and I knew he knew why I wanted to go. If I was going to help when the enemy attacked, I had to see the length of my ability. You know what for? I grumbled into his chest, and he chuckled, making the vibrations go against my cheek. Let's go. We walked hand in hand outside and made it to the river. I practiced with the water, and Tade watched silently. After a while, we headed back, and after I had a quick shower, I headed towards my lesson for the day while Tade headed off towards his office to do whatever he does. Walking through the halls, I found the math classroom, which had mathematics written on the door in big, bold letters. I felt excitement bubble inside of me as I walked in. Math was my strong point, and numbers were my second language. Are you Ms. Weitzel? The new student asked an old man at the front of the classroom. I nodded my head and looked around awkwardly. Where was everyone? This place looks deserted, I said to the old man as he gave me a small smile. He had gray hair and a gray beard. He wore glasses and old-fashioned clothing. No one likes mathematics, so no one shows up, he said sadly as he motioned towards the empty classroom. Poor man. I like math. I'd like it if you'd teach me something, I said, giving him a small smile, and his eyes lit up. The passion for teaching was evident in his eyes, and immediately, he took out multiple books and began reciting formulas and equations. Pythagoras' theorem? Or perhaps trigonometry? Oh, where to begin? He said with a nervous laugh as he scattered through the pages. The old man showed me pictures of old buildings and what formulas were used for building and measuring such things. I flipped through pages and stopped on a picture that caught my eye. Wait, is this the Werewolf Committee? This building? I asked with wide eyes as I looked at the huge building that I was currently in. The picture looked old, along with the book, as if it were taken decades ago. Indeed, it is. You could read about it if you like, he said, massaging his beard. I read through the history of the building and my eyes grew wide. It showed the different parts of the building and all the rooms. There were annotations, and in small, scribbly, ancient writing, it was written. Underground tunnel starts from an arrow and finishes another arrow. Oh wow, I thought as I looked at the paper with awe. Before I can dwell on it or ask the old man for further information, a loud crash sounds from the far end of the room. My head snapped in the direction of the crash, and the window in the far corner was shattered as the sharp glass pieces lay on the floor. A rock with a paper wrapped around it stood in the middle of the floor. The teacher next to me froze and looked at the broken window confused. Standing up, I slowly walked over to pick up the rock, careful not to step on the sharp shards of glass. Picking up the rock, I unwrapped the paper from around it and opened it in the palm of my hand. It was a note with messy handwriting. I hope you're prepared. Before I could even understand the meanings behind the words, more crashing and glass shattering began. I felt glass hit my skin, and I ducked under the nearest table. Quick, get under a table. I shouted to the poor old man, who quickly nodded his head and got under his desk. The loud shattering noises of glass pierced my ears, and I brought my hands to cover my ears as I shut my eyes tight. I opened one of my eyes to see several rocks being thrown at the window and loud crashing noises. Oh my. When I stopped hearing the noises and no more rocks came in, I crawled out from under the seat and slowly took in my surroundings. Glass. Glass was everywhere. I quickly walked over to where the teacher hid and saw him curled up under the desk. Oh my goodness. I am going to be in trouble. Please help me, he said. Eyes shut tight, and I nudged his shoulder. Sorry, sir, but you aren't leaving Earth just yet, I said, and he slowly opened his eyes, standing up. Oh dear, you're bleeding, he cried out, and I looked down at my calf that had been stinging, and sure enough, there was a deep cut on my leg that was bleeding. Ow, I gasped as I made a move to touch it and hissed when it stung even more. Just get out of here quickly, let someone know, hurry, I said, and he nodded and scrambled his way out. I slumped down in the chair he had occupied once and groaned in pain. Why are there so many idiots in this world? Chapter 11. Am I dying? I asked dramatically with the back of my hand against my forehead. No, Miss Weitzel. You'll live, the young paramedic said with a smile as he patted the moist cloth onto the bottom of my leg. After Wellrocks attacked the math room, the math teacher, whose name was Mr. Boyle, called the paramedics in the building, and now here I was sitting on the white bed in a mini hospital-looking room. It's pretty deep. You might need stitches, he said, his award-winning smile in place. That deep? I groaned. I've never gotten stitches before. However, according to my dear friend Lillian, who is back from my old school, it was excruciating. Oh my. Yeah, the boy said, his voice dropping to a low tone, very, very deep. He said, leaning in a little too close, and I shifted back. You know, if you could just call the doctor and leave, that would be great, I said, uncomfortable, and squirmed in my seat. When he didn't move, I was ready to tell him to back off. Eliana. I looked up to see Tade appear in the room, and once he saw the boy next to me, he took in a sharp breath and his eyes went a shade darker. Alpha, I was just attending to the student, he said as he glanced at Tade and then back at my leg. In a flash, Tade was across the room, grabbing the boy by the collar and pushing him against the wall. You get near her again, Tade hissed, his eyes glowing, and you will regret it. Now get out. The threat in his voice was clear, and once Tade let go of the boy's collar, he bowed his head and hurried away from the room. I looked at Tade in shock and at the open door through which the boy ran. You know, he was just helping me, I said in an awkward mumble as Tade appeared in front of me, eyes dark as both of his arms were on both sides of me on the bed. Helping? Tade sneered, and I leaned back slightly, a little startled at this new anger. Eliana, his tone when he was talking about how deep. Tade stopped talking, and he closed his eyes, inhaling a deep breath as his eyes snapped open. I don't even want to think about it, he said, standing up and shaking his head. So don't, I said with a shrug, and Tade gave me a flat look. I heard what happened, Tade said, his face hard and his jaw suddenly tense. I had people circle the borders and everything. But there's no one. No one who got inside of the territory, Tade said in disbelief, and I listened quietly. And your leg, he said, fuming as he appeared in front of me and gently held my leg. It's healed, he asked, a little confused. I looked down and sure enough, the gash was gone, and all that remained was dried up blood and what looked like a scratch. Looks like I'm a fast healer, I said, clapping my hands, beaming as I caught sight of the corner of Tade's lip, tilting up. I got up and started walking. Even though I was perfectly capable of doing it myself, Tade snaked a hand around my waist and helped me walk, not that I needed it. Walking into his office, we were greeted by Tom and Dunley, who sat in the leather seats opposite Tade's desk. As soon as I made it around the desk and got a glimpse of Dunley's face, I gasped and my eyes grew wide. He had a busted lip and dark circles surrounding his eyes. Dried up blood clung to his face and he looked a mess. Dunley? What happened? Tade asked, equally concerned, and Dunley sighed and then groaned at the sudden movement of his lips. I found him in your office, Alpha, Tom said, annoyed, as he circled his arm around his brother's shoulder. He said a wolf attacked when he was next to the borderline. Tom finished and looked at his brother for further explanation. We have to be on alert, Alpha, Dunley wheezed out, and we all went silent. The wolf, Dunley said with a pause to think. He said Adrian and his elemental will be here tomorrow. Tomorrow? I asked in shock. I shared a look with Tade, and then looked back at Dunley. Things just got real. Chapter 12. Tossing and turning, I huffed in annoyance and threw the blanket off me. It was dark outside, and no doubt most everyone would be asleep. After Dunley passed on the message about Adrian and his elemental arriving today, all the warrior wolves were on high alert. I closed my eyes and my head sank into the fluffy pillow. However, my eyes seemed to snap open. Sleep wouldn't find me, and I grew tired of trying. Sighing, I stood up and slowly made my way to the door as I led myself through the darkness of the room. Opening the door with a slight squeaking noise, I quietly made my way to the kitchen, and once I was there, I crept over to the fridge and swung it open. The light from the refrigerator made me squint my eyes as I reached for the milk. Grabbing the cereal that looked closest to chocolate, I poured myself a bowl and happily sat as I began to eat in the dark, even though the room was still obvious. Can't sleep. I jumped at the noise, and my spoon dropped onto the marble table, startling me. Snapping my head around, I looked for the intruder. I came face to face with Dunley, and he, too, looked quite startled as he held his hands up in surrender. I didn't mean to scare you, he said, a little amused, and I smiled lightly, picking my spoon back up as he took a seat next to me. You can't sleep either? I asked as he ran a hand through his hair, nodding his head. Yeah, head hurts like crazy, he said, and I looked up at his face. The worst of the bruises had faded, but faint outlines of the marks remained. Not knowing what to say next, I finished up on my bowl and stood up. Putting my dish into the sink, I turned around to leave. Good night. I hope you get some sleep, I said with a small smile, which he returned. Doubt it, he mumbled, hand at his head as he rubbed his temples. Leaving the kitchen, I walked a little faster and made my way to my room. Closing the door behind me, I ran and jumped onto my bed, closing my eyes as I sank into it. After a while, I began to feel myself slowly doze off. Clink. My eyes popped open, and I froze still in the bed as my eyes scanned the room. The slight noise had my heart pounding in my ears in less than a second. After a few moments, I dared to get off the bed and open my door. Walking down the quiet hall, I felt a chill from the deadly silence as I made it to the large double doors. Stepping outside, my feet stepped onto the ground that was nearly and entirely out of snow. Pausing in my spot, I looked around. Nothing. As I was about to turn away and go back inside, I heard an unmistakable howl. It was very distant, and if it weren't for my extra hearing, I wouldn't have heard it. Curious, I began to walk further away from the building, trying to find the source of the noises. I started to run as the cold air hit my face. The moon was beginning to fade as the early rays of the sun emerged. Stopping my run, I hid behind a tree and looked around. I waited for something, but nothing came. Not giving up, I waited a little more, and that's when I saw numerous figures walking towards the building. Looking closer, I noticed it was a whole army. Quietly gasping, I watched the numerous men walk and wolves trailed behind. Regaining my posture, I turned around and ran. I ran as fast as I could, and I ran even faster when the building came into view. Quickly opening the front doors, I let them slam behind me as I ran to the right wing of the building, where most of the students and people slept. "Everyone get up!" I shouted as I ran through the halls. "Quick! Get up!" I panicked as I slammed open doors, running like a madwoman. What is all this racket? A woman emerged from a room in her nightgown, giving me an outraged look. "They're coming. Adrian's coming," I said, not sparing her a glance as she let out a gasp and began waking up others. Running out of the right wing, I went to find Tade. Running to his office, I swung it and stepped in, but he wasn't in there. Running back out, I collided with a large body that held me in place. Looking up, I was greeted by Tade's concerned face. "Eliana? What's wrong?" he asked, grabbing my arms as he held me still. "I saw them, Tade. We need to get ready." "Tell the others dash," I said, panicking, and Tade grabbed my head into the palms of his hands. "You saw who?" he said slowly, caressing my cheek, trying to calm me down. "Adrian, his elemental, his army." I cried out, and Tade's eyes grew hard. He grabbed my hand and led me through the many halls. Once we were in what looked like an even bigger office, we were greeted by the others. "You called," Cole said, sitting on a leather sofa, drinking his beverage. "Alpha, what is it?" Tom said, barging into the room panting. "They're coming. Where's my father? Where's Dunley?" Tade growled as he paced back and forth. "Rogan was with Eddard last, my brother's at the borderline," Tom said as he walked further into the room. "Tom and tell the warrior guards around the border to call more wolves," Tade told him, and Tom was already out the door. "Cole, meet me at the perimeter." "Let's see what these wolves want," he then told Cole, who nodded his head and left the room. "What about the families?" "The students?" I said, trailing after Tade, who cussed under his breath and ran a hand through his head. Suddenly, a thought occurred to me. "The tunnel." "I know." I shouted and ran to where the people were. I heard Tade trail behind me as we reached the right wing of the building. "All of you, follow me," I shouted out to the mock of people who looked at me confused. Tade nodded his head at them, letting them know to follow me. Not everyone knew I was Luna, and I was grateful Tade trusted me with these people. Remembering the map of the building I found in the book with Mr. Boyle, I led everyone to the basement on the bottom floor. I opened the door and swung it open. A plain wall greeted me. "Eliana." Tade trailed behind me as he looked at me confused. Ignoring him, I stepped into the tiny room and looked at the plan wall. There had to be a door here. Scanning the wall, I spotted a tear in the far left-hand corner. Reaching up, I pulled it down, and a perfect square of wallpaper ripped off, revealing a door. Pushing it open, it now revealed a flight of stairs. In there, I pointed at it, and the crowd of people didn't need to be told twice as they ran in at the fear of this Adrian. Once they were in, I warned them to stay in until it was safe to come out and then closed the door. I walked out of the room, and Tade stared at me with a look of shock and confusion. "We have a lot to discuss later," he settled with, still confused, as we then made our way to exit the building. While walking, 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind, and I tried to think of what to do. "I don't need to shift. We're going to be near the river, so it should be fine," I said, speed walking, and Tade grabbed my wrist, making me slow down. "Eliana, just stay out of the way, please," Tade begged as a look of worry crossed over his face, his hazel eyes dull. "We talked about this already," I said in the same tone. I lightly kissed his cheek, and he sighed, leading the way. Once we made it to the borderline, which was near the river, the wolves were lined up, and Tom, along with Cole, stood beside them. "I've told Rogan to stay in the building with Eddard," Tom said, and Tade gave him a thankful smile as he made his way to the front. "Now, When this Adrian and his little army get here, I want them all stopped, Tade said flatly, his face hard. I found his determined state so captivating that I felt a wave of awe. I also stepped forward to stand next to Tade as we waited for the enemy's arrival. After a few moments, brown wolves began walking towards us. The people who stood behind them couldn't be seen as the wolves blocked our view of them. Once they stood right in front of us, the wolves stopped, and we waited for the people in human form to show themselves. Show yourself. Tade sneered as one by one, people started walking from out behind. First, it was a man. I recognized him as the science teacher back at Werewolf Committee, and the others must have, too, because the warrior wolves began to growl. Trailing right behind the science teacher was their fire elemental, who stood before us with a smug look. I caught his eye and gave him a smirk, which he gave a confused look to. The person who came out next made me gasp. I looked at him in disbelief as he also looked at me expressionless. Ruford, I said in shock. That's right, Eliana, my old principal spoke, and my jaw felt as if it were about to hit the ground. Tade growled as soon as Ruford spoke to me, and a flash of fear went through Ruford's eyes, but he masked it up straight after. Which one of you is Adrian? Tade asked, his jaw clenched as his eyes shifted to a black color. Another figure walked out from behind the wolves. His hood covered up his face, but once he stood in front of us, he slowly let it fall. I felt the tension around me increase by 100, and everyone tensed. I slowly looked up to see who it was, and I heard Tom gasp from next to me. Dunley? Tade growled in betrayal. Chapter 13. There was a pause, and everyone just stared at Dunley, not knowing what to do. The air suddenly changed, and the tension increased by 1,000, and Dunley, or should I say Adrian, had the courage to look back at us with a teasing smile. Brother? Tom asked, his voice shaky as he stared at his brother in shock. Dunley just glanced at him and looked away, while Tom stood there with wide eyes. How dare you? Tade growled and hissed through his teeth, his fists clenched as he took a threatening step forward. Dunley didn't move back, but laughed instead at Tade's attempt to scare him and wiped away a fake tear. Do you really think you're in any position to intimidate me? I have an elemental. What could you possibly do to me? Dunley chuckled while his little army snickered. That's when I started laughing. Wow, you guys really are idiots, I said, laughing as Cole chuckled, making Dunley and his army confused. I wouldn't say that, Eliana, Ruford said, narrowing his eyes with a mocking look. You weren't chosen to go to the Werewolf Committee because you were special, Ruford sneered. Just a mere distraction, Dunley said, grinning, and Tom stepped forward and glared at his brother, while I felt myself fume with rage. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. Tom spat and looked at Dunley in disgust. Oh, but I do, he said, and his fire elemental took a step forward to stand next to him. My army of wolves will now go inside and, well, perhaps deal with everyone they can. I want this place cleared out, Dunley said, and it sounded like he had rehearsed it several times. I looked up at Tade, and it was obvious he was trying to hold himself from attacking Dunley right there. His body was shaking with fury, and his fists were tightly clenched. Why? Tade breathed out, his voice rough and lacing with venom. Why? Well, Alpha, Dunley said, emphasizing the word as he said it with disgrace, making the warrior wolves growl like crazy. I found Rylan here when he was a kid. Found out what he was and thought, you know what? I could put this to good use, he said, and I scoffed, making heads turn my way. To good use? You really are insane, I said, shaking my head with disbelief. Dunley sent me a glare, and before he could open his mouth, Cole bet him to it. He really is. And I thought I was the crazy one, Cole said with a smirk. I guess not. He finished off with a snicker. When sudden movement occurred, our gaze snapped to Rylan, the fire elemental who stomped forward angrily. Adrian, why are they mocking you? Perhaps I should burn them right here, right now, Rylan said with an evil grin, expecting us to be quaking in our boots. Just imagine how he felt when we laughed. I noticed Tade had relaxed. His eyes held hatred, but a smile graced his lips as we noticed these guys were easy to tick off. Kind of hard when you're 6 feet under, right? Tade said in a teasing tone, and everyone looked at him in shock. Dunley, no, Adrian, had had enough and growled. I'm going to send my men to the committee and everyone will be handled. I will take over the building and it will be mine. Power will belong to me, he said, every word in a low tone. Go ahead, I said, shrugging my shoulders, making them look at me in shock. You'll find no one there. They've fled, I said smoothly, and part of it was true, yet a lie. Liar, the science teacher in the very back seethed, and all our heads snapped at him, our death glares telling him to shut up. Yeah, that's right, buddy. No one asked you. Rylan over here will be glad to burn you all. After that I will have the throne and of course everyone will see me as a mere survivor, Adrian said, looking thoughtful. Oh, and their new alpha. Tade growled at that, and his eyes shifted black, showing his wolf. You will never be half the man I am, he growled, and the warrior wolves growled in agreement. While they had a mini growling contest, I couldn't help as a thought came to my mind. Why do the bad guys always reveal their plan? I mean, you just basically told us. Idiots. The whole lot of them. Now, Adrian called out, and the brown wolves started running towards us. Instead of attacking us, they ran right past us and towards the committee. Follow them. Tade growled to the warrior wolves, and they howled in response and turned around to follow. However, the moment they took a step, fire erupted in front of them, causing them to stop in their tracks. Not so tough now, are you? Rylan snickered, his hand in the air. I quickly looked around for water and spotted the river. Before I sprang into action, I noticed something. How come he gets to make fire out of thin air? Slightly jealous, I put my palm behind my back and concentrated on it. Imagining a drop of water, I felt wetness on my palm. I looked up and caught Tom's gaze, who gave me a small nod. This conversation was lovely, but it needs to end here. Rylan and I got some other people to see in the building, Adrian chuckled. You're not touching anyone, Tade said in a calm voice. You sound so sure, Adrian said with an eyebrow raised. The fire around us began to spread, and it circled around us. The warrior wolves and everyone else took steps back as we bumped into each other. Cole tried to run through it, but it only made him hiss and jump back. Now it was time to make my move. So long. Ruford yelled as he trailed behind Adrian and Rylan, who began advancing towards the building. Now Eliana, Tade whispered in my ear. Taking a deep breath, I raised my arms up towards the fire. I opened up my palms and felt a surge of energy ripple through me. It started at my toes and made its way through me as it reached my palms, and a blast of water shot out, immediately making the fire sizzle. The warrior wolves gasped, and new hope entered their eyes as Cole pointed out that I was an elemental. Looks like we're even, he said, grinning. I slowly circled around the fire, which was mixed with water and air, and struck it, causing the flames to die down. It only took seconds, and the fire was gone, leaving behind burnt grass. Quick! Tom yelled out and motioned towards Adrian's retreating back. Once we were close enough, I stopped in my tracks, slightly breathless. Hey! Adrian and his little group's heads snapped back to look at us. The color drained from their faces, and they all looked confused. Adrian signaled Rylan towards us, and he held up his palms at the ready, still looking very confused. The fire again started with small flames, and before it could get any bigger, I motioned my hands towards it, and water shot out, successfully extinguishing the fire. Adrian looked at us in rage and shock. Ruford shook his head in disbelief as Rylan looked at me in fury. Tade took several steps forward, and we all followed, so that we now stood face to face with the enemy. You're an elemental too? Rylan spat out, his eyes burning with fury as he growled low in his throat. Impossible, Ruford said, his mouth wide open, while Adrian stood there unmoving. I looked at Adrian with my eyes in slits as he looked back at me. And that's when a flash of fear went through his eyes. What's wrong, Adrian? Cat got your tongue. Chapter 14. Adrian stood there gaping. His mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water. His little army didn't seem so brave now, and fear was evident in their postures. Before any of them could peep a word, the brown wolves reappeared, and one of them walked up to Adrian, and they looked at one another, having a silent conversation. No one's in the building? He whispered furiously. His whole plan was ruined, and it was quite amusing to watch from this end. I told you already. They fled, I said with a yawn. My mind drifted off to the tunnel, and I was thankful for the perks of this place. Dunley, Tade said, and Adrian's head snapped to his. Tade refused to call him anything other than what he knew. All this is just a waste of time. If you turn down now, I'll let you live, Tade said calmly, even though his eyes were blazing in silent fury. Please, brother, Tom begged. This isn't you, he said, and stepped slightly forward. Adrian didn't say anything and looked at both of them. I thought he'd consider Tade's proposal. However, his head snapped to ours, and his eyes narrowed. And what? If not have me defeated? Have me banned from this land? Have me living on the streets? A rogue life. He chuckled darkly. Please, he scoffed. I'll take my chances. Suit yourself, Cole said in a sing-song voice, grinning as he leaned on a nearby tree. The warrior wolves from behind us began to growl in sync. Their tones matched each other's fury. The brown wolves also began to growl. Their growls were out of sync, and they barked while snapping their jaws. We who stayed in human form stood still and glared at one another. It didn't take long before the wolves charged at each other and began to fight. Cole from beside us rolled up his sleeves. I'm going in. Leaping into the air, he suddenly transformed into a dark gray wolf. He made a beeline towards Ruford, who shrank back in fear, but shifted nonetheless. Tom shifted straight after, and he ran towards the brown wolves, tackling several to the ground. The science teacher had already been taken care of, as a warrior wolf stood above him growling. As everyone clashed, Tade and I stood in our same spots. Be careful, all right? He whispered gently, not taking his eyes off Adrian. I will. And you too, I replied. Giving me a small nod, Tade shifted into his dark navy-looking wolf and ran towards an already shifted Adrian. I spent a few seconds admiring his wolf's beauty, and I couldn't help but compare it to my gray, stale, blue-looking one. Hearing a rather human growl, my gaze snapped to the fire elemental Rylan. Everyone was in wolf form, rolling around fighting, while the two of them stood facing one another. His eyes turned into slits, and he glared at me. I, however, gave him a small smile, which made him growl. Ah, come on, that's no way to act to a fellow friend. I said with a fake smile, tilting my head. I mean, we are both elementals and here we are, I say, motioning to the hectic battle going on around us, using it against each other. I said in mock disappointment, shaking my head. He didn't answer me, but he was furious. He shot out his hand, and a ball of flame flew towards me. I quickly lifted up my hand and shot it with water that flew out of my palm. Straight to action, I see, I mumbled. He started shooting fire at me at incredible speed. I had to move my hands quickly and keep up with his speed. Each time the water would hit his fire, it would make a satisfying sizzling sound that was music to my ears. He stopped for just a second as if to regain energy. I took that as my chance and let out a strong wave of water that rushed towards him and hit him in the chest, making him stumble back and fall to the ground with a heavy impact. I turned my head to see the warriors doing fine, but the brown wolves were playing dirty and going for cheap shots. Lifting my hand up, I lashed out towards a few of the brown wolves, and the water hit their bodies, making them fly towards the trees as they slammed against them and slid down to the floor, unconscious. Hearing cursing behind me, I swung around to see a ball of fire flying my way. I quickly tried to move out of the way, but couldn't fully, and the fire flew past my arm, burning it. Hissing, I turned around to face the elemental, and my temper blazed to 100. He was next to Adrian, who was in his wolf form, rolling on the floor with Tade as they fought for the upper hand. Rylan shot out fire trying to get Tade, and tried not to get Adrian, which made his shots of fire disappear in the air when they hit nothing. Little pest. Running over to them in lightning speed, I ran into Rylan and threw my weight on him, making him fall onto the floor underneath me. I threw a solid punch to his face, and he sneered in anger, trying to push me off. Yeah, that's right. Without fire, you're just a weak little boy. After another swing to his face, I was pushed off, and I fell to the side. Looking up, I saw Ruford, who had some blood on his face as he gave Rylan time to stand up. I opened my palm towards Rylan, and water hit his body like a significant spike, which made him jolt and groan, unable to move. Buying myself some time, I stood up a little dizzy from the quick movement. You little. Ruford charged at me, and before he could reach me, Cole delivered a powerful strike, and Ruford fell to the floor, limp. I looked at Cole with wide eyes as he dusted off his hands. Had my fun with him, he said with a dark grin with a shrug. Wow, he really was insane. Looking around, I saw that the brown wolves were all on the floor, defeated. The sight made me feel a little sick, and I looked away. We need to take care of this one, said a whisper near my ear. I glanced at Tom, and he nodded towards the fire elemental. Tom ran over to a standing Rylan and grabbed him, but Rylan caught Tom's wrists, and Tom screamed in pain as Rylan used his hands to burn his wrists. Rylan wouldn't let go, and Tom hissed, kicking Rylan's legs, making him buckle and let go. I shot my palm, and the water hit Tom gently and drenched him, but he sighed in relief as his wrist pain eased. As Rylan was about to strike back at Tom, a figure tackled him to the ground. I noticed it was Tade who had returned to his human form. I had to stop myself from being distracted by his appearance, given that he was only in his shorts. Tade growled dangerously, and Rylan's hands were buried underneath him, leaving him helpless as he was squashed to the floor. Tom quickly took hold of him, ready to end the fight. No! Adrian yelled in his human form as he watched in horror. His elemental was about to be defeated, and without him, he didn't stand a chance. Adrian charged at his brother, and before he could harm Tom, I growled and motioned my hand towards him with a flick of the wrist. His body went crashing away as if water were held by gravity, and it hit him like a giant pole. Tom, being distracted, loosened his grip on Rylan, and Rylan managed to get a hand free. Instead of going for Tade, who was holding him down, he aimed at Tom and shot him in the torso, making Tom shout in pain. Tom! I yelled and ran over to him. Tade growled in anger, and he roared, making Rylan freeze. Tade then delivered a final, decisive blow, making Rylan go limp. Oh my, are you okay? I said, panicking as I put my hands over his injury. Clearly not, Cole said as he appeared next to me. Sending him a glare, I motioned my palm to Tom's torso, and the water hit his injury a little too hard, making him hiss as I gave him an apologetic smile. Tade ran over to us and kneeled. We'll get you to first aid soon as we're done, he said, patting Tom's shoulder, who gave him a nod. Tade looked at me and gave me a weak smile. He then sniffed the air slightly, and his gaze fell on my arm. Immediately, he growled and gripped my forearm, making me wince. You sit here and don't do anything else, Tade said, looking at my arm, his eyes black. I rolled my eyes at him. Tom is here, in pain, lying on the floor, and he frets over my arm. I see no logic. Before I could tell Tade it's fine, a considerable weight slammed into me from behind, making me gasp as I fell forward. I was turned, and large hands grabbed my shoulders, pinning me down. Dunley, don't you touch her. Tade growled, and a second later, he threw Adrian off of me in inhuman speed. Cole marched over to Adrian and kicked him in the gut, making him groan. Eliana, Tade growled and appeared in front of me. He caressed my cheek and looked at my neck. Growling, he turned around and stomped over to Adrian. He put his palms on either side of Adrian's head, and Cole held his arms from behind. Wait! Adrian screamed, making Tade's grip tighten. Tommen, help me. Please, brother. Adrian yelled in desperation, and Tom groaned as he sat in a sitting position. Tade froze and looked at Tom, looking at him as if asking for permission to end Adrian's threat. Did you really just say that? I said, shocked after what you did. And to your own brother. I said with an outraged laugh. How dare he ask for help after all this? Does he have no shame? Please, brother, I never meant for you to get hurt, Adrian said, gritting his teeth. The whole role seemed fake, and I hoped no one would fall for it. Sorry, brother, Tom said softly. I looked up to you. But you're wrong, Dunley. How you thought to do this, I have no idea. Tom said, still looking at his brother in disbelief. I'm sorry, Tom said weakly. He gave Tade a nod. No. Adrian's words were cut short as Tade delivered a final, powerful blow, and Adrian's body fell to the floor. Tade dropped his hands and stepped back. We all looked at the ground silently. No one dared to make a noise. Chapter 15. Some of us stood there unfazed, while some of us, including me, stood there with our mouth wide open. I felt arms slip around my shoulder, and I was turned around and directed back towards the committee. Tade, is it all over? I asked, glancing at Adrian's fallen form as the warrior wolves began to clear the battlefield. It is, he said quietly. The rage and anger in his eyes had left, and all that was left behind was hurt and betrayal. What do they do with the fallen? I asked in a hushed whisper. Tade glanced at me and then looked ahead, jaw clenched. They prepare a pyre. Once we arrived at the committee, Tom was rushed towards first aid, and I went to go near him, but Tade held my arm, shaking his head. He held my arm and led me underground to the tunnel. Peeling the wallpaper away, he opened the door, and there stood the huge mock of people. When they saw us, everyone went silent. The threat is over. I'd like everyone to spend the night in their rooms, Tade said bluntly, and the people bowed their heads. Everyone quickly left the little chamber, and once they did, Tade closed the door and walked out. I quickly followed behind him and followed him into his office and took a seat. My own beta, Tade said in disbelief, shaking his head. My own beta. He growled loudly, slamming his fist onto the desk, and I flinched slightly. I rubbed my palms together and looked around the room uncomfortably. I haven't ever seen him so angry. His eyes were pitch black, and his fists were clenched. I hesitantly stood up and slowly walked over to him. I placed my hands on his chest, and his head snapped to mine. It's all right, Tade. Calm down, please, I plead, Tom. Tom would make an even better beta, don't you think? I said with a weak smile, and Tade ran a hand through his hair. As soon as Dunley was defeated, Tommen became beta, he said, sighing as he sat down on the nearest sofa. Tade buried his head in his hands, and his body was still slightly shaking from anger. The scene itself hurt me deeply, and I wanted more than anything to calm him down. I sat down next to him and wrapped my arms around his shoulders, pulling him into a hug. After a second, I felt his arms snake around my waist and hold me tightly as he inhaled deeply. We stayed like that for a few moments, and I noticed how we never got to spend much time together. With Adrian in the way, we were never able to be true mates. But from now on, things would be different. I'm sorry, I heard Tade whisper in my hair, and I leaned back slightly to look at him. What for? I asked, confused. If you haven't noticed, but all this seemed to happen on your birthday, he said, looking at me, his hazel eyes slightly dull. Oh, I said quietly. Heck, who forgets it's their own birthday? But one thing is for sure. I wasn't forgetting this particular birthday anytime soon. But don't worry, Tade said, cupping my face in his hands, eyes glowing. The day's not over yet. Walking behind his desk, he pulled out what looked like a blanket. Grabbing my hand, we walked out of his office and out of the building. Hurry, we might just make it, he said, clutching my hand, and we ran together to who knows where. Running past the trees, Tade dodged trees and avoided rocks. His agility and stamina were perfect, and I felt so small next to him. We were on top of a hill, and I felt my legs growing tired already, but Tade looked like he hadn't even lifted a finger. Hey, you try running up a hill. I stopped running and panted slightly as my feet sank into the soft grass. I watched as Tade shook open the thin material and laid it on the grass. He gracefully sat down on it and motioned me over. I walked over and plopped myself down and rested my head on Tade's shoulder, still slightly tired. Look, he whispered, pointing into the distance. I gasped at the beauty in front of me. The sun's rays were peeking from behind the clouds, and the light slowly began to flood the entire sky. The river below began to sparkle as the orange glow hit it, making it look almost magical, the water shining. The clouds slowly disappeared, and the sunrise made the sky glow, as a tint of pink and blue blended in with the orange glow. The sky looked like it was ripped out of a children's book and stuck onto the sky. All in all, it looked mesmerizing. Magical. I've never seen anything like it, I said, breathless, my eyes peeling away from the sunrise as I looked into Tade's eyes. His eyes looked almost green in the sunlight, and they glowed even lighter, leaving me breathless. Me neither, he mumbled, never breaking eye contact. His gaze fell to my lips, and I felt my insides turn to mush. I also let my eyes wander to his lips and didn't miss it when his tongue dampened his lips. He slowly leaned in and stopped, his breath mixed with mine, and suddenly every single noise vanished, and it was just us and our breathless state. My eyes fluttered closed, and a second later a warm pair of lips met mine. I could have melted right there. The feel of his lips against mine felt so right, it felt perfect. Our lips moved together in sync, and it felt wonderful. Tade brought up his hands and cupped my face into his palms as he kissed me slowly. It was a slow, tender kiss. The sweetest kiss I've ever had. Then again, he was the only person I've ever kissed. A moment later, he pulled away, resting his forehead on mine as his eyes remained closed, almost as if savoring the moment. However, my eyes were wide open and my lips hummed in delight. That was awesome, I blurted out, and immediately my cheeks heated up and I averted my eyes from his. Way to ruin the moment, Eliana. At least not on your birthday. I mentally scowled at myself. It was, Tade said in amusement as he grinned at me. He then lay down on the thin blanket and I followed suit, resting my head on his chest. We lay there together for hours, talking about everything and nothing. Hearing him laugh now and then was the best sound I had ever heard. I was getting more attached to him by the second, and I didn't mind it. Before we even knew it, it was nighttime, and instead of staring up at the clouds, we stared up at the stars. You're lucky, Tade suddenly said. I am, I said, propping up onto an elbow. There's usually very few stars. But tonight the whole sky is full of them, he said, looking up at the stars, and I couldn't help but notice his hazel eyes looked even brighter at night. Tade felt my gaze and looked over at me with a soft smile. I wish it could always be like this, I sighed. With me? It's possible, he said with a slight grin. Aren't I lucky? I always get the romantic ones, I said with a roll of the eyes. I looked over at Tade, who sat up slightly, an eyebrow raised. Always? There were others before me, he said, trying to sound casual, but I didn't miss the way his jaw clenched and his eyes went a little darker. Oh yeah, I said, flicking my hand. There was, let's see, I said, tapping my chin. Well, there was Tony, Liam, Jake, Freddie-o. Freddie. He was always so sweet. I was cut off when Tade leaned over me, his shadow falling across my face, his eyes darker than the night sky. Oh, really? Sweeter than me, Tade said in a low voice, and I felt butterflies in my stomach. No, none of them sweeter than you. Oh, but Toby I began, but Tade growled low in his throat, making me laugh. I'm kidding, I said, grinning, and Tade leaned down, stealing a kiss. Good. Chapter 16. Both Tade and I walked hand in hand to the infirmary. Arriving at the closed door, I glanced at Tade, who gave the door a gentle knock before stepping in with me in tow. Tom lay in the uncomfortable-looking bed, his slow, steady breaths visible by the rise and fall of his chest. Is he asleep? I whispered to Tade, who leaned down to give me my answer, but the now wide-awake Tom beat him to it. Yeah, no thanks to you, Tom said grumbling as he sat up. What? I was whispering. I said in disbelief. Tade chuckled and circled an arm around my waist as he pulled me closer to his body. He was just kidding, Tade said, his voice warm next to my ear. It wasn't very funny, I said with a small pout, and Tade grinned, placing his lips on mine for a second before pulling back, his grin wider. Tom let out a cough, and I blushed slightly, leaning away from Tade, which made him tighten his grip around my waist. You know, I could leave. Give you guys a moment or two, he said, sounding more than happy to get out of bed as he threw the blanket off him. Nice try, Tommen. Get back in that bed, Tade said, narrowing his eyes at Tom. Tom froze with one leg on the floor and the other in the bed, groaning in annoyance. But now. Tom sighed, but nevertheless, placed himself back on the bed, closing his eyes slightly. Yes, Alpha, he said, sounding like a little child getting scolded. At the thought of a child, I thought of Eddard and realized I haven't spoken to the little kid in a while. Don't werewolves heal quickly? I asked, tilting my head up towards Tade as I looked at him in confusion. They do, he said with a nod, but Tommen got hurt by an elemental, he said with a pause. It's different. I nodded my head and then glanced at Tom. He stared down at his lap, and I watched him clench and unclench his jaw. Tom, about Dunley, I began, but he lifted his hand up slightly as if to silence me. No disrespect, Luna, but please don't say you're sorry, he said with a frown. I looked at him and suppressed the urge to roll my eyes at him. No one likes to hear those words, and I already knew that. I was actually going to say, I can't believe he turned out to be such, I said, but a hand was clamped over my mouth. I don't want to hear such words come out of that pretty little mouth of yours, Tade said, removing his hand from over my mouth, and I rolled my eyes at him. Instead of being flattered by his words like a normal girl would, I snorted at him and gave him a pointed look. Says the one who said, I once again began, but again Tade's hand was clasped over my mouth. Really, Eliana? Again? He said, giving me a frown. Hypocrite. Like I said earlier, I could leave you two to your flirting and make this a whole lot easier, Tom said, slightly lifting his blankets, and Tade shot him a blunt look. But Tom, I said in a sing-song voice, we can't have you walking around sick. I said with a big smile, and he looked at me weirdly. The beta must be in good condition to be a good role model, right? I said and watched as the confused look on Tom's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. Me? He asked and looked over at Tade. But why? I mean, after my brother. He trailed off, unsure, and Tade's gaze hardened. You're not your brother, he said, but Tom still looked a little unconvinced. What about Cole? He asked, and Tade let out a low chuckle, the vibrations sending a pleasant warmth through me. He's not interested in pack business, he said, and Tom nodded, a smile gracing his face. Then I better get some rest, right? He said with a big smile and looked really happy. I was taken aback. Tade and I bid him farewell, and we left the infirmary. Walking through the building, we walked in silence until we reached his office. Walking in, I immediately walked over to his long sofa and lay down on it, shutting my eyes. Tired? He asked softly, sitting on the edge, a lock of my dark hair twirling around his finger. After today? Yeah, I said with a yawn, and my eyelids felt heavy. I feel so grimy after that fight, I groaned and sat up. Tade stopped me as he stood in front of me, a playful look in his eye. Need some help rinsing off? He said in a teasing voice, and I gasped, lightly hitting his chest. I didn't know you were that type of guy, I said, and Tade didn't say anything to deny it as he swooped down and kissed my lips. So, what do you say? He said in a low tone. I smirked at him as I slowly raised my arm. Sure, I replied, and Tade looked at me, surprised, and I laughed at him. Motioning my palm upwards, I let water pour out of it towards the ceiling and let it fall on us like rain. I tilted my head back and laughed, looking at Tade's face. He brought up his hand to my cheek and slightly caressed it as droplets of water dripped down his chin, which had a little stubble on it, reminding me of how attractive it made him look. Wow, Eliana, Tade said dryly, your creativity level amazes me. Chapter 17. I felt something tickle my nose, and I growled in annoyance, rolling away from it, snuggling into my pillow. Geez, you still sleep like a baby, a voice mumbled, and I ignored it. Wait a minute. I thought to myself. I'd know that voice from anywhere. My eyes snapped open, and I quickly sat up, seeing blonde locks of hair. Lillian? I gasped, and Lillian herself sat on the edge of the bed, holding a feather with a huge smile on her face. In the flesh, she said, gesturing to herself, and I lunged for her, making us both fall to the floor. What in the world are you doing here? I asked in disbelief as I held her to me tightly. Maybe if I could breathe. Lillian trailed off, and I let go of her, still in shock as we now sat on the floor. It was quite interesting. I got a call from the Alpha Dash. Tade, I said in disbelief, and she nodded, continuing. Think of it as a late birthday present, she said with a smirk, and I grabbed her by the shoulders, crushing her into me again. Best birthday present ever, I said with a squeal, and Lillian giggled. It felt good to see her. One can only go on for so long without their partner in crime. I have so much to tell you, I said, dragging out the word so, and Lillian nodded her head in agreement as she suddenly stood up, dusting herself off. I heard you haven't been into town yet, she asked, walking to my closet and throwing me a pair of jeans and a black top that was a size too small. Haven't had the chance to. It's been busy, I said, scratching the back of my head as I stood up and began to get dressed. You came to the official werewolf committee and don't bother to go down to the mall down the road, she said, shaking her head in disbelief, and I looked at her with my eyebrow raised. Down the road? I asked, getting dressed as I picked up the comb on the bedside table and ran it through my hair a couple of times. Not literally, Lillian said with an eye roll, and she sat on my bed looking at me with a dreamy smile. The Alpha, though, she trailed off, fanning herself, is quite a sight. My head snapped to hers, and I growled lowly, not being able to control myself as I clenched my fist. Lillian looked at me in shock, and I felt bad for growling at her, but the thought of someone thinking about Tade, my mate, in that way made me feel pure fury. Whoa, Lillian said, holding her hands up in surrender, and I thought I was a mischievous one. Why the growl? She asked, moving back slightly as she looked at my eyes that must have shifted a shade darker. I don't like you talking about my mate like that, I said, and I heard her gasp. Before I could register what was happening, I was knocked to the floor, and Lillian lay on top of me with a big smile as she shook my shoulders. Your mate's with an Alpha, she all but screamed as I shoved her off of me, laughing. Eliana, you're telling me that handsome man, she paused, shaking her head in disbelief, is your mate, she asked with wide eyes, and I rolled my eyes at her dramatic tone. Yes, Lillian, I said in a dismissive tone as I walked out of the room with Lillian trailing behind me. Yes, Lillian, she repeated in outrage as she trailed behind me until I opened the door, stepping outside and stretching my joints. That's all? No details? No exciting details, she said in disbelief, and I turned around, smiling at her as I grabbed her shoulders lightly. Geez, Lillian, you need to ease of those energy drinks. I will tell you everything, I promise, I said, giving her my best smile, and she rolled her eyes unsatisfied, but agreed nonetheless, making my smile widen. As we began walking further out of the building, I spotted Eddard playing with a toy truck, and I jogged over to him, crouching down to his eye level. Hey buddy, I said, ruffling his hair, and he glared at me, making me giggle. Hi Luna, he said, his playful glare vanishing as he smiled up at me, squinting slightly because of the sun. My friend over there, I said, pointing to Lillian and I are going to the mall. Could you tell your brother if you see him? I asked, and Eddard leaned back slightly to get a glimpse of Lillian, and then he leaned back forward, looking at me. Is the mall safe? He asked, narrowing his little brown eyes at me, and I rolled my eyes. Only 8, and he's already Tade number 2. Yes, Eddard. We're just going to catch up and do girl stuff, I said purposely, and Eddard scrunched up his nose in distaste. All right, I'll tell him, he said, and I smiled brightly, pinching his cheeks. I flicked his nose and let little flecks of water come out of my fingertips, making Eddard giggle. That is so cool. I blew into my straw and watched amused as bubbles erupted in the plastic cup, making me giggle to myself as I waited for Lillian to take in everything I just told her. Her mouth was hanging wide open, and I couldn't help but laugh as I grabbed her chin and shut it closed. Careful, might catch a fly or two, I said, chuckling to myself, but Lillian just shook her head, and her mouth opened in shock. Again. Principal Ruford? Wow. Who would have thought, she mumbled, leaning her head down to put her straw in her mouth as she slurped loudly on her smoothie. And oh my gosh, Lillian suddenly said, making me jump back as she slapped her hands down on the table in the food court, gaining attention as people looked at us weirdly. Urine, she said, whispering harshly as she leaned in. An elemental, she said as she leaned back, slurping on her drink. I went to speak, but she shook her head frantically. I mean, you've been living the life of a movie character while I studied for exams? Lillian said, shaking her head in disbelief as a smile broke loose on her face. That's my girl, she said with a squeal as she clapped her hands together in excitement. Can I speak now? I asked in amusement, and Lillian nodded, her smile widening. I opened my mouth to speak, but someone cleared their throat, and I groaned in annoyance, looking up. In front of us stood 3 boys about our age. They all had smug smiles, and they looked at us, smirking as they flexed their muscles. I glanced at Lillian, who looked at the boys in amusement, and I turned back at them and raised an eyebrow. "Is there a reason why you're standing there?" I asked rudely, and the 3 guys looked slightly taken aback. The one in the middle, however, slid into the chair next to mine and snaked his arm around the back of my seat, and I looked at him with wide eyes. "Feisty one, aren't ya?" the guy said, and his dirty blonde hair fell to the side as he tilted his head slightly, his cocky smile in place. The other 2 guys inched closer to Lillian, and she growled at them, making them grin. They raised their hands in fake surrender. "Look," Lillian said, "we don't have time for your failed attempts at flirting. Do yourselves a favor and leave," she said, pointing to the doors that lead into another section of the mall. "I think we'd rather sit here with you pretty ladies," said the blonde next to me, and I snorted. "If this is how you pick up girls, your game is weak," I said, grabbing my plastic cup as I drank through the straw, making a loud slurp sound. "My game is not weak," he said, glaring at me. "I can get girls any day and any night," he said, smirking, looking proud of his witty comeback, and Lillian I glanced at each other as we snorted, and she mumbled a "yeah right" under her breath. "You don't want to mess with her. Her mate will eat you alive," Lillian said with a grin, and the 2 boys closest to her looked at the blonde next to me in worry. "Who is he?" the blonde asked with a smirk. "Some pup," he said, and then burst out laughing with his friends. I looked at him in annoyance, and the urge to punch him was strong. I want to push him out of the seat, but suddenly a shadow loomed over the table. "No," said a low voice making us all freeze. "Not some pup, but your alpha." All 3 boys froze and turned to look at the figure behind me, their bodies frozen. Lillian looked behind my head with a smirk, and I didn't dare move as I watched all 3 boys gulp in fear. Chapter 18. Alpha, the blonde next to me stuttered with wide eyes as he glanced at me and back at Tade, who I knew was now standing behind me. I slowly turned around to be greeted by dark jeans. My gaze slowly traveled up a white tee, and my gaze fell on Tade's insanely attractive face. His eyes weren't on mine, however. His glare was fixated on the boy next to me, and I saw the way Tade's eyes darkened by each passing second. "Oh no. Alpha," Tade sneered. "What happened to some pup?" Tade said, tilting his head slightly as a grin graced his lips. It was anything but friendly. The look in his eye was furious, and I couldn't help but shrink back in my seat. This side of Tade was scary, and, shooting Lillian a look, I noticed she was looking at Tade impressed. "Some pup," the blonde echoed as he looked at his friends, letting out a nervous laugh. "Who said anything about pups?" the blonde said nervously as he scratched the back of his neck and placed his arm back around the back of my seat. "Alpha," said the one closest to Lillian as he bowed his head slightly. He looked up and glanced around the food court as numerous eyes watched us in confusion and in shock as they spotted the alpha. "We didn't mean any harm," he said, breathing fast as beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Let this be a warning, and we promise never to upset you again," he said in desperation, and Tade let out a sigh, but his gaze immediately hardened. "Maybe if your friend," Tade seethed, his eyes narrowed into slits, "gets his arm away from my mate before I move it for him, I'll consider it." The blonde next to me quickly snatched his hand back and shot out of his seat, and I couldn't help but let an amused grin slip onto my face, no matter how bad I felt. "Let this be a warning. Next time you won't be so lucky," Tade said in a growl, and the boys looked at him in horror, quickly nodding their heads and all but running when Tade dismissed them. Looking over at Tade, his eyes were still a few shades darker than usual, and his fists were clenched, and I rolled my eyes at how dramatic it was. "Lillian, is it right if we call it a day?" I said, looking at Lillian as I nodded my head towards Tade, to which she nodded in understanding. "It's fine. I've got to head back anyway," she said with a smile, standing up as I did too, and she gave me a tight hug. "You'd better keep him on a leash," she whispered in my ear as she pulled back, and I snorted at her. "Yeah, right," I said, amused as I glanced at Tade, who patiently waited for me. "Don't miss me too much. I'll see when I can come around again," Lillian said happily, giving me a big smile. She glanced at Tade, and her gaze stayed on him for a little longer than I would have liked, which made me tilt my head into her line of vision. "Yeah, see you soon," I said with a less happy smile as she turned around and left. Sighing, I spun around to tell Tade we could leave, but I bumped into his chest as he appeared right behind me. "Ready to go?" he whispered, his voice warm near my ear. "Yeah," I said back, sounding breathless, making Tade's lips pull back into a smirk. Gently grabbing my arm, Tade swiftly led me out of the mall as people glanced up at us, literally stopping in their tracks. Almost everyone had their gazes on Tade, and I didn't mind it, but when I saw the girls admiring him, I narrowed my eyes at them, tightening my grip on Tade just in case. Walking out into the calm wind had me shivering, and I inched closer to Tade as he grabbed me by the waist and kept me close as he guided the way. We walked towards the parking lot and towards a large, masculine-looking car. I raised my eyebrows in amusement as Tade held the passenger door open for me. "A gentleman, are we?" I said with a grin as I slipped into the car, and only a second later, Tade appeared on the other side, starting the engine. "Of course," he said with a grin, and my gaze fell onto his lips. "Oh my." Hesitantly, I leaned over and grabbed the collar of his shirt. Tade looked at me in confusion, and before I backed out, I pulled him towards me and pressed my lips against his. Tade froze for only half a second until he responded, his hand coming up to cut my jaw. The kiss was deep and overwhelming, sending butterflies erupting in my stomach. We parted, and Tade rested his forehead on mine as he leveled his breathing, his eyes closed. I, on the other hand, panted and was left breathless. "If you don't want to have a car crash by putting images into my mind later on," Tade said in a breath, "I suggest we stop." "For now," he added with a little growl, looking at me with dark, intense eyes that made my heart flutter. Slipping back into my seat, I played with my fingers, but couldn't ignore the tingles that danced around on my lips. I brought up my hand and touched my bottom lip softly. I wasn't falling asleep tonight. Arriving back at the committee in lightning speed, Tade had his arms around my shoulders as we entered the building to be greeted by Tom and Cole nearby. "Alpha, Luna," Tom said with a suspicious look as he looked between the two of us, making me grin. Cole gave us a smirk as he motioned his cup towards us with a nod of the head. "Beta," I said to Tom, with a broad smile as he rolled his eyes at me. "Cole," I said, returning his nod, and he sent me a wink. Tade cleared his throat and pulled me to his side as his arms secured around my waist, leaving tingles. "Eliana and I will be in the office," Tade announced as he turned away with me beside him, not waiting for an answer. We walked down various halls, and his tall yet familiar office doors came into view. Holding the door open, I slipped in, and Tade stayed close behind me as he closed the door behind both of us. I walked over to the leather sofa next to a bookshelf and took a seat, slumping into it in the process. Tade also took a seat, which was right beside me. He put his arms around me, pulling me close as I rested my head on his chest, savoring the warmth. "How do you know where I was today?" I asked in curiosity as I glanced up at Tade, only to see that he was already looking at me. "Eddard," he said, and I let out a mental "oh." "Well," I said into the silence as I sat up straighter and faced Tade completely. "You know," I said as I let a smirk slip onto my face, "you scared those guys back there," I said as I looked at Tade with an eyebrow raised. "Good. I'm glad I did," Tade mumbled, his gaze on my lips, and I couldn't help but smile. "Tade," I said with a gasp, making his eyes snap to mine, "do you realize how rude that is?" I said with a glare, but I failed to keep it on as I struggled to stop the smile from slipping onto my face. "What can I say? I'm a possessive guy," Tade said, smirking as he leaned in closer, his breath fanning my cheek. "So you're saying," I said, pursing my lips, more like admitting, "that you were jealous?" I said, and the idea of him being jealous of me made my heart flutter. "Yes. Wouldn't you have been?" Tade asked, amused as he leaned his head down, placing a kiss on my neck, sending a warmth through me. "No," I scoffed, but even to my ears it sounded false, and I felt Tade's smirk against my skin. Don't worry, Tade said, his eyes darkening as his dark hair slightly fell over his hazel eyes. Everyone will know you're mine. And with that being said, Tade placed another gentle kiss on my neck. I felt a sharp pressure, followed by a wave of warmth that seemed to connect us completely. And then I was marked. Chapter 19. Tade moved back from my neck, and I looked at him in shock. Did he mark me? I felt my wolf stir in delight, and I looked into Tade's eyes and gasped as I felt an incredible pull towards him. Looking at him, I found him 100 times more attractive, and I felt beyond weird. What's happening? I asked in confusion as Tade wrapped his arms around me, making electric sparks dance on my skin. The mark just made the bond a little stronger, he said in a whisper, and his hazel eyes looked at me with a deeper emotion than usual. A little. I mumbled, and Tade chuckled, the sound music to my ears. Maybe a lot, he said with a grin and leaned down, placing a kiss on my new mark, which made a warm feeling spread through me. That brought me back to my first question. Did he mark me? Did you just mark me? I gasped as I leaned back from his arms to look at him properly. I thought we just established that, he said with a grin as he tilted his head with an amused expression. I know that, I said, rolling my eyes. It was just uncalled for, I said lowly, closing my eyes as Tade placed a gentle kiss on my cheek. Are you mad? He asked in a low voice, and I shook my head. Actually, I said, looking thoughtful. I'm not, I said, and Tade beamed at me as he gave me a breathtaking smile. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, and in came Cole and Tom. Tade turned around slightly as he looked at them with an eyebrow raised. Did I say you can come in? Tade asked, his eyes narrowed as Tom looked at us with a guilty expression. Cole, however, just looked at us with a smirk as he waggled his eyebrows. Finally marked her? Cole said smugly as I looked at him in shock. It was the first thing I noticed when I walked in, he said with a grin as he glanced over at Tade, giving him a nod. Right. Well, what is it? Tade asked impatiently, and Tom grinned. Tade walked over, and they began talking as I went around the desk and sat on Tade's chair. Leaning back, my eyes scanned over his office and fell onto his phone. Leaning over, I grabbed the phone out of its place and began dialing Lillian's number. After only 2 rings, Lillian's cheery voice was on the other line. Lillian here, said the voice down the phone, and a smile lit up my face. Hey Lillian, I said, and there was a pause. Eliana? About time you called. She scowled into the phone, and I rolled my eyes. Tell me what happened when I left, she gushed, and I glanced at Tade, smiling. Nothing, he just got a little angry, but everything's fine, I said, my eyes not leaving Tade. As if he felt my gaze, he turned his head slightly to give me a grin. That's all, Lillian said, sounding disappointed. How is Tade anyway? Lillian asked, and my mouth fell open. Tade, I repeated, sounding shocked, and at the mention of his name, Tade glanced over, along with Cole and Tom. Girls mentioning your name over the phone? Tom said, looking at Tade. Not a good sign, he said, shaking his head, and I shot him a glare. On first-name basis are we? I said to Lillian, feeling a little angry, but kept my voice down nevertheless. Why not? Lillian said back, her voice coming across harsh, and my brows scrunched in confusion. Oh sorry, Lillian said sarcastically, and I was starting to get angry. Only you have that privilege, she hissed. My mouth fell open, and I glanced at the phone in disbelief. Was this Lillian talking? What is your problem? I asked, however, an ended call greeted me. I sat back in Tade's chair, confused and flustered. The only reason I can think of for Lillian's behavior was that she was crushing on Tade. Anger flooded my veins, and I tightened my grip on the phone. Any tighter and it might break, Tade said, and my head shot up to see that it was only him and me in the room as he stood there overseeing me. Care to explain? He asked as he leaned on the desk right in front of me. I think, I said, glancing at the phone. Lillian might have a crush on you, I grumbled. It was silent for a few moments, and I looked up at Tade only to see he had a grin on his face. Jealous are we? He asked with a low chuckle, and I rolled my eyes, but couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. When I think about it, I don't blame her. Tade was an insanely attractive man, and his good looks did him no justice. I'm not jealous, I said in a defensive tone, and Tade just grinned as he pulled me from the chair and into his arms, holding me close. Truth be told, I was a little jealous. But mostly I was angry. Angry that my best friend would even consider liking my mate. Eliana, Tade said softly. It wouldn't matter if the entire female population liked me, he said, brushing his lips against mine softly. I only have eyes for you. At his sweet words, I melted in his arms. My wolf reached out to his, and I closed my eyes as I leaned into Tade. But admit it, you were jealous, the cocky side of Tade said. I pulled back and looked at him in disbelief. Way to ruin the moment. You sound so sure, I said, narrowing my eyes at him. Tade placed his hands on my waist and leaned in, a smile playing on his lips. That's because I am, he said in a whisper and leaned down further to steal a kiss. The door slammed open, and I jumped back from his arms, my head snapping to the door. Eddard stood there, his knees stained with mud, wearing a triumphant smile. Noticing how close Tade and I were, Eddard's smile slowly disappeared. Gross, Eddard yelled in disgust, and Tade chuckled while I moved further away from him. It was gross, I said with an equal tone of disgust, which made Eddard look at me in curiosity and Tade look at me with an eyebrow raised. He wouldn't let me go. I said sadly, mentally smirking at my acting skills. What? Eddard gasped as he shot his older brother a glare. The little 8-year-old ran up to me and hugged my waist while I patted his back. I did I? Tade mumbled in amusement, shaking his head. Chapter 20. Lillian sat across from me, swirling her straw, making patterns in her beverage. I had dialed her back after she so rudely hung up on me. I was willing to clear the tension between us if she was. We were in the kitchen inside the committee building, and it felt as if I were the one visiting. It was that uncomfortable. Look, I know you're annoyed with me. I just want to know why, I said, and a hint of irritation seeped into my voice, and Lillian looked up at me with an eyebrow raised. You really can't tell? You have everything, she said, clenching her jaw, and I looked at her in puzzlement. First they choose you for a scholarship, the Alpha turns out to be your mate. All this drama happens, and to top it off you're an elemental. Lillian said her eyes were burning in what I now can describe as jealousy. Are you jealous? I gasped and looked at her in so much confusion. Lillian seemed to take my comment the wrong way because she stood up and let the kitchen stool fall to the ground. I also stood up and my fists clenched. She is, or maybe was, my best friend, but she didn't have the right to treat me like this for no reason. Jealous. Lillian screeched in disbelief, and I flinched from the sound. Did I do something wrong? I am anything but jealous, she spat, and I opened up my mouth to speak, but a sound from the doorway made our heads snap in the direction of the noise. Really? From here, it sure looks like it, Cole said, his usual glass in hand as he swayed into the kitchen. Tom followed closely behind, and he glared at Lillian. We'd appreciate it if you'd treat our Luna with respect, Tom said with hard eyes at Lillian. Lillian narrowed her eyes at him. And who's this? Your guard dog. She seethed and was shaking from rage as her eyes filled with frustrated tears. She did not just go there. Lillian. I gasped as Tom looked genuinely offended, and his eyes turned into slits as he took a threatening step forward. Tom growled and looked at Lillian with hate, and I quickly turned around to face Lillian. You need to leave, I said as even Cole began frowning. Lillian was not herself, and I didn't know who this person was. Lillian glared at all three of us and ran for the exit. I didn't make a move to stop her, and I clenched my jaw tightly, making my teeth hurt from the brutal force of it. That was Lillian. You know, your best friend? Could have fooled me, Cole said with a chuckle, and I shot him a glare, making him grin. No, I said gruffly, I don't know who that person was, I said with my eyebrows furrowed as I slumped into the nearest seat. You know, Tom said thoughtfully, Alpha could have her punished for that. He said and looked thoughtful for a moment, as if he were considering it. But he won't, I said firmly. Sure, she was acting terribly, but it didn't mean I wanted her hurt. Maybe only a tiny bit of me that was just a little possessive over Tade. Stop it, Eliana. I scowled mentally. Why are you guys here anyway? Eavesdropping, I said, sending them a glare, and Cole rolled his eyes. Actually, no. Alpha's older brother, as in my other nephew, is visiting and Alpha told us to make sure he doesn't. Cole paused as he tilted his cup back, swallowing the substance. Annoy you. Brother, I said, dumbfounded. Tade has an older brother? He never told me, I said, tilting my head to the side as I peered at them expectantly, waiting for an answer. Well, they aren't exactly on the best of terms. Tom cut in and sent Cole a look. Cole looked at him and raised his hands in a surrender motion. Don't, I said, glaring at Tom. Let him tell me, I said, sounding more nosy than I should have, making Cole smirk. As their beloved uncle, my lips are sealed, Cole said with a sly grin as Tom shrugged his shoulders. Just ask Tade. I'm sure he'll explain, Tom said as he gave me a small smile. I just nodded and turned around to leave. I made my way to Tade's office. My brain automatically knew the route, and my feet moved like they were possessed. Not bothering to knock, I pushed open the door and stepped in with my eyes on the floor. Hey Tade, I heard Dash. Looking up, I froze with my hand on the door handle, my eyes wide as I took in the scene before me. Tade stood with a furious look as he had his hands braced against a wall, trapping a stranger between them. The stranger smirked at him, which made Tade growl. His father, Rogan, stood on the other side with a scowl on his face, while Eddard stood giggling, which made Tade shoot him a glare, silencing him. Everyone's gaze found mine, and I stood there frozen, gaping like a fish out of water. Letting out a nervous laugh, I scratched the back of my neck. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt a family reunion? Chapter 21. I stood there awkwardly as my words lingered in the air like a foul stench floating in the atmosphere. The scene before me was not what I expected, and I couldn't help but think what a great photo opportunity this was. My words, however, seemed as if they didn't reach Tade's ears, seeing as his hands tightened on the wall on either side of the stranger. The stranger, whom I now assumed to be his brother, was having trouble obtaining his smirk, but never let the mocking look on his face disappear. Dallin, that's enough, Rogan said in a gruff tone to the person whom I now know as Dallin. Rogan shot Tade a look, and Tade clenched his jaw as he pushed himself away from Dallin. Tade's eyes snapped to mine, and I gave him a nervous smile. Oh my, didn't I just have to walk into a happy family reunion? I thought dryly as Tade appeared in front of me, his face close to mine, blocking my view of Dallin. Is everything all right? He asked me in a soft tone as his lips brushed against my forehead. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? I asked and couldn't help the grin that spread upon my lips. Tade opened his mouth to speak, but Dallin made a noise that resembled a gasp, which made Tade's head snap to his. Tade, he said in disbelief, you didn't tell me you had a lady friend, Dallin said with a wide smile as he walked towards Tade and me. Aren't you a sight to look at? Dallin said with a smirk, and Tade growled lowly as he turned around to lash out, but I held his arm. I smiled sweetly at Dallin. Too bad I can't say the same thing, I said and rolled my eyes as I glanced at a snickering Eddard in the far corner. A mouthy one are we? Dallin said with an eyebrow raised, and Tade gave him a death stare. Don't speak to her, he said lowly. In fact, don't look at her, Tade said, looking back at me as he pulled me into his arms. I heard Rogan sigh and walk over towards the door with Eddard right behind him. You'd think Eddard would be the immature brother, he mumbled as he looked at his younger son with a small smile. Eddard, on the other hand, puffed out his little chest and stuck out his tongue towards Dallin and Tade. You call that mature? Dallin said with a snort. It was nice seeing you, Eliana, Rogan said, ignoring his son's comment as he opened the door to leave. You too, Rogan, I said with a warm smile as Dallin let out a low whistle. First name basis with the big man? Dallin said in disbelief as he looked at his father, confused. Tade sighed impatiently, and his arms around me tightened. The Luna can speak as she wishes, Tade said in a voice like stone as Rogan stepped out hurriedly with Eddard behind him, most likely wanting to avoid further conflict. Luna? So she isn't just your latest distraction, Dallin said thoughtfully as he gave Tade a pat on the back, making Tade growl. Distraction. I couldn't help but ask as I glanced at Dallin and looked back up at Tade. Why would you think that? I said as an image of Tade and some random blonde popped up into my head. Well, you see, Tade over here dash. Dallin, get out, Tade said in a stern tone, his entire body shaking as he glared at his older brother. He seemed to hate his presence, and Dallin was taking advantage of that. Always so grumpy, Dallin mumbled as he slowly walked towards the door. You are anything but cheerful. You certainly don't live up to your name, Dallin said, referring to the meaning of Tade's name from what I understood. I couldn't help but mentally snort at the idea. Yes, Tade has his happy days, but is he truly cheerful? That's going over the top. Because Dallin is such an appealing name? Tade said, tilting his head to the side with a mocking tone. I don't think so. Get out, Tade repeated with dark eyes as Dallin rolled his eyes. Yes, Alpha, Dallin replied with a smirk, emphasizing the word Alpha. Tade let go of me and was ready to lunge at Dallin, but Dallin quickly exited the room, slamming the door behind him before Tade could grab a hold of him. Wow, I said, looking at Tade with wide eyes. You and your brother sure share a lovely bond, I said, snickering as Tade ran his hand across his hair, sighing. Oh, right. Serious moment. Coughing, I tucked my hair behind my ear as I walked to stand in front of Tade. I circled my arms around his neck and looked up at him in concern. Okay, seriously. What was that all about? I asked, but Tade didn't look at me, and his body was still tense, along with his jaw. I cupped his face into my hands and rubbed soothing circles on his cheekbones, which made him finally look at me. For a second, I forgot what I was saying as I peered into his hazel orbs. The mate bond never failed to amaze me, and the beauty of Tade was surely illegal. It's nothing. It's in the past, Tade said, shrugging his shoulders, but I gave him a flat look, which made him sigh and continue. He was supposed to be Alpha, but refused to have that kind of responsibility. I stepped in, and for 2 years, I've been Alpha. Dallin complained about still being young at the time. Tade paused as if to create suspense, and I nodded my head, urging him on. Although it was pretty ironic how Dallin complained about being too young to become Alpha when Tade stepped in, being younger than Dallin. Now he shows up and says he's ready to accept the Alpha title dash. Can he do that? I said with my eyebrows furrowed as I tilted my head to gaze up at Tade. He chuckled and shook his head. Leaning down, he placed a soft kiss on my lips. No, he can't. That's why he's doing his best to annoy me, Tade said with a smile now as he cupped my cheek, bringing my face to his, stealing another kiss. Leaning back, I smirked and looked at Tade with mischief. Why don't we return the favor? I asked, tilting my head to the side as I smirked. You mean annoy him? Tade asked a little cautiously at the look on my face. Just leave it to me, I said with a wide smile. I placed a quick kiss on Tade's cheek that had a little stubble on it. Annoyance is one of my many talents, I said in a sing-song voice as I skipped out of the room, leaving Tade to stand there confused. Chapter 22. I chewed on the piece of meat in my mouth so slowly it was almost painful. I glanced up at Tade, who glared at Dallin, who made loud slurping noises while eating his spaghetti. We were having a family dinner, which Rogan had demanded we have to get along. Although even if it was Rogan's request, he was out of sight, which left Tade, Dallin, Eddard, and me. Tade ate in silence, while Dallin made noses purposely, and Eddard kept glancing at me, amused. Awkward. That was how I described this. Hey Tade, can you pass me the salt? Dallin asked, looking at Tade, but he just clenched his jaw, ignoring his brother. Never mind, Dallin said with a dramatic sigh. He leaned over Tade while picking up the salt and spun the lid open. I watched confused as he tilted it over, letting the salt pour all over Tade's food. Tade growled and slammed his fists onto the table, making me jump, while Dallin dropped the empty salt jar in fake shock. It just slipped out of my hand, Dallin said, backing away from Tade, who had shot up in his seat, ready to attack Dallin. What are you? 5. Tade hissed as his hazel eyes burned in anger. As attractive as he looked, I let out a low whistle. Dallin? Is it all right if you fetch me a cup of water? I asked sweetly as I gave him my best smile. He looked at me and tilted his head. Tade's head snapped to mine, and he began shaking. Eliana, what are you doing? He said lowly. What? I said innocently, my throat's really dry, I said, gulping as if to prove my point. Eddard giggled at Tade while Dallin grinned in triumph. "Anything for my sweet Luna," Dallin said, smirking at Tade as he sent me a wink, walking over to the sink behind the counter, still giving us a clear view of him. "You little." "Tade, sit," I said, giving him a hard look. He looked at me with dark eyes but sat down, stabbing his fork into the meat. I glanced at Dallin and watched as he got out a cup. He walked over to the tap and flipped it open, putting the cup under it to fill it up. Immediately, I focused on the tap. I squinted my eyes slightly as I focused my gaze on the pipe from which the water came out. "I think this dinner went really well," Dallin said, smiling. "I mean dash." Before Dallin could speak any further, the tap snapped off and the pipe burst open, making jet-like water smack against Dallin, making him yell out in surprise. The water drenched him as he clamped his hands over the pipe, looking the other way to shield his face while water splashed onto him. "What in the world?" Dallin yelled as he growled, giving up on covering the pipe, and quickly moved away from it. Eddard burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach and squeezed his eyes shut as he tried to breathe between his laughter. Tade cracked a smile and looked at Dallin in amusement while I hurriedly stood up out of my chair. "Oh my goodness. Are you all right?" I asked in false concern. Dallin shot me a look and stood up straight, shrugging his shoulders as the water died down. Yeah," he said with a forced smile. "It's just a little bit of water," he said, glaring at Tade, who smiled widely at him. It was anything but little. It looked as if he had stepped under the shower head and back out. Droplets of water slid off his clothing and splashed onto the white-tiled floor. "Sorry, brother. I forgot to mention about the poor plumbing here." "Must have slipped my mind," Tade said with an easy smile as he shrugged his shoulders, pulling me against him. "It's fine," Dallin said, grinding his teeth together, eyes darkening. "I'm going out to the forest." "Let my wolf blow off some steam," Dallin said, trying to play it cool, but his eyes held fury as he glared at the tap. "I'm coming too," Eddard yelled out as he trailed behind an embarrassed Dallin. Tade looked over at me and opened his mouth to speak, but I grabbed Tade's arm and dragged him behind me. "What are you, Dash? Wait for us." I yelled out as I walked hurriedly to reach up with Dallin and Eddard, while Tade sighed in defeat and came along. Stepping out, Dallin turned his head around to look at us while he walked forward into the woods. I let water trickle out of the soil and created a puddle of water with mud form a few meters in front of Dallin as he walked. "I hope none of you ask for a race. I mean, I'll win all of you. I'm probably one of the fastest." Dash. The smug look on Dallin's face vanished as he stepped into the puddle. Looking down, he let out an outraged growl as he clutched his head, tugging on his hair. "You have got to be kidding me," Dallin screamed as he backed away from the mud. "This is so cool," Eddard whispered from near me as he gave me a knowing look. I sent him a wink and looked up at Tade, who was laughing uncontrollably. The noise was angelic and I was momentarily dazed. "You are unbelievable," Tade said, his eyes dancing with amusement. I was snapped out of it as Dallin groaned in annoyance. "Oh, could this get any worse?" He asked no one in particular as he rubbed his temple with a frustrated sigh. And just like that, the sprinklers turned on. Chapter 23. Tade had a massive grin on his face as we headed back to his office. I've come to realize this was more of a room to him than his actual one. "Did you see his face? It was priceless," Tade said, his eyes dancing in amusement as he slumped down onto his chair behind his desk. "Can't say he didn't deserve it." I watched with a small smile as he let out a sigh of content as he rested his head back with his eyes closed. I walked over to him with a sly smile. Walking around the back of his chair, I placed my hands on his shoulders. I put pressure on his shoulders and rubbed them softly, making a purr-like sound come from Tade. I leaned down to place a kiss on the side of his cheek, and his eyes popped open. At a speed like I've never seen before, he was out of his chair and had pulled me into his arms, a small growl leaving his parted lips. "You're a tease," he said in a low murmur as his hazel eyes scanned around my face. My grin widened, and I leaned in and pressed my lips to his. He immediately kissed back and placed his hands on my waist to pull me closer. He suddenly pulled back and smiled at me as he tilted his head to look at me. My eyes bore into his hazel ones, and I gave him a toothy smile, which made him smile too. Things seem to be looking up, Tade said in a low whisper as his breath mingled with mine. About time, I mumbled and closed my eyes as I brought his face to mine once again. But of course, the moment was short-lived as the wooden doors slammed open, making Tade clench his jaw. I'm very bored. Entertain me, brother, Dallin said, strolling into the room. I couldn't help the amused smile that slipped onto my face as I saw he had changed into dry clothes. I stepped back from Tade's embrace, which made him growl in disapproval. Talk about entertainment, Dallin said with wide eyes as he gave Tade and me a wide smile. There's this thing, Tade said, tilting his head to the side as Dallin looked at him with a smirk. You probably haven't heard it before. But it's called knocking, Tade said with a sweet smile, making Dallin frown, while I tried to hide my smile. I didn't come in here so you can be mean to me, Dallin said with narrowed eyes as he crossed his arms over his chest. Being a little dramatic, aren't you? I asked Dallin as his eyes snapped to mine, a small grin in place. Tade let out a sigh and walked over to me. Ignore him. It's what I do, Tade said, kissing my lips. All the time, he said, placing another small kiss on my lips. Hey, wait. Don't ignore me. Want to do something tonight? Tade said, placing his hands on my hips as he swayed closer to me. Oh, come on. What do you have in mind? I said, tilting my head. I know you guys can hear me. I have a few ideas, Tade said with a charming smile. I heard Dallin sigh, and I looked over at him to see him shaking his head, looking down. Great, it's like I'm not even here. Tade huffed in annoyance, and his head snapped toward Dallin's. Get out, Tade said, his patience running low as he looked at Dallin and then glanced at the door. Fine. I won't talk, Dallin said, lifting his hands in surrender as he walked backwards, bumping into Tade's desk. Are you sure he's the older sibling? I asked Tade in a whisper, and Dallin shot me a dirty look. I'm not so sure anymore, Tade said, shaking his head as he sat on the sofa, pulling me down with him. Before silence could fall in between us, the phone on Tade's desk blasted into life as it rang loudly. Tade made a move to get up, but Dallin quickly leaned over the desk and snatched the phone, bringing it to his ear. I waited for Tade to yell at him or tell him off, but he just ran a hand through his hair and shook his head. It doesn't matter who I am, Dallin said to whoever was on the other line. You called, he said rudely, and Tade made a move to get the phone, but Dallin moved out of his reach. Yes, I could leave a message, Dallin said, amused as he gave a slight pause listening to the other end. Tade sighed in defeat and sat next to me as an arm circled around my shoulders. You're no fun at all. Fine, I'll put Tade on the phone, Dallin said, rolling his eyes as he looked at Tade. It's for you. You don't say, Tade said dryly as he sighed, standing up. Who is it? Dallin listened to the person on the other line for a second before he looked back up at Tade, looking bored. Do you know an Adrian? Chapter 24. Do you know an Adrian? As soon as the words left Dallin's lips, my head snapped to his. My mouth fell open as I looked at him in shock. Meanwhile, Dallin stared at us in wait for an answer. Did he just say Adrian? I murmured in a low voice as I shot Tade a look. Tade's eyes were calmly focused on Dallin as he slowly walked towards Dallin, who held out the phone impatiently. Surely it couldn't be Adrian. Hello. Tade grunted into the phone as he looked up at me, his hazel eyes reassuring me. There has to be at least another 100, Adrian's right? Tade just stood there for a moment and didn't say anything. I could just imagine the other line listening to his short, steady breaths. Dallin and I didn't dare speak as we silently watched Tade. After what felt like hours but was only mere seconds, Tade let out a huff and slammed the phone down onto its receiver. They hung up. He mumbled as he squeezed his eyes shut and ran a hand through his hair, lightly tugging at it. Who's Adrian? Dallin asked the million-dollar question as his question lingered in the air, no one bothering to answer. An ex-lover maybe? He chimed in as he looked at Tade with an amused smirk. I rolled my eyes and opened my mouth to speak, but in less than a second, he disappeared from my line of vision, and my head snapped to the wall where he was backed up against. Tade, I gasped. Tade had Dallin pinned against the bookshelves lining the walls, his hands braced on either side of his head. Do you have something to do with this? Tade hissed through clenched teeth as his eyes darkened dangerously, solemnly focused on his brother. What are you talking about? Dallin yelled, trying to push away. I think that's something Adrian would say, Tade growled. Tade looked beyond mad. If werewolves had heightened temper, imagine an alpha. Tade, stop, I said in what I hoped was a firm voice, though I was successfully ignored. Brother, let me go, Dallin said, his eyes darkening as he closed his mouth in a thin line, trying to stop the growl from escaping his lips. Brother or not, growling towards an alpha was always counted as disrespectful. Tade made it clear he had no intentions of releasing Dallin. It could have been possible Dallin might have known something, but Tade wasn't going to get anywhere with threats. Sighing, I did the only thing I could think of. A little grin played on my lips as I glanced over to the small vase hiding in the corner of the room. Lifting up my palm, I motioned towards it and moved my hand over to where Tade and Dallin stood. The water mimicked my motions, and in a second, Tade and Dallin were sprayed with water. Eliana! Tade immediately growled as he turned around and appeared in front of me in less than a second. His eyes were pitch black, and he was breathing forcefully through his nose. I took a hesitant step back. Seeing this, Tade huffed and covered his face with a sigh. Looking back up, his eyes were back to their usual shade of a lovely hazel. He looked beyond irritated and tired, and I felt sorry for him. I thought you needed a little refreshment, I mumbled almost guiltily. I risked a glance at Tade, who didn't answer me and just grabbed my waist and pulled me into his chest, holding me in a tight embrace. Would someone tell me what's going on? Dallin asked in horror as he looked at me, then at the vase and back at me. Long story short, Adrian is a crazy psycho and tried to damage this place with his elemental and tried to hurt us. That psycho turned out to be Dunley, I said in a nonchalant voice, as if I were talking about the weather. Dunley as in our beta Dunley? Dallin asked in shock as he looked between the two of us. Either he genuinely has nothing to do with it, or he was an outstanding actor. He's gone, Tade gruffly said, though that phone call just made this a whole lot harder. Dallin nodded slowly as he gradually came to comprehend this. Wait, you said elemental, Dallin said in awe. You mean those things actually exist? Dallin asked in shock. I scoffed, offended. I glared at Dallin as a grin played on Tade's lips. They aren't things. And yes, we exist, I snapped as I narrowed my eyes at Dallin. Dallin opened his mouth to speak, but paused to look at me for a moment. Holy cow, you're an elemental? Dallin asked again, his tone laced with shock. I nodded my head. That is fantastic. I mean, wait a minute, Dallin said with narrowed eyes. You aren't a water elemental, right? Actually she is, Tade said with a lazy grin as the realization flashed in Dallin's eyes. You mean that pipe? The puddle? Those sprinklers? Dallin gasped in accusation. My eyes widened as I tried to think of an excuse. Before I blurted out some lie, Tade slung his arm around my shoulder and cleared his throat, drawing attention to him. That doesn't matter. Go call Cole and Tom. But dash. Now. Dallin let out a string of frustrated words as he walked out of the office, slamming the door behind himself. Tade walked behind his desk and slumped down into his chair. He looked directly at me and gave me a slight, charming grin. I looked right back at him and sent him a wink, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise, too. Before our little game could continue, the door was slammed open, and Cole walked in with his usual glass of what smelled like juice, with Tom and Dallin following closely behind. Tom stood by the doorframe, leaning against it with his arms crossed. Cole, however, strolled in and slammed his glass onto Tade's desk, making the liquid jump up and slightly spill. Who's causing trouble now? Chapter 25. Tade gave Cole a flat look while I laughed hysterically, making Tade's look soften. Tom chuckled and took a seat next to Cole, mumbling, I'll drink to that. So what's the plan? Dallin asked to no one in particular as he also took a seat, slapping his hands to his knees. Simple, Cole shrugged. Eliana starts going to classes and sees if something seems off. Tom and Dowlin get the warrior wolves in check and Tade, you try to trace that call. Oh, and I'll be here with my dear old friend in this glass. Cole smirked as he patted his glass, which was almost empty. Uncle, you can help me trace the call and ask around. Tade grunted in no mood to joke around. I let out an uneasy sigh and swiftly glanced around at everyone. Maybe it's not even Adrian, I chimed in. There has got to be at least hundreds of Adrians. For all we knew, it could be a false alarm. Adrian had been defeated, and it's not like he could have been resurrected. My goodness. It's not as if he were invincible. We should go through with the plan. Our Luna's safety is one of our top priorities. I tried my best to mask my surprise. I was a little shocked that it was Dowlin who had said it with a serious expression. Something I wasn't used to. He's right, Tade said, looking me in the eye, surprisingly. Tade gave the men in the room a small nod. Everyone left the office and went to their duties, though Cole remained in his seat, finishing the last drop of his beverage. I've got a bad feeling about this, Cole mumbled, switching from tipsy to sober in less than a second. Tade ran a hand through his hair and grimaced as he glanced at his uncle. You and me both, uncle, he sighed, you and me both. After asking Tade what today's lesson was scheduled for, I took off and made my way to the far left wing of the building. It would take some getting used to. The building was enormous, and I was accustomed to the more isolated area where Tade and the others stayed. And my room too. That definitely needs some getting used to. I was accustomed to the old, cramped dorm I used to share with Lillian. The sudden change still didn't feel right. Appearing in front of my class, I abruptly stopped as I peered inside, and my mouth fell open. I had no intention of walking in there. The madness before my eyes reminded me of a scene from a teen movie. Madness, I tell you. Teenagers were scattered around the classroom, some sitting on tables, some sitting on the desk, and some lying on the wall. All right then. Papers were being thrown around and scrunched up as the teenagers used their wolf strength to add impact. Boys showed off their biceps to girls who giggled uncontrollably. And who would have thought werewolves would be so human? Holding my breath, I pressed my hand to the door and slowly walked in. It seemed as if time froze. Everyone's chatter died down, and several heads snapped to mine. I've never seen this specific crowd of people, and I gave a small smile. And just like that, they lost interest. It was evident they didn't know of my status, and for that, I felt grateful. They just politely ignored you, my wolf whispered, and I rolled my eyes. Walking further into the room, I found an empty table in the far corner beside the window. Perfect. Placing myself in a seat, I glanced around, trying to find something odd, or perhaps someone odd. Surely Adrian had a few spies here and there. He did last time. Can I ask you a question? I nearly jumped out of my seat at the sudden voice. Turning around, I was face to face with a boy who had fiery red hair, and his face was covered in freckles. Sure. I asked as I glanced around the classroom, and then my eyes found his. Could you get cornered in a round room? Excuse me, I asked, flabbergasted as I looked at him in complete and utter confusion. I said. The boy paused, as if he were speaking to a 5-year-old. Could you get cornered in a round room? The boy repeated, giving me an "Are you deaf?" look. No. The boy merely frowned, but nodded his head thoughtfully. I gave him a tight smile and angled away from him. Was everyone here that weird? My answer was yes. People seemed to be taking advantage of the teacher's absence, yelling like wild animals and screaming at the top of their lungs. Well, technically, I thought to myself, amused, they are wild animals. Before I could get too carried away in my thoughts, the door was slammed open and in walked a big man. I was fairly certain he was the teacher, considering everyone immediately stopped talking and rushed to their seats. I eyed the teacher closely, but couldn't quite see his face as he was angled away from me. I had a bad history of strange teachers, so I wasn't taking any risks. When the class had completely settled down, the teacher stood up straight and scanned the classroom. Right, you bunch of wild dogs. Today we're Dash. The teacher stopped mid-sentence, and he froze as his eyes fell on mine. The students immediately turned around with curious eyes to see what had caused the teacher to stop mid-sentence. It took me a second to recognize him. My mouth went dry, and I looked at him like a deer caught in headlights. Of course. It just had to be. Out of the billions of people on Earth, it had to be him. Out of the millions of teachers on the planet, it had to be the one I insulted once upon a time. Standing right there in front of the classroom was the man from the train. The man I had to sit next to on my way to the werewolf committee, and the one I told to switch to a diet. Perfect. I thought flatly, just my luck. Chapter 26. Karma. That's the only explainable reason I could think of. Why else would someone whom I have severely insulted in the past come back? My mission was to look out for something or someone odd. I already made up my mind about this teacher. He definitely goes under the evil category. It was evident in his eyes. Eyes filled with demonic flames begging to be set loose and stab me in my cold, frozen heart. Alright, so I was exaggerating. I didn't see any flames or any evil evident in his eyes. I just saw anger. The teacher was staring at me in what I assume was shock, but in a second it switched to rage as his eyes narrowed. I had that effect on people. Well. If it isn't switched to a diet girl, the teacher said with a smug look, probably trying to humiliate me. The students stared at me and snickered. They didn't even get the joke, but hey, if it were someone else the teacher was picking on, I would have laughed too. Can you blame me? I said with a serious expression though, I'm glad I told you to switch to a diet. Looks like you've lost a few pounds. Even though I was trying to get back at him, he honestly did look like he had lost a few pounds. Maybe I was the cause of ending obesity? Or starting a worldwide hunger? The students gasped at my words. A few boys chuckled, and a girl at the front coughed hysterically. My goodness. Did she need water? I had an endless supply of that. So English was our subject, yes, the teacher mumbled and turned around to write on the board. After that, I stopped listening. My eyes were in slits as I eyed every student. But it was to no avail. The teacher stopped talking, and everyone began to chat among themselves. I began to relax and honestly thought the phone call was a misunderstanding. My job here is done. Standing up, I made my way to the classroom door and swung it open, getting a few curious glances. I lifted one foot to take a step out, but the sound of someone clearing their throat made me freeze. Turning around, the teacher looked at me with his arms crossed. Going somewhere? He asked, tapping his foot on the floor. The students watched me with hawk eyes. Well, if me walking out of the classroom wasn't a big enough clue, then yes, I am. I didn't like him. When I didn't want someone, I let them know. You can't skip class, the teacher said with cold eyes as he gestured me back to my seat. When I didn't move, he looked at me in disbelief. The Alpha doesn't tolerate people not attending class. One call and you're out, he said with a smugness lacing his tone. I looked at him with an eyebrow raised and grinned. Really? You know what? Go ahead. You do that. And please tell me what he says. I called out with a wide grin as I strode away from the classroom. I walked through the halls and made my way to Tade's office. I had memorized the way and knew it like the back of my hand. Appearing in front of Tade's door, I knocked softly and walked in. Tade had several papers in his hands, and his hair was messy as ever. He looked up, and his hazel eyes caught mine. Eliana, he said with a smile, come here. I smiled back at Tade and walked right into his arms as he held them open for me. How's everything going? I asked in a whisper as I rested my head onto his chest, arms wrapped securely around my body. Could be better, Tade replied and placed a small kiss on my head. Did you find anything? Tade asked, pulling back so he could look at my face. I smiled softly and shook my head. No way was I going to mention my past insults with a middle-aged man. Tade nodded and let me go as he took his seat. If you can't tell, I'm pretty stressed out, Tade said with a slight chuckle. He looked at me with tired eyes, and I felt my heart crack. He was my mate. I was supposed to comfort him. I know, I said in a small voice. Looking at the ground, I began thinking for a moment. And then an idea hit me. Hey, you know what we should do? I said with a wide smile. What should we do, Eliana? Tade said in an exaggerated tone as he crossed his arms and leaned back in his seat, looking up at my standing form. We should go for a run, I said in a whisper as I skipped forward. Come on. I cheered as I grabbed his hands and pulled him forward. Tade rolled his eyes, but gave me a slight grin as he followed me out of his office. I ran with incredible speed as the wind hit my stale blue fur, making me yip happily. My paws didn't sink into any snow, and that was a downfall. Winter was gone, and the snow had melted away. Tade's wolf trailed behind me almost protectively. I glanced back and rolled my eyes. But if I thought Tade himself was the most beautiful creature in this world, then so was his wolf. Black. His wolf was pitch black. Tade's wolf was one of the biggest wolves I've ever seen. His fur was shiny and almost looked like silk. I had to admit, his black wolf went well with my slightly navy-looking one. We ran for a while, and we definitely needed it. With the whole Adrian thing going on, a run was exactly what we needed. Tade nodded his head towards a tree, and I shook my head. Running towards the tree, I stood behind it and shifted back. Quickly getting dressed, I let out a sigh of total and utter bliss. We definitely needed that, I said to Tade as he appeared back in human form with just his dark jeans on. Hey, where's your top? I asked a little nervously. Of course, he had a lean, muscular chest and torso. Torn apart, Tade said with a grunt. Are we heading back? He asked, nodding towards the werewolf committee, and I shook my head. Tade put his arm around my shoulders and pressed me against his side. I tried not to gasp as tingles danced around my body when I touched his bare skin. I think I forgot how to breathe. Eliana, breathe. The warmth that radiated from his body was comforting, and I unconsciously pressed myself closer to him. Did you hear that? Tade said in a dangerously low voice as he abruptly stopped. I was pushed behind his back, and I looked around, confused. I didn't hear anything. Growling, Tade strode forward with me closely behind him. He paused for a second, and then his tense body relaxed. Someone was around here, but now they're gone, Tade mumbled as he crushed me into his chest, breathing deeply. Looking behind Tade, something caught my eye. What appeared to be paper was hanging from a branch. Moving away from Tade, I walked over to it. Eliana, you're going the wrong way, Tade said, sounding confused. I grabbed the paper and skimmed through the writing. Meet me here tomorrow morning, I read out. Tade snatched the paper and read it too. Growling, he scrunched it up and threw it to the ground. He's a coward, Tade hissed, leaving notes around. I grabbed Tade's hand and gave him a soft smile. Let's go. We began walking back to the committee in silence. Whoever wanted to meet up tomorrow had an angry elemental coming their way. Chapter 27. I squeezed my eyes tightly as I felt the last strings of sleep slowly vanish. I slowly opened my eyes to be greeted by light. My goodness, I groaned. Who in the world created light? I mumbled as I climbed out of bed. I stomped over to the curtains and pulled them shut with great force. I definitely woke up on the wrong side of the bed. With slug-like movements, I all but dragged myself to the ensuite. I got ready while groaning, my body begging me to go back to bed. After a short shower, I put on a pair of faded jeans and one of my favorite hoods. Running my hand over my tangled hair, I sighed and decided to tie it up. Slipping on my tennis shoes, I walked towards the door and put my hand on the knob, ready to open it. I froze for a second and glanced at my bed. My comfortable, warm, fuzzy little bed. Not being able to help myself, I all but sprinted to my bed and leapt off the ground. Landing on the soft material, I sighed in content and closed my eyes as I lay on my back. I feel like I'm forgetting something. My eyes popped open, and I racked my memory to see what it was I was forgetting. It felt as if a bucket of ice water was thrown at me. Suddenly, what I was forgetting popped into my mind, and I gasped at the realization. We were going to meet up with the person who left the note. I ran for the door and threw it open. Running down the hallways, I headed towards Tade's office and banged on the door loudly. Tade, I yelled. When no answer came, I rolled my eyes and pushed the door open. Stumbling in, I looked around the room and abruptly stopped as I glanced around the area. No one was in sight. Tade wasn't in his usual spot, and papers were neatly stacked on his desk untouched. My mouth was open, ready to yell his name, but when no one was in sight, I shut my mouth and stood up straight. I narrowed my eyes as I glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Tade, I sneered as my eyes didn't leave the clock. You better not have left without me. With a little growl, I spun around and raced out of Tade's office and the building itself. I saw the forest in the distance and pushed myself further, the green trees passing me in a blur. I followed the route from yesterday and saw the familiar tall trees and made out hushed voices. Much to my dismay, I spotted Tade and Cole talking to one another, while Dallin and Tom glanced around the area repeatedly. "Alpha, you say it's a trap yet we are here," Tom exclaimed, and my steps slowed as I neared. "Yes, I did. But I'm not going to sit and wait around for him to make his move," Tade replied in a voice like stone. "You know, maybe the note was left for someone else," Dallin mumbled, leaning on a tree as he huffed, looking bored. Everyone decided to ignore him and remain silent. I fumed in rage and stomped forward towards them, and that made all their heads snap to mine. "If it isn't our favorite bundle of joy," Cole cheered, giving me a huge grin. I ignored Cole and marched up to Tade. I was in no mood for fun and games. "Eliana, what are you doing here?" Tade said through gritted teeth. I looked at him through narrow eyes and faced him, feeling equally mad. "I could ask you the same thing," I said, crossing my arms over my chest as I looked at him with a frown. "It's dangerous here," Tade growled lowly as he grabbed my arm. "Go back now," he said, gently shoving me backwards. "No," I bellowed in anger. He expected me to leave? Who was the elemental here? If anything, I should be telling him to leave. Tade, however, didn't like my answer. He growled loudly in an inhuman way. I jumped back in fright. Before Tade could open his mouth, Cole jumped in and placed a hand on Tade's shoulder. "Calm down, big boy. If she wants to stay, she can stay," Cole said with a shrug. Tade snapped his head to Colin's and shrugged his uncle's arm off. "So she could get hurt? Put in danger?" "Of all people, you should know how I feel," Tade said the last part in a low voice as he stared at his uncle. I knew what he was referring to. Cole's wife had been killed because she wasn't put out of danger's way. "No, Cole. Please don't listen to him. Stay strong." "Eliana, I think you should go back to the committee," Cole mumbled quietly. I opened my mouth to protest, but Tom nodded his head in agreement. "I think you should too," Tom said as politely as he could as he looked at me like I was about to explode. He wasn't too far off. "Dallin, take your Luna back," Tade commanded, avoiding eye contact with me. "What?" Dallin gasped, pointing to himself and miss all the action. "No way." He scowled like a child as he crossed his arms. "Then it's settled," I said smugly as I looked at Dallin with a wide smile. "Dallin," Tade growled in warning. Alpha," Tom said suddenly as he pushed himself off the tree and stood up straight. "I think it might be a little too late for that," he said in an uneasy tone. Hearing steps approaching, my gaze followed everyone else's. A lone figure strode out from the trees and towards us. Tade pushed me behind him, and in all honesty, I didn't mind hiding behind his back. So I was a little afraid. "So what?" "Would you look at that?" said a male voice, in humor as the figure approached us. Oh no. Why did that voice sound familiar? "It's a full house over here." The person cheered. Too bad I came alone. The silhouette finally stood before us, and my jaw dropped open so widely that I wouldn't be surprised if it fell onto the floor. "Are you kidding me?" Tom mumbled as he looked at the boy in irritation. "Wait, who's this again?" Dallin asked as he looked at us, his eyebrow raised. "This," I said dryly, "is Rylan, the fire elemental." "I thought he was defeated?" Dallin said in confusion as he glanced at Rylan and back to me. "So did we, Dallin. So did we. Why aren't you gone?" Tade said gruffly as he tightened his hold on me and held me close to his side. Rylan laughed loudly and lifted his hand, letting flames spark at the tip of his fingers. "I guess fate wasn't ready for me just yet," Rylan said with a large smile. "Allow me to explain," he said with a grin as he leaned on a tree, playing with the fire on his fingertips. "Great," I muttered, story time. Chapter 28. Rylan took his sweet time as he played with the flames on his fingertips. I glanced at Tade to see that he had his jaw clenched and his fists were also clenched tightly. "Are you going to explain or just stand there?" Tade asked, unclenching his jaw, only to tense it back up. "Why did I find that attractive?" "Are you being rude?" Rylan said as he clicked his tongue to the roof of his mouth. "I would hate for you to get burned." I narrowed my eyes at Rylan and took a step forward, only to have Tade's arm quickly wrap around my waist to hold me back. That, I said gruffly as I shot Tade a look, won't be so easy. Rylan stopped glaring at Cole, who smirked and turned to stare at me. Yes. The other elemental. Stealing my spotlight, aren't you? Rylan stated with a chuckle, but it sounded fake. Spotlight? You doing this for fame, boy? Some childhood dream. Cole mused as his smile widened each time he said a word. Rylan's face got red, and he looked at Cole with dark eyes. When he stayed quiet, I was about to question his motives, but suddenly he lifted his hand and struck out at Cole. His hand that flickered out would have seemed harmless if it wasn't the hiss of pain seeping through Cole's lips. He clutched his abdomen and glared up at Rylan. Cheap move, boy. Before Rylan could answer, Tom took a threatening step towards Rylan, and Tade let go of me to tower over Rylan, who blankly stared up at him. Look here. If you want trouble, just say so. If you want to walk away from here, then I suggest you leave now, Tade said in a calm, low voice as he didn't even blink. Rylan raised his hands between them and smirked widely. Tade didn't waver. Dowlin looked at Tade in concern as he eyed up Rylan, before walking over to stand near his brother, his hand firmly placed on Tade's shoulder. Tade didn't shrug it off, and the little show of affection was enough for Tade to understand. I'm here for you, brother. Aren't you at least the least bit curious as to how I am alive? Rylan taunted, and Tade stayed silent. I'll take that as a yes. Well, you see, I am a fire elemental, Rylan said, glancing at us as if to see if we were processing. Meaning fire does me no harm. Rylan stopped at that. As for us, we all glanced at each other, and the realization was like a slap in the face. The fire healed him. Helped him, even. Tade turned away from Rylan and glanced down, muttering a string of frustrated words. Rylan looked at Tade in amusement, and I was itching to get rid of it. So what now? Do you have some genius plan? I said with a fake cheery voice, please. Do tell. No. I don't have a genius plan. Adrian is gone and taking down the werewolf committee isn't one of my top priorities now, Rylan bellowed and didn't continue. We all were curious, and he knew it. Tom was the first one to crack as he looked at Rylan with a raised eyebrow, keeping his distance. So what is then? Tom asked, the curiosity leaking into his voice. I'm glad you asked. Rylan cheered, though I can't tell you that. The only reason I didn't douse him right there was that we were trying to avoid a fight. The last thing we needed was more trouble. This was a great chat and all, but duty calls. With just that simple term, Rylan gave us one last smile as he disappeared within a second. The rest of us stayed silent. I peered at everyone who stared at Tade, who looked at the ground in deep thought. So, I said awkwardly, anyone has a clue on what he plans on doing? I asked as I glanced around at everyone. No, but I mean, you could always douse him, right? Dallin asked with a small smile and couldn't help the wide grin that spread across my face as Cole chuckled. Right, I agreed with a wide smile. I glanced at Tade and caught the little twitch of his lips. I felt better instantly, and I pulled him towards me. I wrapped my arms around him and smiled up at him. Hazel eyes bore into mine, and I felt like melting. Hey, you know everything's going to work out, right? I said in a low whisper as the others gave us privacy by slowly leaving. Shouldn't I be saying that? Tade said in a low murmur. He was frowning, and that made me frown. I grabbed his shoulders and leaned up to press my lips against his. I gave his lips a small kiss and looked up at him. Tade leaned in and pressed his lips harder to mine and pulled me incredibly closer. Leaning back, only for a moment, I glanced down at his mouth and was more than happy to see the small smile that graced his lips. Chapter 29. The silky sheets tangled around my legs, and I squeezed my eyes shut, furiously rubbing them. I pouted, opening my eyes and looking out the window. The moon's light shone through my window and dimly lit up my room. Why can't you sleep? I hissed, speaking to myself. I rubbed my forehead and irritation spread through my veins. My mind was like a broken record, repeating several thoughts over and over again. I couldn't seem to find a switch that could shut it all off. You know what? I whispered to myself as my voice lingered in the dark room. I give up. With a dramatic sigh, I threw the silky sheets off my body and stood up. My bare feet slapped onto the floorboards as I groggily walked over to my door. Slipping on a pair of sandals, I grabbed my robe and wrapped it around my body. I opened my door and it squeaked loudly, making me cringe. The hallway was oddly quiet. It was pitch black, and a little spark of fear ran down my spine. I rolled my eyes at the irony. Man up, Eliana. You forget you're a werewolf. With that thought, my eyes immediately adjusted to the darkness, and the hallway lit up in a strange color. It was as if I were wearing night goggles. I quietly walked down the hall. Where was I going? I had no idea. It wasn't until I arrived in front of Tade's office that I came to a halt. Just looking at the door, I felt a weird tingling in my body. Suddenly, I had the strong urge to see Tade. My body yearned for him, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. But where was his room? I had no idea. It was way past midnight, and everyone was asleep, except warrior wolves that guarded the borders, of course. That left no one to ask. I doubted he was in his office at this hour, but hey, there was no harm in trying. I slowly turned the doorknob and entered the dark office. The tall glass windows allowed the moon's luminescence to flood into the room. To my disappointment, my assumption was right. The office was untouched, and nothing seemed out of place. I glanced around the books that stacked the walls and sighed in dismay. Just as I was about to close the door, something caught my eye. The usual accuracy of the bookshelves wasn't present, and the brown frame of the bookshelf in the far corner was pushed slightly forward. Curiosity made my eyebrows raise as I walked over to the shelf in the far left-hand corner, behind Tade's desk. My fingers clasped around the frame and tugged it forward. When I was certain nothing was going to move, I was pushed back and I landed roughly on my rear, a small "mph" leaving my lips. Groaning, I glanced up and was greeted by an open door. The bookshelf was outlined into a door shape, and darkness was beyond it. With slow movements, I stood up and glanced inside. Curiosity got the best of me, and I advanced inside. Was this Tade's chambers? His chambers indeed. I was greeted by a staircase that led underground. As I kept going forward, I entered a wide-looking room that had stone as walls. Candles were lit on a vanity, and a round bed with black sheets made of silk was draped over a muscular body. Judging from the pull, I felt I knew it was Tade. The candles flickered, and I couldn't help it as I walked near him. His top half was bare, and his dark hair was covering his eyes as soft snores escaped his lips. I stood there hypnotized for a second as my eyes skimmed over Tade. His broad shoulders were muscular, and his bare chest rose with each breath. Gosh, I felt like a stalker. With that thought, I felt a little guilty. I was invading his private space, and who was I to just waltz in? His mate. A small voice whispered in the back of my mind. After an internal battle in my head, I sighed and walked over to the bed. As much of a creep as I felt, I wanted to be close to Tade. I slowly lifted the black sheets and slipped in beside Tade, taking my sandals off first. He had his back to me, and I awkwardly placed my head onto the pillow beside his. Immediately, my body adjusted to the bed, and I almost sighed at the softness it provided. I also turned my back to Tade and faced the opposite direction. Eliana, why are you doing this again? I questioned myself as my eyes started to droop. I felt the heat of Tade's body, and knowing he was close, I was able to slip into a peaceful sleep within seconds. Though, before I fell asleep, I lightly muttered to myself, "You're a creep, Eliana." First, my senses awoke before I did. I felt warm fingers caress my cheek and a cloud of both warmth and comfort pressing into me from behind. Warm breath fanned the back of my neck, and unconsciously, I pressed myself further into the body. I furrowed my eyebrows, and slowly, my eyes managed to flutter open. I was facing a staircase, and immediately I remembered where I was. Fully aware of the fingers caressing my cheek, I rotated my body to face Tade, who rested on his side, his head on a propped-up elbow. "What are you doing?" I managed to mutter as I leaned further into his palm, the comforting feeling making me relax. "What I would like to know is, what are you doing in my bed?" Tade asked in a low, sleepy tone, his dark hazel eyes boring into mine. "I couldn't sleep," I replied lamely. "Ever since when did I get nervous?" My feelings for Tade were progressing, and I knew it. "I'm not complaining," Tade said with a small smile. My heart skipped a beat, and I returned his smile. We stayed silent for a moment, and I began to feel awkward. "How did you get here anyway?" Tade asked as he tilted his head, gazing at me. I walked. I bit out, lost in his eyes. Tade rolled his eyes and gave me a slight grin. "I know that." "I meant, how did you find my chamber?" he asked, and I snapped out of my daze. "I have my ways," I said with a smirk, and Tade's grin widened, though he chose to stay silent. After a few moments, I placed a soft kiss on Tade's cheek and rushed to get out of there. Tade said I should lie with him for a while longer, but I made up an excuse and left. I certainly hope he didn't think I was a freak. I rushed back to my room and grabbed the nearest comb. Brushing down my bed hair, I got dressed in appropriate attire and was ready to leave the room once again. The sound of ringing made me freeze as I glanced at a phone on my bedside. It was ringing, and that most definitely wasn't my phone. Cautiously walking over, I picked up the old-looking thing and hesitantly spoke into the receiver. "Hello." "Hello, fellow elemental," the unmistakable voice of Rylan, the fire elemental, spoke, and I gritted my teeth. Did people not get a hint? "I want you to meet with me," he said coolly, and I glanced at the phone in disbelief. "Sure. Why don't we have a lovely tea party?" I hissed into the phone angrily. "Great idea, but maybe another time. I'll be across the lake waiting. Come now alone." Rylan all but demanded. He must be delusional. To think I would go to meet with him? Huh. The irony. Now why would I do that? I said sweetly. "What's the matter? Scared? You can't come alone and defeat me." Rylan cooed into the phone, and my hands tightened around the phone. "Afraid I'll turn you into ash? Tell me, which is it?" Rylan continued in a mocking voice, and I squeezed my eyes shut. "I'm on my way." With that, I crumbled the phone in my fist and threw it to the floor. I ran out of the door and made my way out of the werewolf committee. I was stupid. I was stupid for not telling Tade where I was going, and I was even more ridiculous to meet up with Rylan. But his words angered me. We are both elementals, and that gave both of us an equal chance. He was fire and I was water. He couldn't harm me. I ran through the trees, the scenery passing in a green blur. The lake was a few kilometers ahead, and I pushed myself to go faster. Arriving at the lake, I glanced around and saw no one. I stepped on several rocks that crowded the lake and hopped off the last one, successfully making it to the other side. I looked up and was greeted by the familiar face of Rylan. I stayed silent and watched him with narrowed eyes. "Well?" I asked through gritted teeth. Rylan went straight to the point, no sugar-coating or beating around the bush. "You're coming with me," he said, and went to grab my arm. I jumped back and looked at him with wide eyes. Was he being serious? "What in the world are you on about?" I spat as I distanced myself from him. "This," he said, motioning between us, "is my newest priority," Rylan stated with a calm voice. "This?" I asked, looking at him in a way that suggested he grew another head. "What do you mean this?" "Why, to mate with me, of course." Rylan bellowed as he gave me a smirk. I looked at him, completely frozen. I knew he was insane, but this... "Look," I said slowly, "I don't know which asylum you escaped from, but I suggest going back," I said in all seriousness. "There is no time for jokes. I am taking you with me." "Now," Rylan stated. He moved towards me, and on instinct, I raised my palm and immediately water slammed him in the chest, making him hiss. "That won't stop me," he gritted out. "I will take you away, and I will mate with you. We will create a new, powerful lineage," Rylan said, straightening up. His words made me falter. I dropped my hand and looked at him in shock. "What are you talking about?" I said in a deadly voice. "You, me. Fire and water. Imagine the combination. The power of our offspring." Rylan ranted excitedly. "There will be no offspring," I bellowed with a fierce glare. "Yes, there will be. Hybrids will rule in the near future," he said with a grin. "The same hybrids our new bloodline will create." Chapter 30. I stared at Rylan for a full minute in complete and utter silence. Then I did what any sane person would do. I clutched my stomach, leaned over, and started laughing at him. He sure was funny. "That's hilarious." I wheezed out as I fought to breathe. After a few minutes, I wiped away the tears of laughter and focused my gaze on Rylan. Rylan stared at me blankly, and there was no trace of humor on his features. "You're funny. But seriously, what do you want?" I asked with an amused smile lingering on my lips. "I already told you. I want you to mate with me," Rylan said in complete seriousness, and the smile on my face vanished. Oh dear. He was serious. "You really are insane," I muttered as I took a small step back. I would have shifted, but I came to realize I can't use my elemental powers whenever I'm in werewolf form. That was crossed off the list. "Don't even think about it," Rylan hissed with narrowed eyes as I kept taking steps back. To run or not to run? I picked what anyone in my position would do. I spun around and ran as fast as I could. I was ready to jump over the rocks to cross the river, but suddenly, a wall of fire appeared in front of me, and I gasped, jumping back. I quickly raised my hand and water shot out of my palm, making the flames sizzle loudly as it slowly vanished. I spun around and gave Rylan a death glare. "He almost burnt me." "You little pest," I snapped as I angrily raised my palms and forcefully pushed forward. Rylan was shot hard in the chest with water, making him fly backwards and hit a tree. He gasped at the contact and struggled to breathe for a few seconds. He stood up and walked forward, stumbling slightly as he lifted his finger and drew a circle facing upwards. I watched him confused, but I was in a defensive position, ready for what was to happen next. Suddenly, flames erupted from the ground and circled me. It rose up to my waist level, and I stayed completely still, careful not to touch the flame. "I can't hurt you as you are still needed. Though, I can always trap you," Rylan bellowed with a sadistic grin. I raised my palms once again and spun in a slow circle, extinguishing the fire around me. "It's going to be harder than that," I muttered as I narrowed my eyes. Rylan sighed a dramatic sigh. He was still a healthy distance away from me, but he took a step forward. "I didn't want to have to do this. But you leave me no choice," he sighed and raised his arms. I took a step back and stopped, as if I took another step back, I'd fall into the lake. Rylan shot out his palms, and before I could react, 2 fireballs hit my palms, and I gasped in shock. The pain hit seconds later, and I cried out. The jerk burned my hands. I couldn't help but sob as my hands throbbed in pain. There. Off we go," Rylan said, and came to pick me up. Before he could come near me, the ground beneath his feet started shaking violently. I looked up at him, alarmed, and glanced around to spot a man in the far corner of the trees. He looked middle-aged and harmless, but his palms were held out facing Rylan. Rylan stumbled to the ground and over again, struggled to get up. I remembered the pain and knelt by the lake. I gently placed my hands in the water and winced slightly. If fire healed Rylan, why shouldn't water heal me? Complete Percy Jackson moment, I couldn't help but think. "Eliana," a desperate voice called out. My head shot up and spotted Tade on the other side of the lake. He glanced over at Rylan and then down at my hands. A growl left his lips, and he started running over. I glanced down at my hands to see that it was healed, and I gasped as they felt better than ever. Slowly standing up, I turned around to see that Rylan had finally stood up and his eyes were narrowed on the man who had begun making his way to us. However, when I saw Rylan, I hissed in anger. I shot out my palm and motioned to the floor. The force of the water knocked over Rylan, who was lying on the ground, dripping wet. His eyes snapped back to mine. Before I could attack any further, I felt warm hands grab my shoulders and spin me around. I was pushed into a hard chest, and I stumbled slightly. "Eliana," Tade whispered. He held me tightly and looked up at Rylan and at the man growling loudly. The man held up his hands in peace while Rylan shot out his palms. Tade pushed me to the ground and dodged the fireball as he growled at Rylan. "What are you doing here?" Tade said through gritted teeth. The man who controlled the ground rushed over and helped me up. "To take Eliana over here, of course. So she can mate with me and create my powerful new lineage," Rylan said smugly. All of a sudden, Tade froze. He stopped mid-growl and stared at Rylan in silence. His face must have been terrifying because Rylan took a step back. From behind, I saw Tade's body start to shake. "What did you just say?" Tade said in a mere whisper. His voice sounded dangerous, and I almost gasped. Tade never cussed. You heard me, Rylan shot back, trying to sound bold. Tade let out a low chuckle. It had no humor in it. It was plain, cold, and full of venom. I'm glad I did. With that, Tade transformed into his dark wolf in a split second. He lunged for Rylan, who was rooted to his spot in shock. Tade's large wolf towered over Rylan's body, pinning him to the ground. Get off! Rylan screamed. Rylan grabbed Tade's fur and clutched it tightly. Tade growled and got off him at such speed that he was meters away from Rylan. I gasped as a patch of Tade's fur was burned. It must have gone down to his skin because he growled uncontrollably. I raised my palm up to Tade and gently shot water at him, making his body and fur dripping wet, and he gave me a grateful nod. Tade shook his body, making the water shoot out. He went into an attack position, ready to lunge at Rylan, but the man near me moved forward. He raised his palm again, and suddenly the grass grew unnaturally long and thick. The vines wrapped around Rylan's legs and held him still. Don't try and fight it, boy. I have many years of practice on you, the man said in a gruff tone, and I looked at what he was doing in shock. Who are you? Rylan yelled as he tried to lift his legs. Me? I'm glad you asked. I'm the Earth Elemental. If you haven't noticed, he chuckled, but no one laughed. Rylan gave up trying to fight the vines. His head shot up and glanced at Tade's sudden movement. Tade had shifted back, and I don't know how, but wore just a pair of dark jeans. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't end this now, Tade asked, but I knew him better. Either way, he was ready to. I don't have one, Rylan said in a smug tone as he shrugged his shoulders. Rylan quickly raised his hands and shot out a massive fireball towards Tade. Tade was too fast and moved out of the way. However, the fireball grazed the side of his torso, making him drop to his knees. Tade! I gasped as I ran over to him. But before I could, a wall of fire circled Tade, and I moved back. I raised my palms to drench it, but nothing happened. I tried again and looked down at my hands, confused. Your hand might be as good as new, but you have to wait at least an hour to use them for your powers, Rylan said casually, and I growled at him. The man near me raised his hands angrily at Rylan. The vines began to wrap around his arms to stop him, but Rylan quickly burned them and shot a fireball at the man. The earth elemental hissed as it caught his leg. I glanced over at Tade to see that the flames were nearing him, and I began to panic. Stop. Rylan, stop. I screamed as I stood on the other side of the flames. Rylan grinned. Say my name again, he said with a loud laugh. Tade growled loudly as Rylan freed himself and stalked towards me. I noticed Tade glance around him and brace himself. I quickly shook my head at him. Don't even think about it, I said to him sadly. Now, Rylan said in a fed-up tone, we can go. No, I growled, and I felt something in the pit of my stomach. Get rid of the flames, I demanded, pointing towards the fire around Tade. It was his turn to say no as he shook his head with an amused grin. No, he's going to feel the pain. Just like I did, Rylan paused with a malicious smile. Except he's going to be defeated. He's going to feel the pain and suffer. I began seeing red. The sensation in the pit of my stomach spread around my body like wildfire. No, I screamed, and my eyes zeroed in on Rylan. Rylan's eyes widened, and suddenly he too screamed. The flames around Tade vanished, and Rylan clutched his stomach. My eyes didn't leave Rylan, and the sensation I felt in my body was leaving me in waves and was directed at Rylan. Rylan screamed loudly and began coughing violently. I felt like I was in a trance and couldn't move a muscle, even when Tade appeared and stood by my side. I couldn't even blink, but only stared Rylan down. I knew I was causing Rylan pain, but I couldn't control it. Stop, Rylan gasped as he fell onto his knees, in new fits of coughs. Suddenly, he was gasping for air as if he were drowning. Stop, I said, taking a step forward. Stop what? This? I felt another wave of energy leave me. Rylan collapsed to the ground, weak and gasping. He clawed at his chest and fell to the ground, writhing. And then he went limp. The energy I was feeling came rushing back like a slap in the face, and I stumbled back. Eliana, Tade whispered as he held my face in his hands, looking at me in concern. What in the world did I just do? I whispered back as I looked at Rylan's body with wide eyes. The earth elemental walked over to Rylan and examined him. Well, you seem to have overwhelmed his life force. Chapter 31. I stared down at the limp body in shock. My mouth was open ajar and my eyes were as wide as saucers. How is that possible? I gasped as the earth elemental leaned back up and looked over at me. There is plenty of water in the human body. You tell me, he said with a small grin while I stared at him in shock. He was standing near a fallen body and was seriously grinning at me. Tade stepped forward and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me back into his chest as he gave the earth elemental a skeptical look. Why are you here? Tade asked calmly as he shielded me away from Rylan's form. Me? Would you believe me if I said elementals attract one another? The earth elemental stated with an eyebrow raised. I glanced up at Tade with a confused look that we both seemed to share. The earth elemental rolled his eyes and sighed as he looked at our questioning gaze. Basically, all the elementals will eventually meet in their lifetime. Think of it as nature's force, he said with a shrug. I sighed and my shoulders sagged. This means that we still had the air elemental to meet. Great. Let's hope he or she doesn't turn out like Rylan. You know this how? Tade asked curiously, his stance on alert as he held me tightly in his arms. I'm a middle-aged man. I've lived longer and done my research, he replied with a friendly smile. He seemed relatively healthy for a middle-aged man. He had dark brown hair and bright green eyes. Wrinkles were near his eyes, suggesting he smiled a lot in the past. Do you need a place to stay? I blurted out without thinking, and the man raised an eyebrow at me. Eliana. I felt Tade squeeze my arm in warning, but I ignored it. I felt like I could trust the man, and he had saved our lives. Surely that's a good enough reason. How kind of you to offer, he said, looking directly at me with a smile, and then his gaze wandered to Tade's. His smile only widened, and he let out a small chuckle, looking directly at Tade. Though I'll pass. I glanced at Tade, who stared at the earth elemental with narrowed eyes. I glared at Tade and nudged his chest, making his gaze slowly drift to mine. No, really. We do stay in the werewolf committee, and there's plenty of room, I insisted with a toothy smile. The man glanced between Tade and me with an amused look. Finally, he looked back at me and nodded his head. Great. I bellowed, and Tade let out a sigh as I put my hand into his and began walking, the earth elemental trailing behind us. I just defeated a person, I stated with a pause as the situation came crushing down onto me like a ton of bricks. And here I am inviting visitors for tea, I muttered the last part with sarcasm. I felt bad for not feeling bad about it. Though it's not like Rylan didn't deserve it, right? There's tea, the elemental perked up as he glanced at us. I'll deal with the body, Tade reassured, ignoring our comments as he urged me to walk. Tade wrapped his arm around my shoulders and pulled me close to his side, and I sighed in bliss. Make sure you don't damage the body, the earth elemental warned from behind, and Tade snorted. If only you knew, I whispered and glanced at Tade, who gave me a knowing look. We finally made it back to the committee and walked in immediately. We made our way to Tade's office. Tade opened the door, and the sudden noise took me aback. Where in the world have you been? Cole yelled as he narrowed his eyes at Tade and roughly pushed his chest. I try my linking you and you block me out? What is going on, son? Cole barked, and concern was evident in his eyes, making me feel a little guilty. Tade ignored him and shrugged him off as he walked around to his desk. Both Dowlin and Tom stood in the room with their arms crossed over their chest. Brother? Care to explain? Dowlin asked in an impatient tone as he looked at Tade expectantly. No, Tade replied gruffly. The fire elemental's gone, a voice chimed in. I looked up, surprised to see the earth elemental. I felt slightly guilty as I had completely forgotten he was in the room. Tom cleared his throat at the apparent intruder. Everyone stared at him in confusion. You brought home a new friend? Cole asked slowly as he lifted the cup in his hand to his mouth, his eyes not leaving the elemental. Wait, Rylan's gone? Tom blurted out as he looked at us in shock. Oh man, did we miss out on the action? Dowlin whined as he slumped onto the sofa, looking cross. Water elemental over here, overwhelmed his life force, the earth elemental said as he nodded his head at me with an impressed expression. Overwhelmed. Dallin gulped. Remind me never to go onto your bad side. He mumbled and took a step back. But I thought you only controlled water? How could you possibly do that? Tom stated this in a confused tone, looking at me with furrowed eyebrows. I looked at him with a clueless expression, shrugging my shoulders. If only I knew. What I did back there scared me, and I didn't want to be the next Katara anytime soon. I could deal with my unnatural Percy Jackson powers, but making people collapse like that? That's a big no-no. No one answered me. Who is this guy? Cole asked as he tilted his cup in the direction of the earth elemental. He seemed uninterested in what Tom was saying and more curious about who the earth elemental was. He's the earth elemental, Tade said in a casual tone, making it sound like he was talking about the weather. He motioned me over, and I didn't object as I shuffled my way over to him. Tade pulled me down to sit beside him on the sofa and wrapped his arms around me. That's when I noticed he was still shirtless and his bare arm was pressed against my back, making my throat go dry. Oh boy. You're an elemental too? Dallin asked in shock as he stared at the earth elemental with his mouth open wide. I am indeed, he replied smoothly, flashing Dallin a confident smile. Say, Cole mumbled as he gave the man a cautious look. We didn't catch your name. My apologies, he replied, glancing around at us. My name is Josel, he added with a pause. Josel Weitzel. Chapter 32. I visibly froze and my mouth opened on its own accord. I felt Tade tense and his arms tighten around me. Weitzel. Dallin repeated as he scratched his head. Why does that sound so familiar? Even in my shocked state, I couldn't help but roll my eyes at his stupidity. Stupid, Cole mumbled, reading my thoughts exactly as he tilted his head back and downed his beverage. Is there a problem? Josel asked as he glanced at our shocked states in confusion. I got up from my spot beside Tade and I slowly walked around the desk, my eyes never leaving Josel's. Could we be related? I mean, it was possible. I grew up in foster care and never knew who my real parents or family were. I didn't let it bother me, so I never brought it up. My name is Eliana, I spoke, and Josel looked over at me, Weitzel. This time it was his turn to be shocked. He looked at me for a second, and realization flashed in his eyes. Not even a second later, I was tightly embraced in his arms. I stood there with my arms limply at my sides in complete confusion. I heard a growl and I was pulled away from Josel, and Tade stood in front of me as he glared at Josel. What in the world? Tade yelled as he pushed me onto his side, growling uncontrollably. I ignored Tade and moved away from him to stand in front of Josel. Do you know me? I asked the middle-aged man, and a gentle smile reached his lips as he looked at me in a whole new light. Your father is my cousin, of course I do, he bellowed, and I looked at him, completely lost. Jonah is going to be ecstatic. I have to dash suddenly. The wide smile on Josel's face disappeared as he looked at me with a frown. But you died. I mean, when Julia gave birth to you, you were, he trailed off, growing more confused by the second. Dead? I gulped and he nodded his head. I grew up in foster care, I said, shaking my head. That's impossible. You must have me mixed up with someone else, Dash. No, Josel cut in, shaking his head. Jonah named you Eliana before you were born. And you're an elemental just like me. It all makes sense. Josel finished with a wide smile as he looked at me in awe. The whole room stayed silent, all eyes on me. Except, Tade said suddenly from behind me, she's alive and didn't die. Tade roughly answered as he wrapped an arm around my waist. So your family? I blurted out and Josel looked at me with a sad smile. If I am right, then yes. I am. I remained silent after that. Tade ordered everyone out of the room, except Josel, who didn't take his eyes off me. I sat in the armchair opposite Tade, and Josel sat on the one beside me. Tade was behind his desk as he looked back and forth from Josel and me. Speak, Tade demanded as he glued his hazel eyes onto Josel. Jonah may be my cousin, but we grew up as brothers. Your mother, Julia. Josel stopped talking as he gave me a sad smile. She died when she gave birth to you. We were told she lost the baby, but... Josel trailed off as he looked at me in disbelief. I gave him a tight smile and glanced down at my lap. I fiddled with my fingers and let out a sigh. So my mother was dead. Sure, I felt sympathetic, but how could I be upset and grieve for a woman I never knew? My dad, I whispered, looking up at Josel. Is he alive? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Yes. I was with him just yesterday. Josel exclaimed, and I felt myself slightly relax. I wasn't completely alone. I have to tell him. Your father grieved the loss of his wife and daughter every single day, Josel told me with sad eyes as he looked over at Tade. May I call the pack house? He asked, gesturing to the phone, and Tade pushed it towards him. Josel pressed numerous digits and then held the phone to his ear. My palms grew sweaty, and I glanced at Tade, who was already looking back at me. He must have sensed my mood or seen my anxiety, because he leaned over and grabbed my hand, placing it in his warm one as he gave it a squeeze. Relax, he murmured, and I nodded my head. Hello. Josel spoke into the receiver, and I gripped onto Tade's hand for dear life. It's Josel. Put your Alpha on the phone, Josel spoke, and his eyes found mine as he gave me a gentle look and soft smile. However, when he said Alpha, I glanced at Tade, who raised an eyebrow and looked at Josel. Yes. I heard a gruff voice on the other line, thanks to Werewolf hearing, and I held my breath. I immediately blocked out the other line, afraid of what I would hear. You're not going to believe it, Jonah. Eliana. She's alive. Josel exclaimed in an excited voice. I haven't mistaken anyone. She's sitting right here. Jonah, come and see for yourself, he said and looked at Tade, silently asking for permission. Tade clenched his jaw and stared back at Josel. I cleared my throat and Tade's head snapped to mine. I gave him a small nod and Tade sighed as he nodded his head to Josel. If I had a father out there, I wouldn't mind meeting him. I lived 18 years without a family, so what harm could this possibly do? The Werewolf Committee. That's where Josel spoke and then, with a short bye, hung up. He'll be here tomorrow, Josel whispered and stood up with a sigh. I'll leave you two to talk. Josel placed his hand on my shoulder and squeezed it. He looked at me in adoration and slowly left the room. Well, I said in a shaky tone once Josel was gone, things just keep getting interesting, don't they? I continued with a small laugh. Laugh it off for now, Eliana. But this is anything but funny. Truth be told, I felt confused. My mind was a mess, and I felt entirely out of control. I didn't know what to do or what to feel. Hey, Tade cooed softly as he appeared beside me. You're not alone. Don't forget that, he said gently, and I stood up so he could embrace me. It's all just too much. First I find out I'm an elemental, then I lose my best friend, then Rylan makes a mess of things. I bellowed as I tightened my grip on Tade. Now my dad. I'm so confused, I groaned. Things are happening too fast. In the end, it's going to work out. I promise, Tade vowed, and I sighed. I sure hope so. Chapter 33. It was dark. The moon's usual light didn't slip through the curtains and flood my room. Today, the moon made a no-show, and that left me to gaze up at the ceiling. Jonah was coming tomorrow. My father. It felt beyond strange saying that. The word was unfamiliar to me, and I wasn't planning on getting used to it anytime soon. The nervousness I was feeling didn't allow me to get a wink of sleep. I didn't toss or turn, but simply lay in bed with my eyes wide open and every cell in my body still awake. Everything seemed like it was a mess. Only a few months ago, I had a fairly simple life where all I had to worry about was my homework and getting to class on time. But nowadays I've had to worry about my safety and reconnect with family. My mind was filled with thoughts, and it certainly kept me up. Eliana. I immediately snapped out of my daydream as I saw Tade standing by my bed. I eyed him in confusion, considering I hadn't heard him walk in. Yeah? I asked as I sat up, my back pressed against the headboard, as I brought my knees to my chest. You can't sleep, Tade all but stated as he stared at me intently, making my heart speed up. He wore simple dark trousers and a V-neck and still managed to look good. Just at the thought, I scooted over and patted the spot next to me on the bed. Tade was immediately by my side, and I sighed as his warm body cuddled with mine. I rested my head on his shoulder, and Tade gently ran his hand through my hair, making my eyes flutter closed. Even though the room was beyond dark, we both could see something clearly. "I want this all to stop," I murmured with my eyes still closed, and I felt Tade's hand pause against my cheek. The motion was a silent gesture to explain what I meant. "The drama. I just want to be with my mate and be happy. Not constantly worrying about who's trying to harm us next," I grumbled, and I heard Tade sigh as he continued to caress my hair. "I know you do. I'd love for nothing more to be with you and have no interruptions. One day when this is all over, you will get the happiness you want." Tade's low voice soothed my worries instantly. I automatically believed his words, and my body relaxed against his. "Yeah," I agreed, trying to convince myself, "You're right," I said as a yawn escaped my lips. Suddenly, I was very tired, and Tade's warm arms wrapped around my figure. "Sleep," he softly ordered and kissed the top of my head. I nodded and clung to Tade as I felt myself slowly drift off to sleep. I woke up the next morning to an empty bed. The sheets beside me were cold, probably meaning Tade must have gotten up really early. I hadn't forgotten about my father's journey to the Werewolf Committee today, so the mere thought made me groggily leave the bed. After freshening up, I got dressed up in simple clothing and left my room. I would have loved nothing more than to stay in my bed, however, guests were arriving. I left my room and made my way to the lobby, and before I could even set foot in there, Tom suddenly appeared in front of me and signaled me to stop. "What is it?" I asked, confused as Tom glanced behind him and back to me. "They're here. Are you sure you're ready?" He asked in a concerned voice, and I gave him a small smile, nodding in response. "Wait," I said as I tilted my head there. "Who else is he bringing?" I asked as I slowly walked into the lobby. I spotted Cole and Tade by the door and made my way to them. They simply stood there silently, and I glanced around. "They're almost here," Tade bellowed as his hazel eyes stared down at me. Immediately, the nerves from last night began to form in the pit of my stomach, and I squirmed uncomfortably. I was pulled into a muscular chest, and I sighed at Tade's familiar warm arms. "They're here." Everything felt like it was in slow motion. The grand doors to the Werewolf Committee opened gracefully, and in walked 4 figures. 2 guards entered first with their chests puffed out. A man was behind them, along with a woman in a white vest and a tight bun. "Where is she?" the man commanded, and Josel emerged from the corner. "Jonah, this is she." "Look," Josel commented as he gave me a wide smile and urged me forward. Tade didn't allow it and held on to me tightly, but he stepped back slightly so I was on view to the others. My eyes were glued to the man who stepped forward from the guards, and the nurse-looking woman followed closely. My breath hitched in my throat as I looked at the powerful man in awe. To say we both looked alike would be an understatement. We had the same eyes, same dark hair, and same features. If someone were to put us side by side, you'd immediately know we were related. The man, my father, stared at me with the same expression of awe, and he took a step towards me. "Nita, the DNA test won't be needed. This is my daughter," Jonah said with so much confidence as he didn't bother glancing at the nurse, his eyes solemnly focused on mine. "But sir, Alpha, we can never be sure." The woman in the white vest persisted in desperation, and my eyes narrowed towards the woman. "Who is she and what does she want?" "Nonsense. You may be a nurse, but I am a father and an alpha. I know who my child is," Jonah said for the first time with an easy smile. His eyes never left mine, and they held so much love and adoration that I was surprised instantly. The whole time, the rest of us remained silent, unsure of what to say. But of course, being the person I am, I cleared my throat and opened my mouth to speak. "You all can stay for a while, right? Even for dinner? So we could, you know." I fiddled with my fingers, get to know each other. Wow, was I acting awkward? "There's a first." "Yes, we will," Jonah said in a demanding voice, and I felt Tade breathe roughly through his nose. They both were alphas after all. The rest go. "You don't need any more companies," Tade said in a smooth voice, and I saw the smirk tugging on the corner of Cole's mouth. Jonah nodded and signaled to his guards to leave. They both bowed and obediently made a move to leave. However, the nurse didn't move a muscle and began shaking her head in desperation, causing the 2 guards to stop and look at her questioningly. "No, this can't be her. She can't be alive. She's gone. I was there. The nurse suddenly cried out, and we looked at her, stunned. Nita. I said leave, Jonah said in an impatient tone as he looked at the nurse in confusion. She should be gone. I couldn't get rid of her, but they should have. She yelled, and Tade began growling as he pulled me backwards, making me slam into his chest. What is this woman saying? He growled, and I watched with wide eyes as I tried to sink further into Tade. Elementals, their power is inhumane, she bit out in a ragged breath. Removing the water elemental removes them all. And she, the nurse snapped as her finger flew out to point at me, should be gone. Enough. Tade yelled, and uncontrollable growls emerged from his chest after one another. I want her out. Jonah barked, joining in. His 2 guards hurried over and grabbed the woman from both sides. They are dangerous, she managed to scream right before she was dragged out of view. Tade was shaking very badly, and I looked up to see his eyes darken. Shoo, I cooed as I cupped his face in my hands. Tade, look at me. Tade, I gently said. Once Tade's eyes found mine, his growl slowly died down. He sighed, closing his eyes as he shook his head. Once he opened his eyes, the beautiful hazel orb stared back at me. I apologize for Nita's actions. Though her words, I will get to the bottom of that, Jonah looked at me with furrowed eyebrows. His eyes held so much sadness, and his posture wasn't as confident. But you're alive. That's all that matters. That's all your mother wanted. I nodded my head and smiled at him. When he spotted my smile, Jonah let out a relieved sigh and walked over to me. Tade slowly let me go and allowed me some space. By now, the others fled the room, leaving the 3 of us. Not even a second later, I was crushed into a chest. Warm arms held me close. I breathed in the new scent, savoring it. A father's scent. Tade remained silent. You're alive, Jonah whispered. You really are. 18 years earlier ***. Cole's POV ***. Silence. The only noise heard was the constant ticking of the clock. I stood leaning on the wall, beverage in hand. Michael stood across me, staring intently at the wall, and Richin bit his nails impatiently. How long does it take to give birth? Richin growled as he abruptly stood up from his chair and paced the room. How do we even know Julia's kid is the water elemental? Michael asked in a bored tone as he glanced over at us. Simple. We don't, I chimed in amusement as I grinned at the pair. Though, I added with a smirk, if Nita says she's got her calculations right, then she has. You're right, Michael's gruff voice called out. She's never wrong. We stood in the forgotten surgery room waiting for the baby to arrive. The boys were impatient and wanted the job over and done with. I, on the other hand, had all the time in the world. If the water elemental is removed, they are all removed, Richin said in a low voice as a small smile spread across his face. Exactly, I cooed. That's why we must be patient. Remember, elementals are dangerous. They need to be dealt with, I repeated, as I had many times before, with a wide smile. Richin and Michael shared devious glances and became a little more patient. As if on cue, the door slammed open and in rushed Nita with a small baby cradled in her arms. She quickly closed the door and shoved the little child wrapped in blankets out towards us. Take it. I can't bear to look at it, Nita snapped as she thrust the baby into Michael's arms. Guilt? I mused, and Nita looked at me in disgust. No, not guilt. Disgrace, Nita said, sneaking a glance at the baby. I knew she was lying. She felt guilty for what she was doing, but at the same time believed elementals were inhumane and needed to be taken care of. Sure, I smirked. Leave it to us. Nita gave me a short nod and rushed out the door. However, before she got too far, she turned around to face us. Make it quick. Before it wakes up. Before she wakes up, or so she doesn't feel much pain. I couldn't help but think as I rolled my eyes. It's tiny, Richin whispered, looking surprised as he peered at the sleeping baby over Michael's shoulder. And harmless. Yes, for now it is, Michael said coldly as he pushed the baby into Richin's arms. Richin stumbled slightly and glared at Michael as he placed the baby on the bed in the corner of the room. Right. Let's get this over with, Richin spat in disgust. I leaned off the wall, slammed my glass cup down onto the desk near me, and walked over to the baby. "We can't leave any evidence, idiot." "Let me handle this," I snapped. "Leave it to me." Richin willingly backed away, and so did Michael. "Are you sure you can do it?" Richin asked me, and I snorted. "It's Cole." "Of course he can," Michael said with confidence, and I gave him a grin. I picked up the baby and cradled it in my arms. I walked over to the back of the room, where the door was located. "Where are you going?" Michael asked as he slowly walked into the middle of the room. "Oh, did you want to watch?" I asked with a broad smile as I paused to look back at him. Michael grimaced and shook his head as he went back near Richin. "Thought so." Opening the door, I entered the room and closed it behind me. I walked over to the table in the middle and slowly placed the baby onto it. I moved the blankets away from her face, and only a second later, the child's eyes began to open. Green orbs curiously stared up at me, and a small smile spread across my lips. "Hello, Eliana," I whispered. Not wasting another second, I rewrapped the baby and picked it up. Walking over to the surgery table, I moved it aside, and a brick wall greeted me. Slowly pulling apart the bricks with one hand, I stopped when there was enough room for me to squeeze through with the baby. Using my werewolf strength and speed, I made it out of the building in just a few seconds. No, I didn't want the baby gone. If I took her back to her parents, she would be in danger. I couldn't risk that. I was going to leave her on the doorstep of foster care. Yes, that way no one will ever know. I couldn't have the water elemental gone. Having her gone would have meant all the other elementals would have gone. As the air elemental, I couldn't have that. Chapter 34. After the little scene in the lobby, we all parted, and no one spoke for a while. Though when the time came, everyone was gathered in the kitchen. I was one of the last ones to walk in, and I awkwardly sat on the chair at the end of the long table. A huge feast was set out on the table, and my eyes hungrily gazed over it. I glanced up at Tade in the process, who sat across from me on the other side of the room. The table was that long. Cole, Tom, Dowlin, Rogan, Eddard, Josel, and my father, Jonah, also sat around the table. It was a full house. Once everyone was seated, no one spoke. It irritated me how I seemed to be the one who always broke the silence. If only I got $1 for every time. Beautiful day, isn't it? That was what I had managed to blurt out. Dowlin choked on the pea he had thrown into his mouth and fell into a coughing fit. All eyes shifted to him, and still no one spoke. But Eddard glanced at me, and his small figure shook slightly as he tried to conceal his laughter. "Sorry," Dowlin said hoarsely as he cleared his throat. I narrowed my eyes at him and felt my cheeks go red as I looked down at my lap in embarrassment. What did that woman mean? Tade suddenly asked in a gruff tone. "About Eliana," he finished, asking the question on everyone's mind as he stared intently at Jonah. I heard Cole sigh as he leaned back in his chair and looked into his glass. I glanced at him in curiosity as he stared intently at the cup and looked like he was lost in a memory. Strange. I do not know. But if she means harm to my daughter, I will have her dealt with. Jonah spoke lowly as he stared right back at Tade. Tade slowly nodded and gave Jonah a look that left me suspicious. Now, what exactly did he mean by dealt with? "Son," Rogan cut in and glanced sharply at Tade. "I passed down the alpha position knowing you are very capable of running this place. But if certain people are causing dash," before Rogan could finish, Tade shook his head and silenced his father. "No, I have it under control. No harm will be done," Tade said with determination as his eyes found mine. I sighed and grabbed the glass of water near my plate and drank it all at once. "You have it under control?" Dowlin snorted once he recovered from his coughing fit. "Are you sure about that?" "The amount of trouble dash." "Dowlin," Tade growled as he turned sharply to face his brother. Cole slammed his cup onto the table and sharply leaned forward, making me jump a little. Ladies. Please, not in front of the guests," Cole scowled. "Ladies?" Eddard called out as he looked at his brothers in horror, and Tom snickered behind his hand. I opened my mouth to speak, but an intense pain in the side of my head made me stop. I clenched my teeth as signs of a headache made me rub my temple. "My daughter," Jonah interrupted, looking at Tade with firm eyes. "If she is not safe here, I will have to take her back with me." My eyes snapped to Jonah's, and I opened my mouth to speak once again, but Tade's loud growl made me pause. No, Tade growled sharply, and I rubbed the side of my head as the pain returned. Tade I tried, but his focus was directed to my father. She goes nowhere. She stays here. With me, Tade growled possessively, and I flinched when the glass in his hand shattered as the force of his fist was way too strong. Son, calm down, Rogan said softly as he glanced at Tade with a frown. Alpha. I soon found myself unable to listen. My ears began ringing, and a wave of exhaustion washed over me, making my breath hitch. I said no, someone yelled, and my vision blurred, preventing me from seeing who it was. I felt paralyzed, and it scared me. I blinked my eyes repeatedly and picked up my glass, hoping a cool beverage would make me feel better only to find it empty. By now, shouts and growls were heard around the room. I stood up from my chair, needing the noise to stop, only to stumble, and I grabbed the chair for balance. The empty glass in my hand slipped from my grip, and it shattered as soon as it made contact with the floor. Almost immediately, the noise vanished, and I sighed in relief at the little moment of silence, my eyes closing on their own accord. Eliana, a concerned voice called out, and the scrape of a chair was heard. Was it Tade? Tom? Maybe Cole? I couldn't tell. However, I didn't have time to find out. I felt my body descend to the ground, and muscular arms were there to catch me as a world of darkness welcomed me. The smell of hand sanitizer made the first of my senses wake. Then it was my mouth, tasting the dryness of it, and then it was my ears. Stress. Way too much stress, an unfamiliar voice said, and I squinted as my eyes adjusted to the room's light. Immediately, I recognized the place as the committee's infirmary. I inwardly cringed as I suddenly found the smell of hand sanitizer too overwhelming. I glanced around only to find Tade talking with a woman dressed in all white. She had wrinkles around her eyes, and her thin, gray hair was neatly tied back. I spotted a glass near the vanity that stood in the single bed I lay in. Reaching over, I quietly grabbed it as Tade spoke to the woman. I searched for a jug of water and spotted it on the other side of the room. I was about to make a move to go grab it, but I came to a halt as a slight smirk spread onto my lips. Now, there's no need for that. I lifted up my palm and motioned it to the cup I held in my other hand. Almost immediately, it filled up with water, and I quickly moved my palm away as it overflowed from the edges. You should be resting. I jumped and spilt the water some more as my head snapped up, only to see Tade beside my bed. Let me, he gently whispered as he placed a hand on my back and pulled me up as he brought the cup to my lips. The cool water slid down my throat, and I closed my eyes for a second as the water worked its way down my throat. Seconds later, I felt myself regain my energy. What happened? I asked him as he sat on the corner of the bed. I noticed the woman had left, so I sat up and faced Tade, his eyes never leaving mine. You passed out, he whispered and looked away from me. I frowned as I noticed his hazel eyes were darker than usual and his jaw was clenched. What is it? I asked with furrowed eyebrows as I gently placed a hand on his cheek so he could look at me. I can't seem to keep you safe, he said in a low tone, but his eyes were hard. Tade looked away from me again, and my hand fell limply to my side, making my frown widen. Tade, I cooed softly. It's not your fault. I never asked for you to keep me safe, so please don't feel dash. That's my job, Eliana. Tade growled as his gaze snapped back to mine, and I flinched at the tone of his voice. It's my job as your alpha and better yet as your mate, he insisted, and I stayed quiet. But no matter what I do or say, you're constantly unsafe, and Tade trailed off. And it scares me. It scares me because I love you, Eliana. Tade said, clasping my hand tightly as his soft brown hair fell onto his forehead. As soon as I comprehended what he had said, I stopped breathing. My whole body forgot how to function, and my heart began melting as his grip on my hands tightened. He said he loved me. Loved me. Those simple words left me breathless. I didn't know what to say, but I knew. I knew I loved him too. But before I told him that, I needed to feel his lips on mine. I wrapped my arms around Tade's neck and pressed his lips against mine. Immediately, Tade's strong arms grabbed me by the waist and pulled me towards him. His soft lips met mine with a sense of urgency. I tangled my hands into his hair, and Tade placed his hand onto the back of my neck to hold my face close. The kiss felt ecstatic. The kiss was what I could only describe as intense, full of love, Smokey. Smokey? My eyes snapped open, and the perfect moment was shattered as I pulled away from Tade and a cough bubbled up in my throat. I coughed. Can you smell that? Tade leaned back, and his dark, intense eyes cleared as he sniffed the air around him. His arms tightened around my body, and his head snapped to the doorway. Smoke, he growled. I looked over to where he was looking, and I gasped as clouds of smoke seeped through the door and into the room. Tade quickly pulled me out of the bed and backed the two of us away from the door. Tade! I gasped as flames erupted on the frame of the door, and Tade growled loudly, holding me to his chest. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind the smoke and flames, and I found myself coughing hysterically as smoke invaded my lungs. Eliana, Tade growled as he held my chin and made me look at him. Tade wasn't affected by the smoke, and I mentally scowled at myself to man up. You are a werewolf, Eliana. An elemental, too. I stifled a cough and stood up straight, giving Tade a reassuring look. I narrowed my eyes at the silhouette that hid behind the flames. Lifting my hand up, I allowed water to move freely out of my hand, and the flames hissed as they died down, allowing the shadow to be in plain sight. I gasped at the person standing in the doorway. No! Tade's arms tightened around me as he growled. Lillian, I whispered with a mixture of disappointment and disbelief. How can she even? You have got to be kidding me, Tade growled in a deadly tone. Chapter 35. Surprise, Lillian said, smiling her mean smile. I remember when the Barbie juniors at school walked past us, she'd give that exact smile. Ouch! How? I trailed off in shock. I was left speechless and momentarily lost my ability to speak. Tade, however, was entirely in control. Whether it was him or his wolf, I had no idea. He marched up to Lillian with loud growls. Lillian's face transformed, and now a sultry look passed onto her face, and I clenched my jaw, grinding my teeth. Did she seriously just give my mate a suggestive look? My. If it isn't my favorite alpha wolf, Lillian purred, and my jaw dropped open. Lillian, the Lillian I knew, didn't flirt shamelessly with men. On instinct, I stepped towards Tade as my eyes didn't leave Lillian's. You shouldn't have just done that, Tade growled as he glanced around the smoke that was in the air, making it harder to breathe. There was only so much a wolf could take. Oh, what? This? Lillian asked in an innocent tone as she tilted her head. A second later, she shot her hands out in front of her, and a ball of fire flew out towards me. I gasped and quickly opened my palm, and water hit her fireball. Tade growled again and moved swiftly to restrain Lillian. Lillian squealed in surprise and fell onto her back. Tade grabbed a hold of her hands and held them behind her back so she couldn't shoot out fire. However, the room was already on fire, and the smoke made it hard to see. Tade kept Lillian restrained as she screamed and struggled. I, on the other hand, used this time to put out the fire that was burning at a rapid rate. However, every time I put out a flame, it just made more smoke appear. The room was hard to see, and my eyes began to water as a cough bubbled up in my throat. Eliana. Tade called out worried. Eliana, are you all right? Tade yelled out. I heard a thud and Lillian's cries vanished. Tade appeared by my side, and he wrapped his arms around me and pushed my face into his chest, covering me from the smoke. Did you hurt her? I asked in horror as I made out Lillian's figure limply on the floor. No, Tade said gruffly, she's just unconscious. I need answers. The sound of hurried footsteps snapped Tade's head towards the door. He growled loudly in warning as a figure rushed inside. Who's there? Tade called out in a deadly tone as he pushed me behind his back and took a step forward. It's me. Cole called back as his blurry figure entered the room, and he coughed. What in the world happened here? I opened my mouth to answer, but I breathed in a whole lot of smoke, and I started coughing violently. I felt myself being picked up, and the warmth of Tade made me feel a little calmer. Quick. Get her out. Cole's voice held a tone of urgency. Tade followed Cole out with me in his arms, and I heard cussing as the halls were covered in smoke, making it hard to see. Here goes nothing, Cole muttered as he held his hands out, making me confused. What are you doing? Tade yelled as he abruptly stopped, looking back at his uncle. Cole didn't reply and closed his eyes. He held out his hands and stood there. Suddenly, the air around us picked up and the smoke started swirling around. My coughs died down as I watched in shock. The smoke slowly started fading, and seconds later, it disappeared, and I slowly eased onto my feet. Tade and I stared at Cole in shock. Still got it in me. He smirked and rubbed his palms together. Please don't tell me you're... I trailed off. The air elemental? Cole inquired with a sheepish smile, guilty as charged. She's waking up, I whispered and stepped forward, but Tade roughly pushed me behind him. Tade and Cole tied Lillian up. They literally wrapped her on a chair and tied her hands so they were dangling in a bucket of ice water. Her feet were also tied up, and her head hung loosely, her face facing the sky, considering we were by the lake, just in case. Despite what she did, I felt bad for the position she was in. After all, she was my best friend for a long time. The shock of Cole being an elemental was still raw. However, Tade vowed we'd discuss that later on. What the Lillian murmured and slowly lifted her head. Her eyes slowly opened, and her blonde hair lay unattractively on her shoulders. Lillian's confused eyes searched around the forest in confusion, and her eyes blazed in fury when they fell on me. Why am I not surprised? Lillian spat and glanced down at her hands and feet in fury. Found yourself another guard dog, did you? Always the damsel in distress, Lillian sneered, and Tade snapped as he appeared in front of her in inhuman speed, his hands slamming on the arms of her chair. I gasped as he leaned close to her with a growl, and the chair tilted back onto its heels. Tade dash. His fearsome growl cut me off. Lillian's eyes were open wide in horror, and she stared at Tade in panic. Tade, Cole cooed and gently pulled Tade away from Lillian as she gasped for air. I wouldn't bother. I mean, who's the one tied up in a chair? He snorted, and Lillian glared at him. I could always shift into my wolf. What then? Lillian sneered in a hoarse voice, and I cut in. You would have the moment you opened your eyes. Obviously, you figured out you can't use your powers in wolf form, I said in a monotone voice as I stared intently at the girl I called my friend. I knew her too well. Putting that aside, Cole said in a bored tone as Tade wrapped his arms around my waist and held me close. Tell us, Cole said as he walked around, behind Lillian's chair and softly placed his hands on her shoulders. How is it that you, Cole said, slowly building suspense, hold the powers of the fire elemental? The same one, dear Eliana, so delightfully defeated. I looked away when he said that. But from the corner of my eye, I saw Lillian swiftly glance at me and gulp. Like I would tell you, she spat and Cole squeezed her shoulders, making her cry out in pain. Wrong answer. Try again, he whispered in her ear. No, she said. Tade growled. If you would like I could get my dear nephew to handle this his way, Cole shrugged as he walked around to stand near us. Though his methods are less subtle, Cole said casually as he pretended to check his nails. He successfully scared Lillian as she squirmed in her seat. When an elemental dies, their power goes to someone like them. Someone of the same ambitions and same at heart, she spat. Obviously, you haven't done your study. Not so smart now, EY. Lillian chuckled meanly as she targeted her gaze towards me. Cole laughed loudly, and all our gazes snapped to his. Oh my, Cole laughed and wiped away a fake tear as his expression suddenly turned hard and angry. Listen here, you silly girl, Cole sneered, and his voice changed instantly, making my jaw drop. Tade let out a humorous snort and looked at his uncle with raised eyebrows. You think we're stupid and you're so smart? Cole growled loudly. Well, then did you know that when the water elemental is defeated, all the other elementals are defeated too? He sneered, and Lillian's mouth shut tight. My eyes widened at the piece of information, and I stumbled slightly, but Tade held on to me. You're lying, Lillian shot back, but the confidence in her voice wavered. I found this a great time to step in. Maybe, I said casually, trying to keep my voice strong, but would you really risk it? Do you hate me that much to risk yourself? To lose everything? I asked, and Lillian remained quiet for a few moments. Yes. I do hate you, she said with so much confidence. I had to admit it. That hurt. It hurt deeply. But not so much to risk your own life, I said lowly, and we all stayed quiet for a few seconds. You're right. I wouldn't risk it, she said boldly and glared up at me. But I do hate you. In fact, I despise you. You were always everyone's first choice in me. She sneered. There was no me. No one cared about me. She all but screamed, and her words took me aback. So do it. Get it over and done with. With pleasure, Tade growled, but I stepped in front of him, and he came to a halt. I turned my head to face Lillian. No, I won't let you get hurt because I'm not you. Our friendship might not have mattered to you, but it did to me, I said quietly. Untie her and let her leave. But Lillian, I promise you, if you disturb us again, I will personally stop you. What? No, Tade growled, but I grabbed his hands and looked up intently at him. Tade stared back for a moment and let out an angry sigh, and he nodded at Cole. Tade was angry. That I could tell. Fine. Just this one time. But if someone else dares to hurt you one more time, Tade said, shaking in anger as he held up one finger, one more time, I will make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Chapter 36. After the Lillian drama, things died down a bit. Cole didn't go into further depth about him being an elemental, and we didn't push it. Jonah, my father, was staying at the Werewolf committee for a few more days. As Alpha, he had to get back to his duties as well as Tade's. Jonah, however, gave me space. He knew I was going through a lot, and he didn't want to add to that. Tade, on the other hand, suggested the others could spread word that I was Luna. He wanted things to be somewhat normal. I told him I didn't want to have a huge get-together to announce it, and surprisingly, he nodded. Back in the woods, I untied Lillian and told her to leave. It was hard to face the situation, but I knew I didn't have it in me to hurt her. However, I had the strength to remove her from my life. Soon after, I bombarded Cole with questions. The air elemental had been amongst us this whole time, and yet we had no clue. However, before I even got answers, Tade didn't allow Cole to speak as he demanded I stop worrying and live in everyday life. It was hard, considering I was the water elemental, and according to Cole, the lives of the other elementals lay heavy on my shoulders. Talk about pressure. So here I was, taking a walk on the opposite side of the committee, where the pack and high wolves stayed. Tade had work to catch up on, and people had their lives to go on with. I wasn't really in the mood to attend class, so why not aimlessly wander around? Excuse me. A head appeared in the emptiness of the halls, and a girl with red hair and numerous freckles greeted me. Yes, I answered as politely as I could. I wasn't exactly in the mood to socialize. I'm looking for someone, she trailed off and glanced around. I'm not familiar with this place, but I have to find someone for, she paused, a group of friends. Oh, I said, regretting I came to this part of the committee. I'm not very familiar myself, Eliana, she cut in, and I froze at my name. I kept my face emotionless and stared back at her in question. Do you know anyone by that name? I can't find anyone out of the classrooms to ask. She mumbled the last part, then looked up at me, waiting for a reply. No. And Eliana? What kind of name is that? I chuckled nervously. Play it cool, Eliana. I mean, no. Sorry. Why did you need her? I asked in curiosity. After all the danger I've been put in, I think I know not to tell a stranger my name. Want some candy, kid? I mentally said as I thought of an old man holding candy out towards me. I physically shuddered. None of your business, the girl suddenly snapped. She didn't bother sparing me another glance as she spun on her heel and rushed away. I couldn't help but feel a little anxious. But of course it was nothing. Perhaps she was just curious who the Luna was, right? Yeah, that had to be it. It's not like another group of people wanted me gone. Glancing at the space the girl had been, I spun around and rushed away. It was foolish, but I was wary of my surroundings, and most of the time, I wanted to be in Tade's arms, shielded from the harsh world. All right, I lied. I wanted that all the time. At the mere thought of Tade, my body automatically directed itself towards his office. I knew the halls like the back of my hand, and I made my way towards the office with eagerness. Not really knocking, I slowly opened the door and stepped inside. Tade's chair was vacant, and that made me frown. However, remembering his chamber, I walked over to the bookshelf lining the back wall and pushed it aside. The stairs came into view, and I slowly made my way down them. Reaching the bottom, I almost gasped. Tade was beside his bed, shirtless. I've seen him shirtless before, sure, but now I was caught off guard and hadn't had the chance to tell myself how to breathe. Tade's back was facing me, but he must have been hearing me, his back tensed. A slight growl was heard, then a second later, he spun around with dark eyes. Spotting my slightly frozen state, he sighed. His eyes immediately went back to their beautiful shade of hazel. I inwardly sighed. You surprised me, he said, his eyes not leaving mine. You or me, I quietly mumbled as my gaze drifted off to his bare chest. Tade didn't say anything and gave me a slight grin. He sat down on his bed and leaned back, hands behind his head. Are you just going to stand there? Tade asked with a hint of a smirk, and I raised an eyebrow. However, I didn't argue. I mean, who would? I willingly walked over and slipped into the bed beside him. He didn't speak, and I didn't either. I was famous for doing stupid things. I didn't know if this was one of them, but I hoisted myself up on an elbow and faced Tade. He had his eyes closed. His forehead was slightly creased, and I frowned. If someone had to stop worrying, it was him. I leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Immediately, his features relaxed, and he remained still. I placed another kiss on the side of his face and made my way down to his lips. As soon as our lips made contact, it was as if a powerful energy sparked between us. His fingers gently tangled into my hair and pulled my face closer to his. He shifted, pulling me closer until we were face to face, his breath fanning my lips. I was surprised by his sudden, intense movements. Before I could even wonder out loud or even speak, Tade's lips met mine once again with a deep urgency. His movements were intense, yet he still managed to make his touch loving and full of unspoken emotion. Not that I was complaining. Really, who was I to complain? Chapter 37. I was currently cuddled up with Tade, his arms wrapped securely around me as he kissed me tenderly. I felt like an idiot just lying there, so I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled his chest closer to mine. I heard Tade sigh softly in the back of his throat as he deepened the kiss. I felt his left hand trail down my side and rest on my hip. I quietly sighed in satisfaction, and his grip on my waist tightened as my hands rested in his hair. This felt nice. The sensation was indescribable, and all I felt was a warm, happy feeling. Tade, where are you, man? A voice shouted from outside the chamber from inside Tade's office. I groaned as the moment shattered. I leaned away from Tade's lips and glanced over at the chamber's staircase. Tade, however, ignored the voice and was quite comfortable in his room. He moved forward towards my retreated lips, and I melted instantly, forgetting the voice. Brother, are we playing hide and seek? Dowlin's familiar voice called out. Tade's hand gently squeezed my waist. I can smell your scent, but hey, what's this? Dowlin's voice grew closer. You have a secret underground hideout and didn't bother to tell me? We heard a yelp, and both mine and Tade's movements stilled as the sounds of struggle and pain echoed through the room. I glanced over in time to see Dowlin's hunched figure rolling down the stairs. He hit the stone floor and huffed as he stood up. If I wasn't a werewolf, I swear. Dowlin stopped talking, and his mouth stayed open in surprise as he took in mine and Tade's close embrace. I groaned in embarrassment and sank further into the mattress. Well, this is rather interesting, Dowlin grinned, but must have noticed Tade's deadly glare. Dowlin coughed and then cleared his throat. He glanced at me, and Tade growled, telling him it was time to leave. Oh, right. Okay, you two want a dash. Dowlin, I said awkwardly and gave him a tight smile. Could you leave? Well, that didn't sound nice. Dowlin's hands shot out in surrender. However, he didn't say another word and all but raced out of Tade's chamber. I turned to my side to see Tade sigh and cover his face. I leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Seeing his reaction, I also let out a sigh and rested my head on his chest. I almost forgot to mention, I suddenly said. Tade remained silent, and I took that as a sign to continue. I met a girl today. Well, not really. She asked me if I knew an Eliana. I said no, of course. I mean, after everything, I trailed off and glanced up at Tade. A small frown overtook his lips, and immediately I felt bad. It's probably nothing. I quickly rushed out, words out, I am your mate. That's why. But I thought I'd tell you. Just in case, because dash. I was silenced by his lips covering mine. Let's hope that's the only reason, he mumbled when he pulled back, offering me a soft smile. After Tade and I stayed in his room for longer than necessary, we both left to go to the main lobby. It was amazing how much you can find out in such a short time. Something like, Rogan and Eddard are leaving to visit another pack. Completely off topic, but also saddening. I needed a little Eddard to remind me how cool my elemental powers were. Tade and I entered the main lobby and spotted several figures near the door. Imagine my surprise when I saw my father, Jonah, and my uncle Josel patting Cole and the others on the back as they said goodbye. What's going on? I asked anxiously as I rushed forward. Jonah looked over at me and gave me a sad smile. Eliana, there you are, he said in adoration as he walked over and wrapped his arms around me. I smiled slightly and hugged him back. Where are you guys going? I asked, trying to smile, but couldn't help but grimace. I knew automatically they were leaving. Eliana, you know as Alpha I have responsibilities, he began, and I sighed, looking at the ground. However, your happiness is my top priority. I want to get to know you, and I know you want to get to know me, so, Jonah said, clearing his throat as he glanced at Josel. I want you to come back with me. It took me a second to comprehend what he said. When my mind finally registered what he had said, I looked at him in surprise. I opened my mouth to answer, but like always, someone beat me to it. No, this was not a part of the plan, Tade growled, suddenly by my side. You came, you had your little meeting, and then you left. Gone. Nada, he growled, suddenly sounding very angry. Jonah glared at Tade, and he opened his mouth to speak, but this time Cole cut in. Tade, calm down. Does your throat never hurt from all that growling? Cole asked, genuinely curious as he rubbed his throat self-consciously. I can never keep it up for so long. True talent, son. We all stared at him. Right. Back to the point. There is no need for conflict as the answer is simple. The choice is up to Eliana. She goes where she wants to go. I could have drowned Cole right there. All pairs of eyes turned to me. Oh boy. Chapter 38. I held my father's gaze for a little longer, then shifted my gaze towards my mate. Tade. As much as I wanted to go with my dad and get to know him, I wanted to stay with Tade more. Tade needed me. My father might have as well, but my love for Tade was way too strong. I sighed and almost grimaced at my father's hopeful look. I want to get to know you, I really do, I said with a pause as everyone remained silent. But I began, but was cut off. Buts are always a bad sign, Dallin sighed softly as he shook his head, watching from the corner. I saw Tade shoot him a look, and immediately, he became silent. I can't go. Not now. But I promise I will soon. I tried my best to reject his offer as politely as I possibly could. However, I felt guilty when I saw the hopeful look in his eyes disappear. Immediately, Jonah straightened up and cleared his throat. All right. That's fine. As long as you're happy, he said with a smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Josel and I must be on our way now. Thank you for your services, Jonah said, giving Tade a nod. However, Tade still seemed annoyed from before and simply stood there unmoving. I took a few steps forward and looked up at my dad, memorizing his face. Jonah seemed to do the same before he opened his arms wide and engulfed me in an embrace as our audience stayed silent. Take care of yourself, he whispered in my ear. Squeezing my shoulders, he finally let go, and I gave him a sad smile as he left through the double wooden doors, exiting the committee. Josel, my uncle, lingered back for a few moments. It was great meeting you, Eliana. But like your father said, we have to go. But if you need any help, if you're in any trouble and need the earth elemental around, Josel said with a grin as he pointed to himself, you call me straight away. I let out a small laugh and, without warning, hugged my uncle. I couldn't help but think that I have a really cool family. One that I'll see soon. Josel gave me one last smile before he left, following my father. Once they were out of sight, the wooden doors were slammed shut, and Cole dusted his hands. Wasn't that lovely? Anyone fancy some tea? Cole asked with a grin as he held up his cup, which held something that smelled suspiciously like juice. My gaze drifted off to his glass, and I'm guessing so did everyone else's. Oh, this? Don't mind me. I'll be in the kitchen, Cole said, and spun around to leave. Cole, I called out before he went too far. Humming, he spun around. Can I speak to you for a second? I asked. It seemed like he already knew what I was going to say. He grimaced and nodded his head. Dallin left the room, and I looked around to see that it was just Tade, Cole, and me. We held off on the conversation for a long while. The day Lillian, the new fire elemental, decided to try to set the room on fire, we found out Cole was the air elemental. What is it? Cole asked with a tight smile. Why didn't you tell us you were the air elemental? Tade automatically said, reading my mind. I didn't see the need to. You didn't see the need to? Tade asked his uncle in disbelief and anger. I placed a hand on his arm to keep him calm. What in the world do you mean you didn't see the need to? Tade growled when Cole stayed silent. Don't push it any further, Tade. It doesn't matter, Cole said firmly, his playful mood gone. Cole, I said in a quiet voice, please. Cole looked over at me, then glanced at Tade. Fine. Cole sighed and looked into his cup. There are some werewolves and humans that know about elementals. For a long time, even before you were born, they were set on removing the elementals, especially the water elemental. At his words, I gulped, and I noticed Tade's body pressed up behind me and his arms wrapped around my waist protectively. And? Tade pressed. And being an elemental, I didn't want the whole world to know I was the air elemental. I didn't control the air and kept it a secret. Then eventually, I never thought about it. Nowadays, there are rarely groups of hunters for elementals, Cole explained casually as he shrugged his shoulders, and I looked at him with wide eyes. Is Eliana in danger? Tade growled and practically ignored everything else he said. Well, I don't think so. Like I said, there are rarely groups of hunters today. That's not good enough, Tade said sharply, and I let out a huff of air, pulling away from him. All right, guys. I think that's enough for one day, I said with a nervous laugh. Cole tilted his head and gave me a slight grin. Come on, Tade, I said, linking my arm with Tade's and pulling him towards the door. Tade didn't move and clenched his jaw. I looked over to see Cole disappear from the room. I sighed and faced Tade. I put my hands up and cupped his face into my palms. I leaned forward and gently pressed my lips onto his. Come, I whispered onto his lips. On. I pecked his lips again and leaned back. Tade tried to fight off the slight grin on his face, but I saw it and let out a laugh. I smiled, and Tade put my hand into his. He placed his other hand behind my neck and placed his lips onto mine again, so they could move in sync. This is nice, I whispered. It is. Not having to worry, I sighed and closed my eyes. Let's hope it lasts long, Tade mumbled and leaned his head onto mine. Yeah, I thought. Let's hope so. Chapter 39. A few days later. The sun was out. It was lovely. Eddard played with his toy cars and made car engine noises, and I laughed when he made them crash. Did you see that, Eliana? How cool. He yelled out with a large smile. Yeah, very cool, I told Tade's little brother with a chuckle. He's a good kid, isn't he? Cole said from beside me, and I nodded. Yeah, he is. And a pain in the neck, Tade mumbled, and I rolled my eyes. Dallin was leaning on a nearby tree and let out a snort as he glanced over at Tade. The usual ray of sunshine, aren't we, Tade? He snickered. Hilarious, Tade mumbled, making Cole laugh. Boys. Please be a little bit more mature like Eddard. We all remained silent for a few moments, watching Eddard play and laugh. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts, but the day was peaceful. Tom left the grounds to visit family, and Rogan was helping out a pack in the East region. So it was peaceful until an arrow was shot into my leg. What in the world? I cried out and glanced down. An arrow was sticking out of my leg, and I groaned in pain. Tade growled and was in front of me in a flash. He pulled out the arrow, and I hissed at the pain. Immediately, it started healing. Tade snapped his head in the direction the arrow came from. Cole and Dallin rushed to stand in front of us all. Tade signaled his little brother over, and Eddard ran in front to play hero, but Tade grabbed him by the scruff of his collar and pulled him behind us. Everyone stayed silent for a few seconds, listening out for any noise. In seconds, we were in a defensive position, and I worriedly scanned the area. Come out, Cole cooed to the empty landscape. However, we all could hear the shuffling around due to our advanced hearing. That's why we weren't surprised when a group of 5 people holding weapons emerged from the trees. I felt Cole stiffen, and I turned over to see him looking at the group with a mean glare. "They're elemental hunters," Cole whispered through his teeth. On instinct, Tade grabbed my arm and pulled me to his side. "That's her," a redhead called out. I let my gaze drift to hers and immediately recognized her. She was the girl who asked if I knew an Eliana. More specifically, me. "Are you sure?" a man asked as he held a crossbow at eye level, resting the weapon on his shoulder. "Yes, she has the same description the Lillian girl told us." I took in a sharp intake of breath. "Hello," Tade called out in a growl. "Sorry to break up your little club, but you're on my territory," he hissed in a dangerous voice. The group of elemental hunters didn't waver. In fact, they took a step closer and raised their weapons. Cole sighed and took a step forward with his hands held up, ready to talk. However, an arrow flew over his head in warning. Cole froze and glanced behind him and back at the group. "You shouldn't have done that," he whispered. "You really shouldn't have done that," he yelled out and chuckled like a maniac. The group ignored his words, and at the same time, they positioned their weapons. All at once, numerous arrows were thrown. I gasped and pushed Eddard behind me to shield him, and closed my eyes. However, feeling a change in the wind, I cracked one eye open to see Cole's hand up in the air, his palm facing outwards. All the arrows slowed down, and before they could touch us, stilled in the air. Cole closed his palm, and all the arrows dropped to the floor. One called out in disbelief. "There's another one." "Take that one out and the rest go down too," the man growled and shot another arrow at me. It flew through the wind at incredible speed, and before I could react, Tade's arm shot out and caught the arrow. Squeezing his palm with a growl, it crumbled and fell to the floor. "I suggest you don't waste your time," Tade said in a calm voice, but his eyes were deadly. "I suggest you be quiet," the man who threatened me yelled. I slapped a hand over my mouth. He really shouldn't have said that. He just told an alpha to be quiet. Tade's body tensed. He glanced down and took in a sharp intake of breath, getting really mad now. He glanced down and back up again. The group of elemental hunters lowered their weapons slightly, and a few gasped. I looked over to see Tade's eyes glowing yellow. His wolf was at bay, and he wasn't doing anything to hide it. "Turn around and leave," Tade hissed, "or stay, and I will shift and stop you all." It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. "We're not afraid of you," the same man said. However, he looked a lot more hesitant. "Henley," the red-headed girl whispered, "I don't have a death wish." The rest of the group murmured in agreement. Before we knew it, they took several steps back, their heads down in submission. "What are you doing?" Henley whispered, outraged. "Sorry, Henley, but we don't stand a chance." And, just like that, the leader was abandoned. "Cowards!" he screamed behind him. He spun back around in rage and aimed his arrow. "Do you really want to go down that road?" Dallin said, his voice held a tone of false sympathy. "Can't we just stop him?" Eddard spat in disgust as he glared at the man, his little frame beside me. The enraged man swiftly shifted his aim to Eddard, and every single one of us growled. Hey, I yelled and stepped in front of Eddard. Did he just go there? He just went there. Without a second thought, I opened my palm and raised it in the air. I flicked my wrist to the left, and without warning, a burst of water shot out and hit the man with powerful force as he slammed into a tree. He cried out in pain and grunted as he fell to the floor. His face now masked in alarm as he searched hysterically for his crossbow. Spotting it, he crawled forward to retrieve it, but Cole's boot came down on his hand, pinning it to the ground. The man cried out, trying to free his hand. "Nice try," Cole hummed with a grin. He pulled his foot back, and the man named Henley slowly stood up, cradling his hand as he clenched his jaw. "I'll be back," he hissed. "You'll regret this," he yelled before turning around and running away into the trees. "Should I go after him?" Dowlin asked with an excited tone of voice. "No, he can't do anything, really," Cole said with a shrug. I let out a shaky breath and Tade sighed, taking me into his arms. "Dowlin, go get the warrior wolves for me. Either they're incompetent or those hunters are good," he gritted, and I leaned my head onto his chest. "What happens if he comes back?" I couldn't help but ask. I wouldn't see him as a threat. "But I guess we'll have to wait and see," Cole shrugged, and I nodded my head. Chapter 40. Tade and most of the other male wolves were gone. Why? Because they were out resetting the positions. The warrior wolves were to be put in. With them all gone, I was in complete and utter boredom. However, I continued my search to find Cole, as he was the only one who had decided to stay back. Just as I was about to pass the kitchen, I heard more than just Cole's voice. I went to walk in and took only one step when I froze. There stood the hunter. But this time he held a gun. Again, that was pointed at Cole. Cole stood there with his hands up in mock surrender. One hand up in the air and the other holding his glass. "Oh, come on, Harold," Cole sighed in an impatient tone. He then tilted his head and furrowed his eyebrows. Harold was his? Or was it Howard, Harry? Henley, the hunter gritted, and I tried my best not to make a sound. What do I do? Walk in? Scream? Laugh? Right. "Henley, you came here to stop me," Cole asked in amusement, and the elemental hunter stayed silent. However, Cole sighed and kept speaking. "But seriously? A gun? I don't want to go out in such a cliché way," Cole muttered to himself. "I see we have company." That was all the hunter said. I stopped breathing. My eyes were drawn to Cole, who clenched his jaw. He knew I was there from the beginning and hoped the hunter hadn't noticed. Why isn't he using his powers? "Looks like I can deal with all you elementals at once," the hunter said with a grin, and I narrowed my eyes at him as I fully walked into the room. I quickly lifted my hand up to release water towards the hunter, but nothing happened. I frowned and tried again. "What the?" I trailed off in question as I looked at Cole in alarm. "Henley over here released a toxic in the air. It paralyzes our abilities," Cole said calmly. I took in a sharp intake of breath. I read about this toxin. It doesn't wear off for a couple of hours. Closing my eyes, I willed myself to shift. That didn't work either. "All our abilities," Cole said with a tight smile as his eyes didn't leave the hunter's. The hunter must have grown restless of our talking because with a grunt, he pulled the gun's safety trigger and I froze, holding my breath yet again. I sent Cole a look. We both knew this wasn't going to end well, and I gave him a look that I wasn't sure he understood. However, he sent me a nod of understanding. I looked back at the man who raised his gun and slowly aimed it at me. My eyes flickered back to Cole. I was unsure of what to do. Any sudden movement could make the man pull the trigger. Cole must have seen the terror in my eyes because his face hardened and his gaze drifted off to the man, and he sent him a glare as a low growl rumbled in his throat. The man seemed more alert, and without waiting another second, he clutched the gun tighter and pressed the trigger. It was like in the movies. Everything happened in slow motion. The bullet flew towards me, and my heart skipped a beat. However, in just half a second, Cole was in front of me, clutching my arm, and pulled me behind him. Past his shoulder, I saw him smack the gun out of the man's hand. However, the damage had already been done. My hands clasped over my mouth as I gasped in horror. Cole's weight slowly weighed down onto mine, and my hands automatically went under his armpits to hold him up. I slowly stepped back as I placed his weight onto the floor. I looked down in shock. My heart broke at the sight. A dark stain was spreading across his chest. He was injured. "Cole," I whispered in horror. He wheezed in a breath and, with panic in his eyes, averted his gaze to the man. My head snapped towards the hunter, and I saw him frantically searching for the gun. Immediately, I saw red. With a loud, earth-shaking growl, I spotted the gun with no trouble and picked it up. My hands shook viciously as I pointed it at the man. Tears clouded my vision, and I was breathing heavily. "You monster!" I roared in rage. The man stood up straight and looked at Cole with a grin. I growled even more. Don't look at him. I screamed with the gun unsteadily in my hands. The man's eyes drifted up to mine, and he rolled his eyes. Too bad I was aiming at you, huh? The hunter mumbled and looked at me. I felt a hand gently clasp around my ankle. I glanced down, and Cole looked up at me with heavy lids, trying to speak. However, I ignored him. Turning back around, I faced the man with a murderous look. Shaking Cole's hand off, I stomped forward. You can't do it, the man cooed as he eyed the gun with a smile. Really? I said in a low voice. Are you sure about that? I whispered. And without a second thought, I pulled the trigger. I screamed as the gunshot sound went off. I squeezed my eyes shut and dropped the gun. It clattered onto the floor and everything stayed quiet, except for Cole's struggling breaths. I slowly opened my eyes with a sob as I saw the hunter fall to the floor, unmoving. Ball rose my throat. Swallowing it down, I spun around and let out a loud sob. I sped over to Cole and knelt next to his body. My hands shakily covered the wound, and I pressed down hard. Cole, I sobbed. He was shot in the chest. Our abilities are disabled. That means no fast healing. The toxicity hadn't worn off yet, and that's when panic settled in. My eyes frantically searched the room. Help! I screamed. Someone help! I screamed in a hoarse voice. I felt a hand grab my wrist and take it off the wound. Eliana. It's too late, Cole said breathlessly. His eyes were closed, and he had a peaceful look. What? No, I yelled, and my hands shakily covered his wound again, tears falling down my cheek. I hurriedly took off my jacket and bunched it up into a ball. I pressed it onto his chest. Cole, I'm going to go get help. I blabbered nervously, and Cole shook his head. Before I could do anything, a voice froze me in place. I stopped breathing. Uncle? Tade said slowly in the doorway as his eyes scanned the area, his body frozen as his eyes zoomed in on his uncle's chest. In inhuman speed, he rushed inside and knelt on the other side of Cole. Lifting up his head, he cradled it in his lap. Uncle. Tade trailed off as he looked over at the fallen hunter. Someone get down here now. Tade roared. No, Cole croaked. You have a death wish, Uncle? Tade growled as he moved my hands and pressed down onto the wound, trying to stop the bleeding as I hopelessly watched with tears. Cole grimaced. Want to see my mate? Leave me, Cole said with heavy lids. We can't. You said you didn't want to die a cliché death. Remember? I hurriedly said and nodded frantically. See, you can't die. Tade grabbed my hand from over Cole's body and gently squeezed it. Eliana, Cole breathed out, don't cry. I'm happy. I can see my soulmate. He stopped and clenched his jaw, trying to breathe correctly. I miss her. I stayed silent. Tade's son, Cole whispered hoarsely out of breath, please don't be mad at your mate for crying. Even though I'm already going, he chuckled, but it came out as him struggling to breathe, and I sat up straight, alarmed. Cole, I said in panic, and Tade clenched his jaw and blinked furiously as his eyes got glossy with tears. You guys take care of yourselves, Cole said, his breath shortening. No, I said, shaking my head with a sob, refusing to believe it. Thank you. For everything, Cole said with a peaceful smile, his eyes slowly closing. No, Uncle. Thank you, Tade whispered. Thank you so much, I sobbed, and Cole's smile widened as his eyes remained closed. However, slowly his smile began to disappear. His balanced head slowly fell to the side, and just like that, his breathing shallowed and suddenly stopped. I let out a cry. Tade softly placed his uncle's head onto the floor and stood up, running a hand through his hair with a shaky breath. Tade looked down at me, and he gave me a broken look. I slowly stood up with silent tears, and Tade balled his fist and bit down on it. Eliana, he trailed off, then let out a sigh. Come here. And I did exactly that. I ran over and threw myself into Tade's arms and cried. Tade stood there in silence and held onto me tightly, and he rested his chin on my head and whispered comforting words. Only an hour ago, Cole was up and alive, breathing, and now he was gone, up there, near his mate. Life on Earth doesn't last long. Happiness and laughter also don't. But love lasts an eternity. Epilogue. May we bow our head in prayer. Everyone who stood by the coffin lowered their head. It was Cole's funeral, and somehow it helped make everything seem more real. It was also a week after the incident. When everyone found out about Cole's death, they didn't handle it so well. Vases were thrown, windows were shattered, and tears were shed. However, at the moment, everyone at the funeral remained silent as we all silently prayed. Tade stood close by my side, his shoulders grazing mine. Amen. Everyone slowly raised their heads and murmured to one another. There was quite a crowd, and I had to admit Cole must have been pretty popular. The man on the other side of the coffin gently tapped on the microphone. We were in the woods, so everything was set up. As werewolves, it was normal for us. The woods were the place of Cole's birth, and he would have wanted it to be his place of death. Or at least where he was buried. If any speeches need to be made, the man who was also a werewolf trailed off as he gestured to the front. I thought very few would make speeches because they were all too devastated to talk. But I thought wrong. Several people lined up to make their speeches. First, it was Rogan. He spoke highly of his brother and repeated many times how much he was going to miss him. Then it was Dallin, then Tom, then Tade, who left my side to make a brief speech on his uncle. His face remained emotionless, but I knew he was hurting. A little grin spread across my face when Eddard sped his way to the front and went up on his tippy toes to reach the microphone. The man standing beside him also smiled and pulled it down to his height. "Hi," Eddard said brightly, and a few mumbled back. "This is my first funeral, so I don't know what to say," he said, and a small frown slipped onto his face. Everyone stayed silent as they all watched Eddard. Eddard glanced down, still frowning, then a moment later glanced back up with a smile. "My uncle was one of the coolest people, and I've met a lot of cool people," Eddard brightly said as he glanced at me, and I smiled in return while a few people chuckled through blurry eyes. "I don't know why all of you are crying so much," Eddard exclaimed with another frown. "Uncle Cole is happy and I know it. He used to always tell me he couldn't wait to go up there," Eddard pointed to the sky, "to see his mate." Eddard then fell silent, unsure of what to say. The man next to him patted Eddard on the shoulder and gave him a squeeze with another kind smile, then put the microphone back up and leaned forward. "May he rest in peace," he finished off for Eddard. Eddard looked up at him and gave the man a friendly smile before turning around and coming back near the crowd. After a few of Cole's long-lost friends gave inspirational speeches, they bid them goodbye and paid their respects before slowly leaving. The coffin was lowered, and all too soon Cole's body was underground and gone. I tightly held the bunch of flowers in my hand and stepped forward once no one was around the grave. Walking near it, I placed the flowers gently on top of the soil and kneeled down with a sigh. "Hey Cole," I whispered. There was no reply. "I'm sorry I didn't go up and make a speech," I said with a sheepish smile, even though he couldn't see me. "But I just wanted you to know that I'm grateful for everything you did," I said with a smile and glanced behind me to see Tade leaning on a tree far behind me. "So is Tade," I whispered. After a moment or two of silence, I stood up and dusted off my pants. Taking a few steps backwards, I lowered my gaze. "Thank you for everything." Spinning around, I pulled my jacket around myself tighter as I began walking towards Tade. However, when I almost reached Tade, I felt a slight change in the wind. It was only for a split second, and then there was a small whisper in the air. "You're welcome." I reached Tade and glanced behind me with furrowed eyebrows. Shaking my head, I looked back at Tade to see him staring at the ground with a blank look. "Tade," I whispered, and he looked up at me but said nothing. "Are you all right?" I said, worried. Tade blinked a few times and took in a shaky breath before nodding his head. I placed my palm on his cheek and caressed it, leaning forward to rest my forehead on his. Tade closed his eyes, and so did I. "We can have that life you wanted," I whispered, "to live happily with your mate and not have anyone trying to kill us." Tade slightly shook his head. If anything, probably not believing me. "You kept your promise," I insisted and leaned back to see Tade's hazel eyes already focused on me. "Everything's over now, we can be happy." I persisted, anything to see him smile. Can we? He asked, and I smiled, nodding my head. I put my arms around Tade and rested my head on his shoulder. Slowly, Tade's arms wrapped around me, and he caressed my hair with one hand. You know I love you, Eliana? Tade murmured in my ear, and I hugged him tighter. I know. I love you too, I said back and leaned backwards to place a kiss on his lips. Tade held me there and slowly kissed me back. It was slow and full of passion. Come on. We should go back inside, Tade gently said and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling me to his side. We began our way back to the committee. However, I couldn't help but glance back one last time. I also couldn't help but smile. If Cole were now with his mate, would he feel the way I feel when I'm with Tade? That means he's happy, safe, loved. That was the thought that kept me going and smiling. When we arrived at the committee, I opened my mouth to speak and comment on the funeral. However, an overly excited Eddard came running out of the doors in a fast sprint. He tripped over and awkwardly stumbled back up before he stopped in front of us, panting. Eddard? What's wrong? Tade asked immediately as he knelt in front of his little brother and placed his hands on his shoulders. Eddard blabbered out random words, and Tade furrowed his eyebrows, shaking his head. Calm down, Eddard. Breath, Tade said as he waited for a reply from Eddard. Eddard took in a dramatic breath and then out. Okay, now speak, Tade ordered, and Eddard squealed. Watch. Tade and I watched, confused. Eddard lifted his hand and harshly swiped it through the air. Tade and I glanced at each other and looked back at Eddard strangely. However, after a moment or two, a strong current of wind suddenly appeared and hit us with such force that I stumbled back a few steps stunned. Eddard fell backwards and landed on his backside. However, he had a massive grin on his face. Tade wasn't affected by the wind and didn't even flinch. With one hand, he pulled me back and with the other, pulled Eddard up. I looked at Eddard with wide eyes and slowly, a small smile spread across my face. Wait, so you're the new air elemental? I asked Eddard in excitement, and Eddard furiously nodded his head. Yes, it's so cool. Eddard yelled out in excitement as he clapped his hands. I can do this. Eddard swung his hand to the left, making the breeze come from another direction. And this, he exclaimed again, and the wind's direction changed again. Eddard, Tade firmly said and grabbed Eddard's hand, placing it back down to his side. You have to learn to control it, Tade told his brother, and Eddard smiled at Tade, nodding his head. Control the power or himself? I chuckled, and Eddard stuck his tongue out at me. I'm going to go tell Dallin. He's going to be so jealous. Eddard exclaimed with a cheeky grin and spun around, running back inside. Eddard disappeared back inside, and I turned around to face Tade, who ran a hand through his hair with a sigh. Great, now we're going to wake up to a different weather forecast every day, he mumbled, and I couldn't help but snicker. It could be worse, I shrugged, and Tade stayed silent, looking into my eyes. I noticed that the natural brightness of his eyes was missing, and he looked at me with what appeared to be sad eyes. Tade paused. You said we can live happily, right? Tade asked suddenly, and I immediately nodded my head. Because I will be happy no matter what if you're near me. But will you be happy? Tade asked, his hazel eyes boring into mine as he stepped forward. What? I asked, tilting my head. Yes, why wouldn't I be? I asked, confused. Tade stepped incredibly closer to me and tilted his head so his mouth was beside my ear. That girl Lillian you called your friend is still breathing, Tade growled softly, his voice low and dangerous. That's why, Tade added and slowly moved back, his face inches away from mine. His harsh tone took me aback, and I sighed, looking down. I'll still be happy, I whispered, then looked back up with a grin. As long as you're near me, I'll always be happy, I added with a cheesy smile, and finally Tade broke out in a smile. I had to hold in the sigh of relief when I saw him smile. I couldn't help but smile with him. He wrapped his arms around my waist and pulled me forward, looking down at me with a smirk. Oh, he asked, and I couldn't help but smile wider, seeing him happy. I leaned forward and, without wasting another second, locked lips with Tade. Tade immediately responded and pulled me closer to him as he kissed me back aggressively, emotion leaking into the kiss. Things would be different now. With Cole gone and everybody affected by it, things won't be the same for a while. However, I was determined to be happy now. Happy with Tade. Maybe one day start a family. One day have children. The thought made me blush. However, I could definitely see a future with Tade. Are you blushing? I snapped out of my daze as I saw Tade leaning back and looking at me with his head tilted. What? You're blushing, Tade teased, and I rolled my eyes. I am not. Why are you blushing? Tade asked in a curious tone. Tade, I exclaimed, and Tade chuckled. I couldn't fight off the smile that threatened to overcome my lips. Fine. I'll let it go, he said with a grin. Come. Let's go inside. And so we did. Even though the day had been saddening, it was also worth going through. Because at the end of the day, I got to see Tade smile for longer than 10 seconds. From the start, Tade and I encountered a lot of eccentric people. Surprisingly, we managed to stay sane. But there was no need to dwell on the past. Things would get better. Tade was happy and smiling, so already my goal was complete. We finally got here. Stronger than ever. I was lucky to find my soulmate in life. So damn fortunate to have Tade. And I wasn't planning on letting him go.